You there? Okay, thank you.
Hello? Hi. Are you at home?
But I don't know if they did all of that, and I was just going to, if I had to triple make sure that it was there between the three of you guys, I was going to just do that.
You don't understand. Like, I've been typing and crying at the same time just because of, like, how mean these girls still are to me. And it's just, they're calling me a dumb bitch over and over and over and over again. And then she reads the Bible, and then Bible here. And
This is me being humble. I asked one of these girls, I said, what is it that I'm doing wrong? And she goes, you're fresh meat. We're going to tear you apart and then walk off.
I'm a nonstop dumb bitch.
Welcome back. Today we are covering the jail phone call messages, answering whatever recordings of Sarah Boone Paulsen.
Excuse me. You're eating my cupcake.
I don't want a cupcake.
These calls have been released for a little bit now, so if you're clicking on this video, odds are you've seen something somewhere about something. And we all can agree that these phone calls are a disaster. And these are just like a sneak preview of just a few phone calls and the way she speaks and the way she acts. I would pay good money to hear a phone call between her and Brian, except not because I don't want to hear anything about Brian's business, but she just sounds unhinged on these phone calls, and I know she's even more unhinged on those phone calls. We definitely have a lot to cover today, so I'm going to keep this intro short and sweet. If you're new here, welcome to the world of long-form rant content, where there is no structure or goal. It is just me reacting to whatever I want to react to, however I want to react to it, and the video is finished whenever it is finished. I express no authority on this channel. You take what you take, you leave what you leave. But if you leave a like on the way out. And why not subscribe? I'm just going to throw that in there up top as well. I like to talk a lot, so if this is a video where you want it to play all the way through, this is not the video for you. These phone calls, I got them from The Third Rail, I think that's the channel, who released these and was actually one of Sarah's former supporters. They have since had a falling out, which, trust, we will cover very shortly. But these are phone calls between Sarah and him, and I think they provide a lot of great insight. I know it's a little wishy-washy based off of the source of the phone calls, and people say that some of the phone calls, even what we're going to listen to and what was released, were chopped up a little bit, which would make sense. If you're the person who's releasing your own phone call and you said something you don't want people to know about, you would chop that out. I think pretty much anyone would do that in this situation, so I'm not mad at that. Plus, the way that he drug her in his breakup message, more or less, definitely got him some brownie points with me, at least enough to cite the source. But I did hear that he doesn't like his name being out there as much, and that's fine. I'll try to respect that when I can. So instead, I'm just going to call him New York.
I'm the original HBI mother C. And I deserve my spot here in the
SKR Cinematic Universe. So look out for that. But with all of that out of the way, let's jump right in.
An inmate at the Orange County Corrections.
You there?
Yep, I'm here.
Okay, thank you.
What happened to hello? How are you? My name is. What happened to that?
That was my free phone call that we get on Sundays, and it's only 5 minutes, so
Okay.
thank you for your patience. I don't remember what I was saying. Oh, the letters. So anybody who I had asked, I told them to send it to you, to send it to James, and to send it to, but I don't know if they did all of that, and I was just going to, if I had to triple make sure that it was there between the three of you guys, I was going to just do that. And
Okay.
James is notorious for losing things, or I don't know if you know, but we've had to send things to him hundreds of times. Are you even able to just like print stuff out and hand it to him when we're in the courtroom? Like, remember, James is supposed to be here today. I don't know what he's doing. He's not answering his phone to this present moment. I've tried calling him 3 times between yesterday evening and today, so I don't know when he's supposed to even be here. But my goal, yes, if you would like me to call you around 1 o'clock, I can do that.
Yeah.
And I wanted to find out, too, are you going to track his ass down tomorrow, considering that you're here, to introduce yourself and to say what's going on? Wait for him in the courtroom afterwards to let him know, and I'm going to tell him, please go introduce yourself. And
Try and talk to him and see if he had a minute where I can, figure out what the hell's going on with the family law thing and everything else.
Yes, and while you are in his face, like, I totally, please, take advantage of his time, because other than this, once I'm sentenced, it's like peace out, so.
Yep, 100%.
Okay. And yes.
How are you feeling? Are you like nervous, or what's going on in your head?
I'm not really nervous, to be honest with you. I am very confident, especially with the amount of people that I have coming to represent me, either in a letter, an email, or in person. I wanted to talk to you for a moment about like my statement and what you sent me information-wise in regards to how the judge could cut me off or interrupt me.
Mm-hmm.
The case relevance to my case. I'm going to talk about forgiveness of George Torres' family, social media, my 3 prior attorneys, both judges, the jury, and myself, the prosecutor and the detectives. So I didn't know if that was too much or whatever, but I read it to Lana, and she was freaking floored and said, don't be afraid of the judge and just keep doing it, because if he does interrupt you, then it's going to be an appellate issue. But I don't want him to stop me in the middle of it, and, I'm on the flow, like getting it, and then him say, you can't read that any longer. So I'm starting off with, it's forgiveness, okay? It's forgiveness. So I'm forgiving, first off, George Torres. And I'm forgiving him for, beating, spitting, raping, beating, all of that. I'm forgiving him for all of that, okay? But nothing actually came and brought to light in my actual case, so I made a list of some of the things that he had done to me, and I was forgiving him for, okay?
Okay.
My second one is going to be, I forgive his family for not intervening, for helping and knowing who he was and what he did, and to throw out there also about Pharrell stabbing the mother of his baby in the side of his head, which, talks about the violence in their family. I mean, it's a split-second blip on the radar.
Mm.
And then I was going to forgive social media for their insensitivity and, how I am, where I am, and who they have depicted me as, and forgive them for that. And then I was going to forgive the judge for making me pro se, for kicking me when I was down, for, not listening, and basically that's what it is. And then I was going to write, and then I wrote about the detectives and their trickery and coercion, and, why didn't they take the bloody pillowcase of mine? Why didn't they take the butcher knife and the garden claw? Why didn't they do anything like that? So I'm forgiving them for that. And then the prosecutor, I was forgiving him for his errors during the trial to cause confusion and dysfunction to the jury, which equaled them giving me the sentence that they did. And then the jury I was going to forgive for not understanding and being confused and being hungry and away from their family for 2 weeks, in full capacity. And I feel that it was a rushed decision, and I forgive them for that. And I understand about them being away from their family for 2 weeks and everything else. So, and then I was going to forgive myself for not standing up for myself sooner, for not, defending myself, not fighting for myself, not doing any of that sooner.
Wow. So that was incredibly difficult not to talk through the entire thing. But I know that's a big issue a lot of people have, of talking through the entire thing and not letting enough play through. So I think to split the difference, I'm going to play a big chunk and then replay it and talk every 5.5 seconds, because yikes. So we're going to jump right in and try that, where I'm going to replay that section, and then I'm going to stop literally every half second to get out all of my thoughts. I think that's the best way to attack this. And I think we got Linda's stamp of approval, so she likes this method as well. And if you're new here, yes, that was Linda the train. Her full government is Linda the locomotive, but we don't talk about that. That's her mom. That's not who she is. I live near a train station, so yes, Linda is absolutely necessary, and I will not silence her voice on this channel. Now back to someone whose voice I wish I could silence.
You there?
Yep, I'm here.
Okay, thank you. That was my free phone call that we get on Sundays, and it's only 5 minutes, so
okay.
Thank you for your patience. I don't remember what I was saying. Oh, the letters. So anybody who I had asked, I told them to send it to you, to send it to James, and to send it to, but I don't know if they did all of that, and I was just going to, if I had to triple make sure that it was there between the three of you guys, I was going to just do that.
I was going to just do that. She makes it sound like she's doing you a favor. If you didn't get what I needed you to get from all the people that I've bugged to give me the things that I want, then I'm just going to check, just to make sure that that got there. As if her checking changes anything. It either got there or it didn't. You calling to bug people doesn't mean it's going to get in the mail faster, doesn't mean it's going to magically appear. But she thinks everyone is stupid and is like, well, obviously you haven't been checking your mail, so I have to call you 7 times a day to make sure that you got that. Anyway, she's referring to her character witness letters that she submitted during her criminal trial, and these are all the people who said, hey, don't give Sarah life without parole. She's actually a good person. She helped me out once, stole my wine, but she's not all that bad. I can only imagine those messages of her hounding everyone and then telling them exactly what she wanted them to say, which is exactly what we saw happen with Lana when Lana testified on her behalf. She pretty much said the exact same things she made George say in the hostage video, which I may or may not pull, probably not, but in essence they had the exact same talking points.
I'd like to share with the world and with the court about the Sarah Boone that I know. Sarah Boone is a kind, honest, and good person.
I'm going to go to court and I'm going to tell the judge, listen, my fiance has nothing to do with it. It's all my fault. She's a good woman.
Good person.
The Sarah Boone I know is one who loves animals, especially the kind who are damaged and defenseless.
Never been in trouble in her life. She has a 7-year-old son that she loves and cherishes.
A blind Boston Terrier.
She has 2 dogs. One is blind, one is deaf.
How many of us would take in and pour love for a hearing impaired and a sight impaired pair of dogs? She has a natural instinct to help reach out and give of herself.
She goes around and she's driving and sees an animal that's injured. She'll stop in the middle of the street, no matter what kind of traffic it is, just to make sure that that animal doesn't get injured any more than where it already has.
Her time and energy and love, especially to those who are hurting or damaged. You all have seen her fight for her own life and truth here. I tell you this, she fights even harder for those she loves, giving time, attention, and companionship without a single thought for her own gain or what somebody can do for her.
Yes, every relationship has their arguments, but we are not the type of people that you guys are portraying us to be.
She especially.
Especially her. So please, if you can,
Dismiss
this case.
Close.
Drop it. She is not that type of person.
Good person.
Great person.
Angel. Best thing that has ever happened to you.
Yes, ma'am.
And one huge example is in the matter of our friendship.
I love you to death. And I hate that we're going through this.
Saw it.
What?
And they did.
Good, I love you, baby. What else you want to say?
Making it clear who is feeding them said talking points, making it clear to every judge who ever comes before her, or who she ever comes before, that it's the exact same things. Judges can tell when you have given people a script and it's not their organic, natural thoughts. If every single one of those letters hit the exact same talking points, it's as if you submitted none. Okay, maybe not that, but it is in my mind.
And
Okay.
James is notorious for losing things, or I don't know if you know, but we've had to send things to him hundreds of times. Are you even able to just print stuff out and hand it to him when we're in the courtroom? Remember, James is supposed to be here today. I don't know what he's doing. He's not answering his phone to this present moment. I've tried calling him 3 times between yesterday evening and today, so I don't know when he's supposed to even be here. But my goal, yes, if you would like me to call you around 1 o'clock, I can do that.
Yeah.
And I wanted to find out, too, are you going to track his ass down tomorrow, considering that you're here, to introduce yourself and to say what's going on?
What's going on is my question for you, because who are you to say any of this to anyone? You are not paying anything to any of these people. But you are ordering him. Are you going to track him down? She's asking it as if it's a question when it's really a directive. Because you're already here, and ask him what's going on and introduce yourself. Ma'am, I don't think you understand how lawyers work. They can't just talk to random strangers who come up to them and said, Sarah said I can talk to you. Also, here are all these documents. Can you just hand him these letters? This is not how any of this works. And I can't imagine being a person who complained non-stop about having to be pro se, about having to do everything themselves, saying they're unqualified, how they beg for standby counsel, how they need anything for help. And then you put out that circus flyer ad,
wherever you think it may be seen and understood, unlike me in your courtroom. Okay, is it here? Is it? Oh, it's here. No.
And you finally pull in a clown who is willing to help you, and then you joke on him and clown him anyway. James is notorious for doing this. She always does the same. You're notorious for this, notorious for that, and she did it on the stand as well.
Yes, when he started to gurgle and I knew that my ex-husband is notorious for bringing my son over in very inopportune times when George is possibly drunk or doing things not appropriate for my son to see.
But then when Mr. J calls it out, she's like, what are you talking about? And then whenever she gets the question flipped on her of, what would people say you're notorious for?
Brian Boone, notorious for doing things like nagging and calling all the time. You remember your testimony calling people notorious for doing things?
Yes.
What would you say people would say you're notorious for?
I don't know.
She has no answers because she's perfect. There are no notorious behaviors or qualities about her. All of them are pure, correct, truthful, lawful, all of that stuff.
Her main problem is she can't stop.
Okay.
I mean, she can't go out and have a glass of wine with dinner.
Right.
That's not a thing she can do, because once she starts drinking, she will continue drinking basically until she out.
In excess. They didn't drink to drink. They drank to sunrise to sunset, all the time in between.
They almost always seem either like tired or like tweaked out.
You know that I have seen both of them intoxicated as early as 9 o'clock in the morning, and I mean staggering, falling down intoxicated. Both of them. Sarah was actually wandering around the property very drunk, barefoot, not properly dressed. I'll say it like that.
How did she sound?
She sounded like crazy, like she always did. Like
the way they presented themselves, they were always drunk, like I was saying before, like always, like sun up to sun down type, like all the time. And it was like, I guess people just didn't really want to interact. Yeah, because it's like.
But back to this. So James is notorious for losing things, so we have to send it to him hundreds of times. I thought you had no money to do anything. Obviously, you're being hyperbolic, but be appreciative of anything anyone does for you at least one time. Just try it out. See how it goes. See how being appreciative of the help that you don't deserve but received anyway turns out. Odds are it's going to keep working for you. I don't know how it keeps working for you when you act this way anyway. I mean, I guess it's not working, but the fact that you can get all of these people to gleefully put their lives aside to help you, and all you do is say that they're a bad person and that they're not doing enough for you. Mr. Owens has a life, a job, a career, and his own bills to pay, but you're not paying anything.
With your broke ass.
Not to the correctional facility, not to any of your lawyers, not to any of your flying monkeys. Yet you have the audacity to act like you can control them. It'll never stop blowing my mind. And she goes, are you able to print and hand it to him in the courtroom? And then there was like a cut and then said, remember, James is supposed to be here today. So I don't know what was missing in between there to connect those clauses, but And he's not answering his phone. I called him 3 times yesterday and today. She harasses literally everyone alive on this phone. I think that's just her whole time. Her whole time in jail, incarceration, has to be 90% of the time she is on that phone or begging to be on the phone. There's no way. I've never heard any prisoner making as many phone calls as she does. Most of them get hung up on or not answered, but still, I would be embarrassed to call that many times. And I'm guessing this is what they talked about during that cut section, but she said, and yes, if you would like me to call you at 1, I can do that. And I feel like this is how she reframes things. She's saying, if you would like me to call you at 1, odds are she is the one initiating the phone call saying, I need to call you. When can I talk to you? And he says, okay, I'm free at 1. Okay, well, since you told me to call you at 1, now it's you who instructed her to do this, which is what she says with Brian all the time. You told me every single day that I have to call you every single day at this time, and you still didn't answer. Active decision not to. We don't have to talk to each other. It's one time to just get me what I need and can have. You make it a million. Do you really want me in your life so much to make me contact you every day, every day, every day? I ask as many times as needed to finally get an answer. Because in her mind, you're going to receive this phone call one way or another. You get to choose when it is. But moving on.
Wait for him in the courtroom afterwards to let him know, and I'm going to tell him, please go introduce yourself. And
try and talk to him and see if he had a minute where I can, figure out what the hell's going on with the family law thing and everything else.
Yes, and while you are in his face, please take advantage of his time, because other than this, once I'm sentenced, it's like, peace out, so.
It sure was. He said, I'm not doing your appeal. Just like you told George at the end of that trial, he said, peace out, Boy Scout.
Get dressed. I've given you since noon. Peace out, Boy Scout.
I'm not doing this again. I can't deal with you. Let me put in this little motion that says you will be filing an appeal, but then that's between you and God, okay? Not me. And then this just shows more abusive behavior of, are you going to take advantage of his time when you are face to face? So she's ordering him to harass her lawyer. The free lawyer that she finally got after begging and pleading and being so upset, and the whole world is so unfair because they're making me do everything on my own. Now he's a piece of crap. He's not responding, and he needs to be harassed in the middle of the courtroom so that you're satisfied. She still doesn't get that her lawyers cannot talk to third parties about anything dealing with her case in terms of trial strategy, in terms of information, or else they risk waiving all the protections of that information. If he actually gave specific details to New York about what's going on with your trial, your case, all these things that you want, then New York could go out and say whatever he wants to anyone about it.
HBI mother C.
That privilege has officially been waived, and he is no longer bound by anyone. The only person who is bound by that confidentiality is the lawyer. Client can say whatever they want to whoever they want. Lawyer can't. So stop sending strangers to harass people on your behalf. Although I will say that Mr. Owens set a terrible example for himself, because the first time he came out on the scene, he just let it all out. He threw privilege to the wind. He said, attorney-client privilege, I don't know her. Let me tell you our exact method, what we're going through, what our mental strategy was, and what you should look out for in the future.
She had a third party, a girl from Minnesota, that reached out to me, I think first just to see if I was legitimate. They said to see if I think catfishing is what they thought I was doing, somehow, some fraud. I think once the third party realized that I was genuine, then Sarah called me. And we talked on the phone a couple of times, and I said, hey, I'm coming down that Wednesday for that court case in Tampa. Why don't I just come down Monday, which I did. I got done with court, I think, Monday at noon. I drove down 6 hours, spent the night, got up the next morning, I think that was on the 20th, and I spent about 4 hours with Sarah Boone at the Orange County Jail. During that period of time, I was in talks with the prosecutor, let him know what I was doing. He wanted me to file a notice of appearance. I wasn't ready to make that commitment yet. Didn't do that, but I got Sarah to sign a document essentially saying, you know, you can speak to the prosecutor on my behalf. There was attempts to try to resolve it. If we would have come to terms, I would have filed the notice of appearance. We would have set it for court, set it for hearing, and the case would have been resolved. So we did make attempts, like everybody does in every case. Any prosecutor, any criminal defense lawyer, public defender, you have plea negotiations. That's part of it. So there were attempts to settle it. I was kind of like a mediator. You know, I was kind of like a go-between, because once she became pro se, it's very difficult for the prosecutor to then communicate with the defendant. Actually, the rules say you got to do it on the record. And you can imagine not having somebody to negotiate for you, and she's trying to negotiate with the prosecutor, trying to send her to prison for the rest of her life. So somebody had to do it. I was doing it. But after those, so I met with her that day. I went over to Tampa, handled my case. I think I was done at 2:30. I came back. Well, Billy Lane, the investigator that's assisting Sarah Boone, pro se, he had scheduled an appointment to meet with Sarah that night. So I went back over to the jail. They let me meet with them. So the three of us met. This was, I think, the 21st, like it's set from 7 to 8:30. We met for about an hour and a half. And, you know, at that point, we couldn't reach an agreement. And then I wasn't ready to represent her at that point. I immediately told the prosecutor that there was an impasse, there was no agreement, that I was not going to be representing her. I got in the car and drove back home, got home about 4. I had court the next morning. I want to say 2 nights later, my wife and I were home, and Sarah called, and we talked again. Of course, I was still thinking about it, what to do, and but I told Sarah I was not, still was not committed to doing it. That was on like the 23rd. Well, then that third party called a day or two later, and really nice lady that I really respect. We've developed a relationship, and she asked me if I would go one more time. So I flew back down. We met again a couple of times. I can't remember the dates now, 25th and the 26th. But both meetings went well. And you got to understand, Sarah's been through 8 lawyers, so there's some trust issues. And both sides, you know, I'm concerned, is she going to try to fire me, or we're going to have problems the same way, as you can imagine. But, you know, I like her, she likes me, we communicate well. I think we're both on the same page. And, you know, I spoke to my family, my wife, my daughter Sarah about it. Sarah's thinking about law school, so I got their blessing. I have, you know, some colleagues that I practice law with, a law group there in Milton. And obviously it's going to take some staff to pull something like this off, especially knowing that the judge, I was in hopes he was going to continue it and give me 2 or 3 months. He did not. So we've got about 30 days, so I'm going to have some help from the staff, but I'm trying to assemble a team right now. I've got a couple of friends that are lawyers because we're time crunched now. As you know, I think you all understand the rule now. We've only got till the 9th, which was today, the 3rd. We've got 6 days. So I'm going to try to pay for Dr. Julie Harper to fly down here later this week. She's actually from my area. The 2 experts that I had asked for, well, there's a third one, but 2 of them are from my area. Dr. Harper's from Okaloosa County, and Dr. Birkeland's from Escambia County. But I've been in communication with Dr. Harper. I think I'm going to get her to fly down here later this week to meet with Sarah several times. Hopefully, at the end of those meetings, like I said, she's already met with her, but it was 2 years ago. She met with her 5 or 6 times. Hopefully, she's going to agree with me that she does suffer from battered spouse syndrome. And my intent is to file the notice with the court and the clerk of our intent to rely on that defense, and then we go from there. That's really all I can say. It's up to Dr. Harper, not me.
That's really all I can say. You have said everything. I don't know why you were given this interview. I don't know why you were given so much information, but you are telling it all. Telling it all. That's a terrible strategy because you just put those people's names out there. You said these are the expert witnesses I am using. And yes, that's publicly available information because you've brought it up in court, meaning it's on the minutes, all that stuff, yada yada. But you don't need to tell the media that, because that means that the media, the prosecution, anyone can go harass, look into, and try to discredit the witnesses you disclosed. That's why it's trial strategy, so you're not giving everything up. So, you know what? Maybe you set the precedent yourself of, I'm going to tell everyone everything, and that's just how we roll.
Yep, 100%.
Okay. And yes.
How are you feeling? Are you like nervous, or what's going on in your head?
I'm not really nervous, to be honest with you. I am very confident, especially with the amount of people that I have coming to represent me, either in a letter, an email, or in person. I wanted to talk to you for a moment about like my statement and what you sent me information-wise in regards to how the judge could cut me off or interrupt me. Mm-hmm. The case relevance to my case. I'm going to talk about forgiveness of George Torres' family, social media, my 3 prior attorneys, both judges, the jury, and myself, the prosecutor and the detectives. So I didn't know if that was too much or whatever, but I read it to Lana, and she was freaking floored and said, don't be afraid of the judge and just keep doing it, because if he does interrupt you, then it's going to be an appellate issue. But I don't want him to stop me in the middle of it, and, I'm on the flow, like getting it, and then him say, you can't read that any longer.
On flow, like getting it. She literally took this as a performance. She was already anticipating people are going to try to stop me because they can't handle the truth. They can't handle my truth. So I have to forgive George Torres, the dead man. I have to forgive his family, the people most impacted by your actions. And I have to forgive everyone else who made me feel bad. I forgive you as if anyone needs your forgiveness for anything. Like Sarah could come up to me and say, I forgive you for your 11-hour video where you just ripped me to shreds, read me to filth, and exposed me for the murdering fraud that I am. I would say, oh my goodness, what am I supposed to do with your forgiveness? I don't care about that.
With your broke ass.
And I can guarantee you, none of the people she's listing cares about her forgiveness either. But just like everything a part of this case and in her life, she has to reframe the situation. 1, to make herself a victim, always. And 2, to make herself a savior. So she is disadvantaged, being victimized, being abused, while also protecting, saving, and forgiving everyone. And if you wanted to be on flow and you were getting it, you should have read it through a few more times, because it sounded like it was the first time you ever read it up there, Kentu Sukuroi.
Kentu Sukuroi is a kind of Japanese ceramic style which means to repair with gold. In this tradition,
on flow, like getting it.
It embraces flaws, weakness, and imperfections.
On flow, like getting it.
This is the wisdom of Kentu Sukuroi.
Kentu Sukuroi.
You've become more outstanding and more extraordinary. And when you forgive,
flow, like getting it.
Wandering into their apartments during hunting expeditions after I had escaped.
Getting it.
It simply seems I cannot forgive and be forgiven and move forward. If not, the great possibility I would be ended as George threatened me with so many times before. In all of my forgiveness, George is my greatest lesson and will forever be a part of me. I think of him every day and still speak to him when alone on the rec yard. I wrote his family and his daughters apologizing for asking for their forgiveness, but due to fear that my life or sons would be jeopardized, I did not send. I am sorry.
I am sorry.
Which I have to pause right there because I haven't talked about this as much as I've wanted to. That is the most insane, absurd line I've ever heard. I cry all the time. I wanted to write letters apologizing to George and to his family, but because I'm so afraid that his murdering family is going to murder me or my child, because that's the accusation she's made from moment 1.
Basically a dead woman. like from playing hide and seek. Like I have like serious concerns. Like who do I talk to about that?
About what?
With his family. Like I have genuine concerns, especially with him having my son up here. Especially with him having my son up here. I'm fearful of his family.
Why?
They don't like me. They have never liked me. It's a bad situation, especially with this now. Especially with having my son up here. Especially with this now. So I want you to know, and I'm telling you, I have genuine concerns about his family.
Okay.
I'm telling you, personally, honestly, I am scared. Personally, honestly, I am scared. Tell me please, like, who do I need to talk to about his family?
We're not going anywhere. We're going to be here for a while.
I'm just telling you, like,
this is going to be a
I'm
while.
afraid for my life. I want you to know that. I am afraid for my life. I'm afraid for my life. I want you to know that. I'm afraid for my life. His family have never liked me. I'm the blue-eyed white devil, is what they call me. Blue-eyed white devil is what they call me.
I get called everything but a white woman, so.
I told you it's because I'm the blue-eyed white dragon. That's what they call me. Blue-eyed white dragon. That's what they call me.
Now, my blue eyes, finish him off with white lightning attack.
And nonetheless, what you really want to know, and I hope it doesn't get them in trouble, but he is over here illegally. So he's trying to work on getting his green card.
What does that got to do with you using the restroom?
So they're going to kill me.
Okay, well.
Do they live local?
Yes, they're down the road. They're going to kill me. His kids are going to kill me in Philadelphia. They're going to kill me. This was not intentional. This was not intentional.
Okay.
And they're not going to understand that. They're not going to accept it.
Well, we will take.
But at this point in time, no one has made a threat to you. No one has done anything. I just haven't said anything to him yet. You know. Well, your son's with Brian and is going to stay with Brian. You're in fear based off past history and what they think of you and how they threaten me all the time. Do you have proof or is it all verbal? Like what, in your phone? No, it's verbal. Okay. It's verbal. So it's he said versus she said or she said. Yeah, they've been really nasty to me. Really nasty to me.
They're going to come and kill me. They're going to come and kill me.
If you,
I want you to know that. Look.
if you're in fear, are you talking about family?
Yes.
Okay. So
I want you to know I am full blown. They're going to come and kill me. They're going to come and kill me.
Okay.
The way she will not stop harassing this family is insane. Because the logic doesn't track. How are you saying, I was too afraid to mail an apology letter out of fear that they would kill me or my child? However, I'm going to get in front of national global television and air them out telling any kind of lies I want to, and someone out there is going to believe it because I'm bold enough to say it. But that doesn't make you fear for your life or the life of your child. This whole family has shown her 10 times more grace than she ever deserved, and they haven't come out, and they really could have, and just drug her through the mud, said all this, said all that, and they would have been justified and in the right. But they didn't do that. They left you alone, and they haven't brought you up publicly that we know of, besides the coverage that they got during the trial, and she just can't let it go. Even when she's saying, I forgive you, which is supposed to be a veiled I'm sorry, she is saying, you don't know how apologetic I was. I was going to send you a letter and tell you exactly how sorry I am, but you were going to kill me if, I don't know. It's just insane.
Almost everything reminds me of him. Seeing my stab wound especially every day especially.
It's every day especially.
Slow, like getting it.
I ask for understanding in what really happened and for how long. For second chances. In my soft-spoken conclusion, I ask this. Would I be the darling mother, celebrated woman of the year, if it were I who died? How many daughters, mothers, sisters, aunts, grandmothers, nieces, and friends have been because they did? I am a survivor.
And that's the statement she's so proud of. She took all the time to write all that hateful words and those hateful messages and still fumbled the delivery. But there's no way to say those words in an impactful way to begin with because it's just filled with flagrant lies. And if you notice, every time she tripped up, it was on just a random lie. And I think she was just telling on herself there. But to recenter, New York asks her if she's nervous or not. And she said, to be honest, I'm not nervous. I'm very confident given the amount of people I have coming forward for me. And then we find out in a little bit, the amount of people she had, was 3 people at the trial and a couple letters? I get it, she might not be used to how mitigating statements work or impact statements or character witnesses, but that is not a lot whatsoever. When one of your witnesses is the person you have to pay to be there, and then the other witnesses are people who did not know you before and when you committed the crime, that looks terrible, especially when she still doesn't get. She's trying to convince us that she's not guilty, and so that she should be given the lightest sentence possible when she needed to be trying to convince Kranick, which she never did even once. She threw him in there sometimes of oh, forgive me, Judge Kranick. And you don't need to address it to him, but that's who you're really speaking to. The court is giving you this opportunity to speak freely. You can speak about and towards the family. You're not supposed to directly speak towards the victims, but that can vary given the context. But it's just supposed to be a moment where you say, I'm sorry, and ask for leniency. She couldn't get there. She can't be sorry. She had to skip straight to the forgiveness. And not even the, I need your forgiveness. I'm going to do you a favor first and forgive you. And then because I did that favor, you need to return forgiveness back to me. It seems I can't just forgive and be forgiven. What are you doing? We're supposed to go back and forth. It's only fair.
It simply seems I cannot forgive and be forgiven and move forward.
Okay, well, it's not fair. It's not fair that you guys keep trying to say that that's what I did.
Her worldview is wild. And then I feel like maybe Lana did say this, but I feel like she's warping the context of do it anyway. If he does stop you, it'll be an appellate issue. It won't for this case. In certain cases, it can be depending on what happens. If you're not allowing them to talk about the actual evidence that did not come forward, because people can say that. She was trying to say, or she's trying to say now, all this stuff didn't come to light, but that wasn't evidence. Everything she brought out in that statement was just hearsay accusations and lies and insults. It wasn't, these medical records were kept out, and in the medical records I documented how I got these, and I tried to ask for help and nothing happened, and this was kept away and it should have been considered. That's what that means when you can address evidence that was not disclosed during trial. Not, here's every rumor I want to throw against my victim's grave and spit on it as many times as I can as a final F you for putting me in this situation. To this day, I can guarantee you she blames George still more than anyone. How dare he die and make her go through all of this?
For destroying my reputation and integrity, for my M for murderer scarlet letter.
You hear that, George? You dying and you pleading for yourself on that video that I took is the reason my reputation has been ruined and is the reason I'm going to prison. This is your fault. And whenever I replay stuff like that and I'm like, oh, distance, time makes things not feel as impactful as they did the first time you heard that. Does she deserve what she gets? Yes, absolutely. She deserves exactly the punishments that she gets. But it's okay, George, don't worry, because she forgives you.
So I'm starting off with, it's forgiveness, okay? It's forgiveness. So I'm forgiving, first off, George Torres. And I'm forgiving him for, beating, spitting, raping, beating, all of that. I'm forgiving him for all of that, okay? But nothing actually came and brought to light in my actual case, so I made a list of some of the things that he had done to me, and I was forgiving him for, okay?
Okay.
My second one is going to be, I forgive his family for not intervening, for helping and knowing who he was and what he did, and to throw out there also about Pharrell stabbing the mother of his baby in the side of his head, which, talks about the violence in their family.
which is just the tackiest move ever. She does this constantly where she thinks if I throw out some juicy gossip or a big insult or a big claim accusation, then I win, because now you have to look over there and look how bad they are. This cuts against her on two ways. One, Pharrell, George's brother, who did do this within the past year or so. Horrible individual who will pay for his own crimes, but is not indicative or a representative of the entire Torres family and should not be treated as such. Regardless, he didn't become a murderer until 4 years after you became a murderer. So I don't know where we're going here. That's why it would never be admissible for you to bring up, hey, I know I killed someone 4 years ago, but then 4 years later, after I've stalled my trial an obscenely large amount of time, and within that time frame, one of his family members has committed a terrible atrocity, that means I'm innocent, right? No, because she wants to say that speaks to the violence in their family, as though her older brother has not been incarcerated multiple times for various crimes, including kidnapping a minor. I guess they would say grooming and then running away with and withholding from parents. He kidnapped her, right? You want to talk about predation. You want to talk about tendency to break laws. You want to talk about tendency to ignore people's boundaries. Your family history exposes you more than George's brother exposes his. Moreover, it shows just the type of person you are who thinks holding sensitive information over someone and using it strategically for your advantage makes you a good person. No, it makes you manipulative and vindictive. The same thing you did in the interrogation video with Kim and Eli, where as soon as you found out that they told the detectives that you, a drunk who dry begged all day and asked to use people's bathrooms, and they said no, and you caught attitude with them.
See, that's the thing too. But you can clearly tell that I had been drinking some. You can clearly tell.
I had several people that came up to me in that apartment complex said that you were drunk on a daily basis.
Oh my gosh.
At him
right.
Regularly.
Right.
How many? You had two neighbors you went to and asked to go use the restroom.
That's just not fair.
No. Hold on. You had two different neighbors that lived directly next to you. You asked to use the restroom and they told you no and turned you away. You had to go across the way to somebody else.
No. Okay. Kim and Eli. Kim is not a nice person. Okay. She's just automatically not nice. Even after me went over there and introduced herself, she's just not a nice person.
Then why would you think she would let you use a restroom?
Because Eli was in there. Eli comes over and talks to us sometimes, which I think pisses Kim off because he comes over and talks to us. The two of them, they're like super standoffish all the time. My neighbors down the street, down the way, their toilet was broken. They had stuff in the bathroom. So then they're like, go over there and try over there.
There's two bathrooms.
I wouldn't let somebody go upstairs and use my personal bathroom. That's what the downstairs one is for.
If it's somebody you like, would you? Or somebody you knew?
They're in the process of doing all this stuff in the kitchen, and there's stuff in the bathroom, and the toilet doesn't work. Just walk across the way. No problem. And of course they let me in.
As soon as that happens, you decide to bring out sensitive information about their documentation status with the intention of getting them in trouble. How do we know you wanted to get them in trouble? Because you said, and I hope this doesn't get them in trouble.
And nonetheless, if you really want to know, and I hope it doesn't get them in trouble, but he is over here illegally. And nonetheless, if you really want to know, and I hope it doesn't get them in trouble.
I hope it doesn't get them in trouble.
But he is over here illegally.
Meaning you know that's a possibility, but I'm going to say it anyway because this is so on topic to what we were discussing. We're going to talk about immigration status instead of talking about me being drunk constantly and the dead body in the suitcase. It's just a natural transition in Sarah's mind. It's just a disgusting pattern of behavior that is repeated endlessly. And she's going off this list of all the things that she's going to forgive George for. And I've said this before, but you can't plan forgiveness. You can't say, okay, on this date is when I'm going to forgive everyone. No, it is something that happens internally, and it happens when it happens. You can't really fake it. And you can't control the moment and when it happens. But we all knew from the start that you didn't actually plan on forgiving anyone because you're bringing up every gripe imaginable that you think is important because it didn't come up in your trial. And it needed to come up in your trial because the whole world needed to know that the murder victim of this horrific case was a piece of shit. And if the world knew that and believed that, then that means she is innocent. And we ignore the video that she took of her actions. Got it. And she just throws it out there like it's nothing. Oh, you know, I'm forgiving him for the beatings, the rapings, the this and the that, all the things that I'm only right now in this moment accusing him of for the first time. But you know, all of those things. Child, like, she has gotten worked up and broken down over a text message or a mixed phone call where she will put on boo-hoo sad cry tears, fake, and say, this is the biggest injury possible. How could you not send me a Valentine's Day card? That hurt me so much, I'm going to bring it up constantly.
Valentine's Day card. Former husband collaborated with my 12-year-old son to lie to me about making me a card. Both said they went to craft store and bought supplies. My gift to son. Had son sit down Sunday afternoon, quote, and make, then mailed the completed card the next day. I was told my son wrote me a letter and drew something nice for me. I was really going to like it. It was all a lie. They never went or did any of it. What an awful, unnecessary lie. For no reason. Nonetheless, former husband had my son part of the awful lie. How disgusting and hurtful. No card ever. B. May 4... I'm losing my voice. B. May 14th, 2023. Mother's Day card. Former husband has told me 3 times now my son has mailed my created card. Nothing has come. Another despicable lie. Why? So hurtful, and son included. And I have no resources, family, or money. Money. You have all and do nothing blank this year. Make a video visit telling me you were going to your blank in any way. And after last year lying about making me a card, you're supposed to be better from his selfless act. Happy Easter. Wish I was included. Hope you like your package I made for you. I love you no matter how uncaring and nonchalant you are towards me. I wish you wouldn't be. Mother.
Yet you don't mention that he raped you? You don't mention that he did this, he did that? That none of these stories that are just now coming out for the first time track with anything in the behavior that you actually have documented? And it wasn't evidence, it was all anecdotal retellings of half-finished stories at a specific detail that was favorable to her in the way that she contextualized it. Sometimes I don't know if I make sense. I just be saying words until the sentence is done.
Sometimes I'll start a sentence, and I don't even know where it's going. I just hope I find it along the way.
But it was this weird balance of oddly specific details with hyper vague details, all with the goal of making him look as terrible as possible. Keeping me awake so I couldn't see my son getting mad because I got a job. No context to that.
My goal begins with George Torres, and every time he slapped me, kicked, punched, spit on, raped, stabbed, choked, laughed at, pushed, pulled, dragged, whipped, tripped, stole from, lied, terrorized, threatened, humiliated, forced, degraded, made me cry. Every time he tried to end me, defeat, or destroy. I forgive George for beating me senseless, for trying to sleep because I had to go to work or my son's field trip the next day, for ruining my deceased family's heirlooms, traditions, and keepsakes, my son's furniture, destroying the television we watched together, for wrecking our townhome by breaking windows, punching holes in the walls and doors, ramming his entire body into glass doors, kicking in my front and back door over and over and over, for breaking or removing the locks from all of the doors and sometimes the knobs altogether, so I had nowhere to feel safe, including the sacred space of my son's room where he beat me bloody on his bed. For terrorizing and threatening my blind and deaf dogs by leaving the gate open I built to keep them safe, telling me he hoped I'd find their bloated dead body in the pond or scrape their remains off of the pavement, for kicking them off of the bed and throwing across the room because they were trying to protect me. For threatening to make me unrecognizable to my son by breaking all of the bones in my face. For threatening to burn down our townhome and set my car on fire because I got a job.
For threatening to burn down our townhome and set my car on fire because I got a job.
Does she or George have a job?
No. She hasn't worked for over 2 years.
Got a job.
What does that even mean? Y'all were broke. Why on earth would he be mad that you could bring more income in? That is just something you're saying. Meanwhile, the documented evidence text messages show you were mad that he wasn't taking care of you.
I needed you to be a man and take care of me, not beat me, call me names, and make me feel like I'm not a person.
Not that you were getting a job. You were mad you had to get a job. That's why you didn't have a job for 2 years. It's he would take the butcher knife and put it into the table as a warning, and he put my phone in his crotch knowing that you can't leave or this or that. What even does that... I wish liars also understood how easy it is to tell when you overinflate stories just like this. You can't construct the most villainous, horrific individual who was found as defenseless and helpless and battered as possible. Those two things don't quite comport. You can't be the victim who was so weak and always battered, yet somehow the champion survivor who left without a scratch.
You two didn't lay hands on each other.
No. No. I don't have anything.
You're right.
He doesn't. Whatever that is, whatever it is.
He does.
See, this is what happens. It's not fair that you guys, just because he has those, automatically blame it on me.
And completely brutalized her abuser, allegedly. Doesn't quite sound like forgiveness to me. And then want to say you're going to forgive his family for knowing who and what he did and who he is, and they didn't help you. The most absurd thing ever. Well, I forgive his family for not... That is exactly right, Linda. It's absurd that she took all this time to say, the family should have known, they should have helped me. How many times did I go to them? How many times did they tell you they don't like you?
I'm afraid.
So when he contacts you 3 days ago, why don't you call the police? Knowing that he's not supposed to be contacting you. Why are you doing that? I would love that.
His whole family despises me. I'm afraid
that has nothing to do with it.
Yes, it does.
Okay, but you called us tonight.
Yes.
Right?
Because that.
We're not going anywhere. We're going to be here for a while.
I'm just telling you, like, yeah, this is going to be a while. I'm afraid for my life. I want you to know that. I am afraid for my life. His family have never liked me. I'm the blue-eyed white devil, is what they call me. So they've never liked me. They've never taken me in. They've never accepted me. I'll put it that way. So they're going to think I killed him.
Why would they think that?
They always have said that. They've always have said that.
What have they
I told you it's because I'm the blue-eyed white dragon. That's what they call me. Because they don't want him with me. So he's basically just not really been around his family because he chooses me over them. Even after I have encouraged him numerous times to go over there and see his family.
Even after I have encouraged him numerous times to go over there and see his family.
They don't want you with him. They encouraged him to leave you, and then you kept going to get him.
So you guys know that there's domestic between the two?
Between them, and I told them, get out of there, get out of there. I would tell them leave. And what's crazy is that he would leave, come here, and she would call and tell him to come back, and she would come and get him.
And then admitted that the last time you went to get him, they put an ultimatum. Either you stay here or you go over there.
And you have to understand, too, I have, like, prior to classes in PO, kicked him out. How many times? I had him arrested. How many times?
I had him arrested. How many times?
But you also went down and bailed him out.
I know.
The next day.
I know.
What's on your laptop?
What was I going to tell you? Oh, previously, I actually looked up how to file a restraining order.
Okay.
Because I would kick him out, his parents, because of them constantly having to take him back in, his bags of clothes, all his stuff. The last time, the father came out and irate and just not even, I don't even know if he knew it was in the car, just opened the back of my car and just started throwing all his crap in, just throwing it, like the car would jostle, he was throwing all his stuff. At that point, because I continually did it, not continually, I think I maybe did it 3 times, and he has nowhere else to go, they got fed up and said, nope, either you're staying there or you're staying here. But if you're staying here at their place, it's permanent. You're not going back over there anymore. So what happens is he pursues me.
Pursues you by getting into the car that you drove to pick him up in. Every time you kicked him out and they told him not to go back to you, those were all of your outs. Every single time they said, leave our family member alone, and you didn't, that was them helping you. And they admitted to not liking her, which should have put in her head, hey, maybe I should stay away from this family.
I'm sure she's loved over there at jail due to the fact that Sarah Boone is very, very calculated. She, by no means, is a kind and sweet, soft-spoken woman. She is very calculated, very devious, very conniving. My father was sheltered and berated. He was kept from us. He was the real victim in this situation. Other than that, she was definitely correct as far as us not liking her. And she should have stated that she didn't like us either, because that is very much correct as well.
You tell your son he's not welcome here, taken off the lease and bound, worthless. Don't show his ugly, fucked up face around here again. Police will be called. Ask him if it was worth it, and ride my bike he has. Stay Hispanic, that's what you all are. It's a Torres thing. Boo. Other response, please do something with yourself, Sarah. God bless you. The defendant's response, and bless you and all of you too. I'll get, in all capitals, rid of him. Then it'll be, in all capitals, better. Ugh. Torres.
She, like I stated, is very evil, and what she is acting out there on the stand and within that courtroom is baffling to me, because that is not the real Sarah Boone at all. But yeah, she was correct. We don't like her. We didn't like her. That will never change. Unfortunately, I do feel bad for her and I wish her the best, but what I do wish is that my father receives his justice and she gets the time that she deserves, and a slap on the wrist is not it.
Ms. Boone, court sentences you.
Electric chair.
Holy shit. God damn it.
Electrocute that bitch. And I want you to pour some water on her first.
To life in the Department of Corrections, with credit time served that Madam Clerk will provide to you momentarily.
But no, she goes and gets her abuser, brings him back, threatens him, rips up his birth certificate, instilling in him, if you try to leave me, I will wreck your life.
Owner to Mom Jorge, I beat you to the punch. Want to do the dartboard with me? Come. Owner to Mo, I know you won't answer, Mo. Tell him to come finish the dartboard with me, please. I miss him. Ask Jorge to call me, please, when he gets a minute. Can you have Jorge call me, please, when he gets a chance, if he's with you? 10:50 a.m., 55 seconds. Owner to Mo, hello. Can you please have Jorge call me? Willing to give back. Don't know if he's there or at parents. Really want to see him. At 10:52, 16 a.m., not pursuing after 12 o'clock. Ever again. 12:19 p.m., 23 seconds. Owner to Mom Jorge, please call. Come over. I'll come get you. Come over, please. I need a super hug. Hugs? Please, need, you.
Because I own it. That birth certificate's not yours. I paid for it.
I don't have your shit, Sarah. I need my birth certificate. Owner to Mom Jorge, I don't give a shit either. I worked for that birth certificate, voter's registration, and your ID card. Just because your name is on them doesn't make them yours. Just because your name is on them doesn't make them yours. Even paid for them.
Insanity. Those are not the text messages of an abuse victim who could not escape, of a survivor who was held captive against her will. No, she was a willing participant and would not allow George not to participate either. All of this controlling behavior, manipulative, physical, verbal, violent abuse, none of it is documented anywhere. Not in the text messages, not in the videos, not in the secondhand accounts. Nowhere does the monster you paint match any of the evidence that exists in the real world. Meanwhile, everything that you've documented makes you look horrible. I'll get rid of him, and then it will be, in quotes, better. I've never heard a domestic violence survivor confidently, while still in the midst of the relationship, saying, I'll get rid of them. The person who's causing the violence, I'll just get rid of them. Not, I'll escape from them. I will find a way out. I will protect myself. I will get away. No, I will get rid of him. And then months later, she zips him in a suitcase and gets rid of him. And she texted that. Just because your name's on it doesn't make it yours. That is one of the most abusive lines I've ever heard in my life. Your birth certificate, man I've known for 3.5 years, does not belong to you because I paid for it. How is she shocked she is where she is?
I mean, it's a split-second blip on the radar. And then I was going to forgive social media for their insensitivity and, you know, how I am, where I am, and who they have depicted me as.
You are Beyonce.
And forgive them for that. And then I was going to forgive the judge for making me pro se, for kicking me when I was down, for, you know, not listening, you know, and basically that's what it is. And then I was going to write, and then I wrote about the detectives and their trickery and coercion and, you know, why didn't they take the bloody pillowcase of mine? Why didn't they take the butcher knife and the garden claw? Why didn't they do anything like that? So I'm forgiving them for that. And then the prosecutor, I was forgiving him for his errors during the trial to cause confusion and dysfunction to the jury, which equaled them giving me the sentence that they did. And then the jury I was going to forgive for not understanding and being confused and being hungry and away from their family for 2 weeks, you know, in full capacity. And I feel that it was a brash, rushed decision, and I forgive them for that. And I understand about them being away from their family for 2 weeks and everything else. So, and then I was going to forgive myself for not standing up for myself sooner, for not, you know, defending myself, not fighting for myself, not doing any of that sooner.
Forgiving myself is crazy. It will never not blow me away. She is saying, yes, I was just convicted of second-degree depraved heart murder.
Will the jury find the defendant guilty of murder in the second degree?
And I'm about to be sentenced to at least 22.5 years with a maximum of life in prison.
Court sentences you to life in the Department of Corrections.
But don't worry, everyone, because she's not addressing this to the actual victim. She's addressing this to the world. Don't worry, world. I forgive myself.
In the end, I forgive myself for not choosing my life sooner, for not being more brave, vigilant, bolder, and outspoken, stronger, mentally, physically, emotionally, and spiritually, for being hopeless, desperate, simple-minded, weak, and inexperienced. I forgive myself for not realizing I was enduring a life of domestic violence and that the vicious cycle of never ends.
What do you mean you didn't realize you were living a life of, quote, domestic violence? That is all you ever told anyone, ever. All you did was tell people that he beat you. How did you not realize that was an abusive relationship if you are the one who told people you were in an abusive relationship? Okay.
When I say ragdoll, do you know what that is?
I know what a ragdoll is.
Oh man, I was ragdolled.
Okay, but I need
you
you.
In the face.
Okay, I need you to elaborate. Like, you walk into the house, and then as you're making your way to the back, what happened?
I got caught on the stairwell.
You got caught on the stairwell, so he caught you on the stairwell. And what, did he get in front of you, started confronting you, telling you anything? What happened?
It was bad.
Okay, elaborate, Miss Sarah. I need you to tell me exactly what happened so I can help you.
My heart is like, I don't want him to get in trouble, but fuck, I'm tired of being beaten up. Fuck, I'm tired of being beaten up.
And then whenever we find out what these injuries are from her getting beaten up and all this and all that, it's a scratch on the inner ear, it's a bruise here, it's a split finger here. None of the injuries that actually align with someone being attacked, more like someone who gets injured while fighting. There's a difference.
He woke you up. By hitting you? Is that what you're telling me? Or what happened? I need you to tell me.
He kicked the door open. He's kicked the
You're
door.
adding a lot of details that I need you to be very concise with.
Yes, sir.
When I'm telling you, I need a timeline of the events.
Yes.
How am I going to corroborate your story?
He kicked the door open 4 times.
Uh-huh.
The 4th time, I gave in. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
That's when I got punched in my ear. On the 4th time. Where I was like, don't do it anymore. Just go downstairs. Go smoke a cigarette.
I had nothing to compare to. I've never been hit by a man ever before in my life. I was raised hitting a woman was wrong and should never happen. No excuse.
No excuse.
I forgive myself for not escaping permanently, for not fighting back sooner to save myself, my son, my dogs, home and car. Having 20/20 hindsight, thinking of everything I could have done differently or better to avoid the outcome. I think about this every day since.
You could have just left that man alone. You really could have. All the times y'all were separated, you could have left him alone. You could have not engaged, and he would still be alive now. But no, she wants to try to rewrite this narrative of, I never stood up for myself, I never did this, I never did that. All you did was fight back, and all you did was tell the police that you fought back in order to justify the marks he had, even when you didn't have any.
Why am I in trouble?
Spread your feet. Spread your feet apart.
Why am I in trouble though?
Because of the marks he has all on his neck and the inconsistencies of the story.
That's me fighting back.
No excuse.
Why? Because I fucking fought back?
No matter who you are.
No. I mean, like, seriously, like, I literally just started my job a week ago.
Look, can I tell you something before you call and whatever?
Mm-hmm.
I've been arrested before because I fought back. Look, I did play back. I did play back. So whatever he has or whatever it is, it's not me.
Did he hit you with any, like, an object or anything?
No. He threatens me with a bat.
Does she have a baseball bat for protection against you?
I don't want to get arrested. I don't, because I fought for myself, and I have my 8-year-old, and I just want to go home and sleep in my own bed right now. But I did fight back, I'm not going to lie.
Okay.
And then I walked off barefoot.
Okay. And on the phone, you told me that you attacked him as well.
I didn't attack him.
You said you exchanged, you had a physical altercation on the phone. That's what you told me.
I pulled him off of me.
He said he has marks because I was fighting for my life.
I was being honest with you.
Okay. So what happened?
Whatever that is, whatever it is.
He does.
See, this is what happens. It's not fair that you guys, just because he has those, automatically blame it on me.
And I dare you. I dare you. I dare you. Get away from me. I'm going to fucking hurt you.
I swear I did not lay a hand on him.
I'm going to fucking hurt you.
You took my car keys. I didn't take your car keys.
You did.
And to be clear, that last video is her hitting him because he was asleep. She couldn't find her keys, accused him, woke him up, and he magically didn't have her keys, so he's deserving of getting assaulted. You know, her rapist abuser that she is dragging through the mud, that she is saying she was constantly in fear of, she was not afraid enough to walk up those steps, say, "Where are my keys?" and hit him within seconds of him rising from the bed. I don't even know if he was fully standing yet. But you wish you had done that sooner? Okay.
Also, of all the good days we had together, for him at least, while I was constantly in hyperdrive, high alert, and paranoid, making sure I did everything right all the time. If not, the great possibility I would be ended as George threatened me with so many times before. I forgive myself for falling in love with a monster, and no matter how grotesque he may become, I still loved him, hoped, and forgave. I tried breaking the spell so he wouldn't be a monster anymore. I saw who he was inside. George made me then, now, and always love him for all of his cracks also. We made each other our own brilliant pieces of art from the cracks and repairs. Unfortunately, not all cracks can be. In all of my forgiveness, George is my greatest lesson and will forever be a part of me. I think of him every day and still speak to him when alone on the rec yard. I ask his forgiveness and that he looks for me at the gates of heaven so I can tell him how sorry I am, endlessly, and that I never stopped loving him.
She's not a Christian!
When I first came to jail, I put my mat under my bed and cried all day and all night for months, only falling asleep from being so exhausted with grief. I wrote him letters. I wrote his family and his daughters, apologizing for asking for their forgiveness. But due to fear that my life or sons would be jeopardized, I did not send. I am sorry. I cannot begin to fathom any of their grief and sadness. Please forgive me. Almost everything reminds me of him, seeing my stab wound every day especially. It truly reminds me that all I really did live through. George haunts me. He is everywhere. I believe because I do still love him, think of him, and miss his laugh the most. In my heart, I know he is with me and understands that this tragedy was not intentional. I hope everyone can, his family foremost. I didn't mean for this to happen. Please wholeheartedly know that, and always, I would never.
I would never.
I am an outstanding mother to my son. Okay. I excel at everything. I would not do that.
You wouldn't lock somebody in a suitcase?
Not intentionally.
Again?
I would never do that to George.
You did.
Not intentionally. Know that.
I don't.
Know that.
I would never.
I am a survivor who was not in danger that night. I killed someone viciously, and I forgive myself for that. So you should forgive me too. And it just makes no sense because she did all of that the entire time. I should have fought for myself. I should have stood up for myself. That's all you did. You called the police on George 16 times the year before you killed him. He was arrested 5 of those times, and you still went back and got him every single time.
Mm-hmm. I've really helped him. I've bailed him out of jail, 3 times. I've gone to every single hearing and every single arraignment, everything that I did for him. Gone to see all his public defenders, go to the state. I've gone to the state. I did everything for him because I'm trying to help him, because I had hope in him. And he was trying. He was really trying.
I mean,
that was not my intention.
Well,
y'all don't have any idea what I've done for him.
And if you didn't go back and get him, you knew his things were at your place. You would say he has his clothes, his car, his bike.
What's today? Wednesday?
Uh-huh.
I'm going to say he was here on Monday. His bike is here. His clothes are here. Get what you have to get and go. He doesn't like it when I say that. That's why this happens.
Did you ever think it's because He had been there for 2 days with no issue, and then on the third day y'all have a fight. Now he has to leave and you call the police saying he should have never been there to begin with and that you're so terrified this and that? No. And then other reports are, oh, she has his paperwork and won't give it back to him.
I don't have your shit, Sarah. I need my birth certificate. Owner to Mom Jorge, I don't give a shit either. I worked for that birth certificate, voter's registration, and your ID card. Just because your name is on them doesn't make them yours. Even paid for them.
The only time I ever really saw George is the time when we actually got George to sign off the lease.
Right.
And he came to me and said, you know, I can't get back in the house. She's got all my personal paperwork because would you please have a conversation with her so that I can get my personal paperwork back from her? He goes, but do you have a bolt cutter, set of bolt cutters for my bicycle that's out back? And I said, what's it chained to, you know? And he said, it's actually chained to your AC unit. I said, yeah, no problem. I'll cut the lock. I'll cut the lock for anything attached to my AC unit. It's not supposed to be attached to that.
Right.
So I went out back and actually cut the lock on both of the bike locks because Sarah would not answer the door for me.
If you want your abuser out of your life, you give him his things and leave. You refuse to. You set up scenarios where you can send him away anytime you want, but he has to come back to you.
Look what you made me do. Or maybe your mom will for you. Response from Mom Jorge to owner, wow, that's really childish. Owner to Mom Jorge, but effective. I'm watching shadows, be gone for good, minus birth certificate.
He has to rely and depend on you. Your phone, your car, your townhome, and now allegedly your birth certificate, meaning it's her choice. She is used to having total control over him, control over his life, his narrative, how people remember him after life, and she's mad that all of the lies she built up while he was alive, she tried to make him seem like he was this horrible person to everyone, and she got some people to believe that. And now that the truth comes out after the fact, and it's the exact opposite of what she claims, she's furious. All that hard work she put into making him look like the worst person, that's not going to waste. I'm going to say everything imaginable to try to regain control, to make sure you think he's a terrible person, point fingers anywhere else but you, trying to cause confusion. That is exactly right, Linda. She was just trying to cause confusion and dysfunction, like she tries to accuse the prosecutors of doing. She threw out all these details, accusations to distract from anything, to make sure you look at anything but the videos she told you to look at.
I don't know if you all have looked through my phone yet and seen any of the pictures and the videos that I have taken. So you all will see in my pictures. So when you all see my phone, you can see that too on the pictures.
In general.
Yeah, you're documenting at one point. But I don't know if you would like to see on my phone. That's on my cell phone too, so you can see it.
Mm-hmm.
Sarah, can I borrow your phone? Yeah, it's right there on the kitchen counter. So, am I getting my phone back?
No.
What does that mean? See, and that backfires on me now.
And then we're just going to jump all over the place with this one. So the prosecutor, she's saying, I forgive them for all their errors to cause confusion and dysfunction and confuse the jury. And that's how they gave me the sentence they gave me. One, they didn't give you a sentence. It was their verdict. Two, that is just so blanket ambiguous. Point to something. They were causing confusion and dysfunction because they played only a little snippet of the video, but they didn't play the part where I was begging for my life. That could be something if you're trying to make that argument. There was no confusion. There was no dysfunction. They literally press play. And that was their whole rebuttal argument. We were all shocked and confused that Mr. J didn't cross-examine her longer, because their rebuttal to all this is she's about to say that he did all this and all that, and she was always in constant fear for her life and she couldn't do anything, and she's asking for all this help and no one's listening to her, and the family's not helping her, and the police aren't helping her, and no one's listening, and then the videos are just her abusing him.
So I'm allowed to have friends?
Yes, nobody said you can't have friends.
I can still see Boo.
You can go see whoever. Love y'all when we're watching the video.
No, that's not approved. So it's gonna be a good day all day.
Yes, it is. Even when I
All day.
shave all of this
All
off.
day.
Yes. Even when I shave all of this off.
All day. It's not good enough.
After you begged and pled and cried. Say it. Begged,
Yes.
pled, cried.
She
I didn't. You did. Say it. Pled and cried.
and cried
For me to trust you.
for you to trust me. To write the
No, they're not. You took them. And watched you walk away with them.
why would I take your freaking car keys?
Oh, you're not gonna curse now? You took my car keys.
I didn't take your car keys.
You did. Go get your fuck card shit. Your retard paper. Don't hit women.
Didn't I tell you before at 9:30 to not bother me at all? Because I've been up since 4 a.m. since yesterday when you fucked with me. I dare you. I dare you. You get on your fucking little bike and go to fuck you work tomorrow. Don't look at me. Don't come close to me. Don't touch me. Do you understand?
What do you mean? Love you.
I don't love you. I don't like you. I don't want to be with you.
She's a good woman.
Yet she's the victim with no power in this relationship. Got it. She never claimed that the videos were edited. She never claimed that the videos they showed in trial did not show the entire video that would have recontextualized it. She is saying, how dare you show that video and not let me explain away the lie at the same time, which is probably what she's used to doing. So I don't see where the confusion and the dysfunction were inserted when they literally just pressed play. And she had the nerve in that thing of being like, and you were finally, after all these years, able to make the square peg hit the whatever she said.
Prosecutors Mr. J and Mr. Cacciatore, my hatred is also extended for your inappropriate attributed motives, for having to go through years of my pictures, videos, texts, and erroneously piece together your deceitful, damning version of what really happened and who I am. After so much availability and for so long, you were finally able to make the circle fit into the square.
I kind of prefer being the hole rather than the peg.
Wow. I'm sorry, I had to do it. Which then just led into, I forgive the jury. Now, that is the wildest thing I ever heard. You were literally going to stand up there during your mitigating statement and say, hi, jury, I forgive you. I forgive you for trying to bring justice for George Torres, the actual victim of this crime. And I know you only did that because, one, it was a brash rush to judgment decision, which I don't have an issue with her feeling like that. An hour-and-a-half verdict. Like, damn.
Yeah, double homicide.
Bitch.
No, I'm sorry.
So much money wasted. Hour-and-a-half verdict is all that was needed to decide without a shadow of a doubt unanimously you murdered that man in cold blood. But you forgive them because they were confused, because they were completely separated and isolated from their families for 2 weeks, and they were hungry and they were tired and they were confused. No, none of these things are true. One, you were the only one hungry and you were mad because your snacks got denied.
Judge, my client tells me that they wake her up at 2:30 in the morning and then she's kept in a holding cell until she's brought to court here at 6:30 in the morning, and then of course she's brought up around 9, and then she'll leave today about 5:30 or 6 and be in 2 different holding cells. She'll finally get to her dorm about 9 or 9:30. They stop allowing showers after 9 p.m. She got there after that time, but they allowed her to shower since she hadn't had one. She's asking that they get commissary there at the jail. She's asking that the officer that escorts her be allowed to bring her commissary. She's asking for 2 juice packs, 5 peppermints, 2 bags of chips, a bag of candy, and a bag of either cookies or a Pop-Tart to allow her through the day. I think they serve them a peanut butter and jelly sandwich down in the basement at lunch, but she She's not diagnosed with any kind of blood sugar.
She's not diagnosed with any kind of blood sugar.
But she says she gets, like today, she's feeling tired and lethargic, and so she feels like those items during a break, that she could have something like that to keep her energy level. I'm asking for the court's permission that she be allowed to do that.
My understanding from the deputies is that there are 2 bagged meals which are given, which include cookies as well, that are provided for Ms. Boone. And that's for all inmates that are stored downstairs during trials. So I'll inquire of the jail staff if I can get a hold of them this evening, and hopefully have an answer, if any, tomorrow.
This woman is on trial accused of committing a murder, and she's concerned about her snacks. Snacks.
Snacks.
Also, the fact that they brought out the exact snacks that she wanted absolutely sent me. That is the type of petty journalism that I require from my legal coverage, because that is the most absurd request I've ever heard. And you could tell that Mr. Owens was just so defeated asking that, but he knew that she would beg nonstop if he didn't. Also, she has all these specific requests for every day, mind you, and saying they have commissary. She wants commissary brought over. She's broke. We hear that from all of these phone calls. She has no money.
Insufficient funds. You ain't got no money. With your broke ass. Woo.
Meaning she was expecting the court to pay for these snacks for her every single day. Outrageous. And because that's how she manipulates, because then at the end of the day she would come back and say, Gary the garbage truck calls bull, because then she would come back and say, well, can I get a bottle of water and some crackers at least? You know, a more reasonable request up front, but she asks for the sun, moon, and stars, and then gets mad when she's treated exactly like everybody else. Her and these snacks. And you hear Owens right there say,
she's not diagnosed with any kind of blood sugar.
She is not diagnosed with any kind of blood sugar. So the fact that she brings it up 10 million times is just her going off vibes.
But she says she gets, like today, she's feeling tired and lethargic, and so she feels like those items during a break, that she could have something like that to keep her energy level.
Snacks didn't get denied for the jurors. They get to go on their breaks. They can have snacks. They can have food. They can do whatever they want because they're not in jail. 2, this jury was not sequestered at all. This case, and she never put it through her head, and she still hasn't to this day, this case has never been that deep. It's been that appalling. And there's a difference. You sequester juries when it could be a high profile case or any kind of thing where outside interference is highly likely and probable. And if outside interference is allowed to interfere, it could very much influence and change the jury's decision making, yada, yada, yada. That's when you sequester juries. This is not that case whatsoever. I mean, even in the Depp v. Heard trial, even though that was civil court, they didn't sequester that jury. 2 A-list, an A-list celebrity and a celebrity, I guess technically, with $150 million on the line, and they couldn't get that jury sequestered. Why on earth would this 6-person panel for a 2-week trial be sequestered? No, I get it. That's the lie she needs to tell herself to feel better of, oh, they must have been tired. They must have been hungry. They must have been away from their family. Nope. They went home to their families every single night. They slept in their own bed every single night. I mean, if they wanted to, they could have done whatever they want to do. The only thing they were asked to do every single day is do not watch anything about this trial. Do not research anything about this trial. If you do that, go home, come back on time the next day. That's just wild to me. I forgive you, jury, for getting it right, because I believe that some of the jurors were actually at sentencing because they were invested. They said, we convicted her unanimously. This is what happened. She is guilty, and we need to see her go to prison ourselves. I don't know how common that is, but it would make sense. You would want to see the result of all the efforts you had to sit through. But it's okay, jury. She forgives you. She's also forgiving the detectives, the scoundrel detectives, for their coercion and all of their trickery and lies. You called them and said, I would like to come down to get my phone. They didn't call you. I don't think they had Brian's phone, which is what you used to contact them. So it was a one-way directional thing. You had to contact them. You had to drive to them. You, just because of the person you are, had to stop and pick up cigarettes right before you went in there, and then you didn't even get to smoke them.
I just got those.
Okay. They are not allowed in the jail.
So I can't even smoke cigarettes if I go. So what am I going to do with my purse? Oh, sorry.
Your purse is going to come, but the cigarettes and stuff can't, so.
Love that for you. You made all of those decisions. I honestly would be inclined to believe that she had a drink that morning before going into the interrogation too. That's what I would have argued if I were her lawyer. We need to throw this whole thing out because it's clear she is still intoxicated. You can literally hear her slurring her words. You can hear her asking nonsensical questions. You can hear her giving nonsensical admissions.
You're lying, and like you're now changing your story. Lying about what? You're now you were drunk. Oh, I never said that I was drunk. Exactly, but you did here today. And then it's all backfired on me. Like, it's all backfired on me. And I understand the severity of this.
You did.
It's awful, I know.
Okay.
It's awful. Alcohol is a shitty thing. It's alcohol. So not, again, the reason that you killed him? You all?
Please sit down.
Listen to me.
Please sit down.
You all listen. See, this is what happens. It's not fair that you guys, just because he has those, automatically blame it on me. Everything was fine and dandy. Everything
fine and dandy.
was fine and dandy.
But regardless, those admissions, you being there, you wanting your phone back, were all choices you made. Just like you didn't open the suitcase. That was a decision you chose. And just like you blamed George for dying, you blamed the detectives for them listening to you answer these horrific questions, or answer these questions in the most horrific way possible. But it's their fault. And why is it their fault? It's their fault because why didn't they look for my bloody pillowcase, the butcher knife, the garden claw? Especially in contrast to the woman who said all day it was a good day, it was a great, happy, fun time. Nobody got out of sorts. Nobody laid a hand on anybody. So it can't be both ways. You can't be mad that the police listened to you and took at face value that you believed that you were having a good day, and then the video showed it was the exact opposite. So you instantly developed a pattern behavior for lying to the police. That was the first thing they noticed about you, is you are reframing this, redirecting this, and blatantly lying to their face. Linda, you are absolutely right. I have spent way too much time on this. We have to move on.
So I didn't know if this was too much, if I was going out of my boundaries.
I don't.
Oh, and I don't know if I...
Look, I mean, the judge will do whatever he wants, but as long as it's said in a way that it's not contemptuous.
It's smart-ass and condescending. Smart-ass and condescending.
It's smart-ass and condescending.
And she's proud of that. She's proud that she is going in knowing that she is going to be smart-ass and condescending to the entire world, also asking not to be sent to prison for the rest of her life. Well, actually, not even asking. She never once asked for that. She never thought that was an option for a second. Because if she did, she would have framed things about being able to be free one day. She talks about her son, all this, all that, tries to say she has all these attributes, says it's some family court, that needs to be passed on to her son. I love my son immeasurably and have a limitless abundance of positive, meaningful, solid, contributing life characteristics to share and have my son inherent from me, which is priceless. A mother is her son's first love, in which I very much and with every fiber of my being want to still be. That's what she needed to say at her mitigating statement, that she's incredibly sorry that all of this happened, that she still does have a life or wants to see her child grow up and has all these things that she wants to impart on him. So please just give me that opportunity to one day get out of prison so that I could be with him at whatever.
Sometimes I'll start a sentence and I don't even know where it's going. I just hope I find it along the way.
But nope, that was not a concern to her at all. And she always shows her self-awareness in the questions that she asks. I don't know if that's too much or so, you know it's too much. And that's why Owens had to try to chop it down for you and said, please don't mention stuff about the judge and the jury in front of the judge. And then you're upset saying, I had a lot to talk about.
I had a lot to say. I've had a lot of time to think about things, and I didn't really know how to put it on paper. And I didn't know how much I could say or how little I should say. So this is just the tip of the tip of the tip of the iceberg.
So you were never actually worried if it was too much or not, because that was the entire point. I can't stand people like this when they don't actually want your opinion. They want to talk to a mirror. So they want you to tell them exactly what they want to hear. And if you don't do that, they're going to cut you off mid-sentence. Well, if you say it in a respectful manner, no, it's smart-ass and condescending, and I need you to tell me that it's still great.
Maybe what you could do is you could like prioritize it so that the ones that you want to say the most are like in order. So this way, if he does shut you down, then at least you got the ones out that you wanted to say, you know?
Okay, yes, and thank you for your feedback, but my thing is,
Yeah.
First off, it's not what you think it is. It may be after I read it to you. So maybe at 1 o'clock, if you had 15 minutes or maybe another phone call, I would like to read it to you, okay?
Okay, yeah, that would be great.
But my thing is, though, it's a professional fuck you. Excuse me. It's a professional fuck you. It's a professional fuck you. Excuse me. It's a professional fuck you.
It's a professional fuck you. Excuse me. It's a professional fuck you.
Another point of pride for her. She is so proud. It's not what you think it is. Well, actually, it might be. So that's why I want to read it to you. It's exactly what we think it is. But no, she's right. It might be what you think it is, but it's not. We knew you would go this path of being completely unremorseful because you've been that way this entire time. We just didn't know how deep, deplorable, depraved, and disgusting that you would get with it. So you did shock us on that level. There's absolutely nothing professional about what you said. Not a single thing. It was spiteful, it was rageful, it was malicious, and truly it was evil. Because who even are you to give a professional fuck you to anyone? Oh, F you for trying to get justice for George Torres. Who cares? He's dead. How dare you try to hold me accountable? F you, professionally. And it's your fault for not taking it that way. Which is why it was absurd, like I played earlier, that she got so upset afterwards, being like, how could you not understand what I was saying? No, we did understand what you were saying. You think you operate at a level that you do not. And New York was trying to give you some good advice.
Pretty much, I will let
Sarah
know
about prioritizing what's important to you. The most surface level advice possible. Not affront to them, but she still didn't take it. Thank you for your feedback, but
I don't want him in the middle of it to say, what does this have relevance to my case? And it is my case. My entire, every detail that I'm giving to you right now, as everyone on the face of the planet knows, this is part of my case, not just specific case details. The specific case details are specific case details because of how I got to that point. So there's a lot and everything that is involved in my case, which is what I'm trying to let the judge know. And I'm forgiving everybody.
You hear that, Judge Kranick? I'm forgiving everybody. Duh. So, like, why are we even here? Why did we even have to waste 5 years if I forgive you in the end? Alcohol abuse will damage that brain for sure. Because at no point is she saying I'm sorry. I mean, that would still be a lie, but it would have made more sense for her to say, and come on, I'm saying I'm sorry, I'm apologizing. So why is this even an issue? But no, it's not even that. I'm forgiving you. The audacity will never not shock me. And saying I'm trying to let Judge Cranick know about the entire case? And this has been, and I think I mentioned this in the prior video, but this has been the crux of her whole argument in this whole case. She's saying all of this is relevant to my case because it is my case, not just specific case details. Hard stop. No, it is specific case details. That's your whole case. Everything that is a part of your case are the details of the case. All this outside superfluous anecdotal opinions that can't be fact-checked are not a part of your case. And if they are, they cut 100% directly against what you've been arguing this whole time, which was this was an unintentional accident.
They're going to kill me. This was not intentional. Like, this was totally, like, not intentional.
Intention was not to leave him in there. My intention was not to leave him in there.
He's asking to come out.
I didn't do it intentionally. That was not my intention. But my intention was not for this to happen. It was not intentional. It was not intentional. Not intentional. I didn't intentionally go to bed because this was not in any way, shape, or form. Hand on the Bible, intentional. Not
absolutely what happened.
Intentionally. I didn't intentionally mean for this to happen. So you guys think that I intentionally didn't do it. That I intentionally did not do. Not intentionally. Not intentionally. Not intentionally kill him. I didn't do that intentionally. I did not intentionally do this. But my intent was not for that to happen. But you think that I did that intentionally. You think that I did that intentionally and not intentionally to leave him there. Or intentional. In no way, shape, or form was this intentional. Because now you all think that I had even more, in quotes, intent to do what I did then, which was not intentional. I'm being accused of something that was not intentional. I'm not admitting anything about being intentional and I killed George. Not my intent. It was not intentional. I promise you, on life, it was not intentional. Which I swore on my son's life was not intentional. That was not my intent. That's my intention. What, that it wasn't intentional? Yes, but it was not intentional. Not intentionally. We understand that.
He's still dead. I didn't do it.
Intentionally. Not intentional.
Okay.
This was not my intention.
You were trying to figure out what's going on. We're still trying to figure out what's going on.
Unintentionally.
But now, all of these things that I'm bringing up are the core crux of my case because it is what brought me to that point. At what point? The point where you can entrap your alleged abuser, film and laugh at him, while simultaneously it being the best day you ever had? Nothing about her story has ever made sense, and from the very beginning, it has always been a distraction. Don't look at me, look at the puzzles and the artwork, and now the dartboard that's everywhere that shows it was a great, amazing night. Don't look at me, look at his alcoholism, how he was abusive. Don't look at me, look at all the police reports. Go ask this neighbor over here, go ask the property manager. Look at every other direction but me. Why? Because if you look at me, if you force me to look at myself and what I did that night, I can't handle that. I can't handle the idea that I did something like that. And it's not that she can't handle the idea that she actually zipped him up and filmed him, but that she left him there and that he died. And because of that, now she's being punished. Because she's gone decades and decades where she's allowed to get drunk all day, every day, say anything to anyone, do anything to anyone, then talk it away, and she gets to go on about her day. But that train stops when there's a dead body involved, and you're the cause of that. She never quite understood that it would not have mattered anything that she said, truly. Nothing she could have said could have undone the videos that she took on her phone and that she instructed them to go look at. And that's why I think this case has always annoyed me from the start. It's like, yeah, you know, people try to come up with defenses here and there, but people, in an attempt to try to explain it away, actually think any of that changes anything. Look, there are people out there that do believe that she was this abused victim, she couldn't do anything, and he just beat her all day, every day. Okay, fine, whatever, you can believe that. However, even if that were true, which her own evidence shows it's not, if that were true, She still deserves life for what she did.
To life in the Department of Corrections.
You do not get to torture your abuser just because you've been abused. You run away, you seek safety, you call the police. You did none of those things that night. Even though you bragged about in the past, all I do is flee. I ran barefoot around here.
Okay.
And then I walked off barefoot.
Okay. And on the phone, you told me that you attacked him as well.
I called the police 16 times. I've had him arrested this and that.
Kicked him out. How many times? I had him arrested. How many times?
But you also went down and bailed him out.
I know.
The next day.
I know.
What's on your laptop?
She never understood how bad that looked for her. It showed you have no issue seeking assistance and seeking punishment against him if you feel in danger or upset in any way.
But she's like, please don't put the fear of God in there. Fear of God in there.
Please put the fear of the police in.
So you don't want to press charges? Okay.
Told you I will not hesitate.
And you didn't, meaning you weren't. You wanted George to be afraid of you. That's why you keep saying put fear in him, arrest him again and again and again. But the one time someone is actually in life-threatening harm and has died in front of you, you do nothing? That screams consciousness of guilt all over the place.
I'm making another copy and I'm mailing it to him, or I was going to hand deliver it to him in the courtroom. I mean, what do you think about that?
That's excellent.
I mean, I was going to have this said one way or another, but I need for you, and I don't want to bother Lana quite yet because it's too early for her.
Yep.
I mean, am I wrong? Tell me, is this supposed to be like, oh God, I'm so sorry that this happened. I love George. Tears, tears, tears. All this. I mean, is that what it's supposed to be, and that's what everybody's expecting me to say?
I just don't know how much of an impact it really has. That's probably what he wants to hear. I personally doubt that it's going to have much of an impact on what his final sentencing is. Not going to happen.
So one of my things, the only part that I'm kind of concerned about is, okay, I'm telling you this now, it's in your face, hardcore, point blank between your eyes. That's what Lana said. So my thing is, though, like, in regards to relevancy, in one of them, I'm forgiving Bankowitz and Hobson and Cashman for taking $46,000 of the JAC money, precious money, to help aid indigent defendants like myself. So I don't want him to say what relevancy does that have to do with anything. Well, it's part of my case, and it's what I've had to live through.
Well, did they take $46,000 specifically for your case, or just?
Yes. So all of them went and boo-hooed to the justice system, somebody, and they ended up having a hearing just for me, and supposedly how awful and monstrous and just how terrible I was, and they all asked for $15,000, and Cashman asked for $16,108. So it's all of the shit that they lied about, and then they, in my opinion, robbed the JAC and robbed me of my, precious dollars.
What? What does that even mean? That is insane. And honestly, you have some bad friends if none of them throughout all these years, over 5 years, explain to you how this works. Wow, she thinks... Okay, so the situation is all 3 lawyers, because she went through 9 of them. She went through 8 court-appointed ones. Bankowitz, Hobson, and Cashman were her 3 last attorneys, and they were trying to get their check after they had to quit due to the irreconcilable differences, due to an adversarial relationship with the defendant and ethical concerns. They all had to withdraw. Now, standard for her type of case in Orange County, Florida, they pay you $15,000 to try that case from start to finish. Normally, you don't go through this many attorneys, so it's not that big a deal. However, because she had so many attorneys, the JAC was going to make all 3 of them split $15,000, meaning every one of them gets $5,000 for dealing with the Gila monster troglodyte known as Sarah Boone Paulsen. That is just an insult to their career and their field in general, because many lawyers are charging $200 to $500 an hour. And she gets all of this for free. She thinks that that $15,000, to try her case belongs to her. Insane. Keep saying these precious JAC funds, these precious resources, they're precious for me. They're not for you whatsoever. It is literally getting paid for your job. You don't have access to other people's paychecks. Makes no sense whatsoever. And she just uses huge language, robbed the JAC. Just like it's, you guys are killing me.
You guys are killing me right now.
You're choking my constitutional rights. It's all this big, massive language over the simplest face value situations, which just proves I can't believe any of her past accusations. And she just kept building it up, saying they went and they had this hearing just for me. It was not a hearing just for you. It was a hearing so they can get paid on your case. They only brought up the work that they had to do for you. And so the head judge of the courthouse was there, and I called it the three-way deadlock, where they all were asking. And the judge, she's trying to say, oh, they were saying I'm so awful. They never said a thing about her. The judge said that she heard rumors of her behavior and how she has ruined multiple relationships with lawyers.
And I will tell you that I am very familiar with Ms. Boone's case because she has gone through many attorneys and has, according to Judge Kranick's order, sabotaged those relationships. And accordingly, attorneys needed to withdraw and new attorneys were appointed. And I do recognize that a lot of work was done for Ms. Boone. So we will start with Mr. Bankowitz, then move to Mr. Hobson, and then to Ms. Cashman.
But Sarah would have you believe that it is a huge conspiracy, that it is all their fault. I've done nothing wrong. Everyone, the world is just against me. Meanwhile, she does nothing but insult her lawyers in the most snotty ways imaginable.
My gold also runs deep for my prior attorneys, Mauricio Padilla, who sold me the world with empty promises, then abandoned his responsibilities as my attorney after taking 2.5 years of my life when finally realizing he was in over his head, all while hoarding JAC dollars to fund his staycations with his family when in town from Miami, for having resources ready and available, not allowing me, the client, to ever utilize, which could have greatly progressed my case and perhaps concluded, only for him to decide water parks, fine dining, and choice hotels were more important, and on the JAC's dime. I hate Frank J. Bankowitz for committing perjury to the judge and on court record about my attempts to be a proactive defendant and client. Frank J. Bankowitz is hated for his greed in taking $15,000 from the JAC, who honorably aid indigent defendants as myself, for taking advantage of and robbing the justice system by lying and avoiding clients, taking their money and the JAC's. Winston E. Hobson receives my hatred, who also unethically perjured himself to the judge and on court record about all the progress and attorney work he did in my case for the 2 months he was court appointed. As for his allegations of my supposed unethical requests, which meant me asking about my discovery and trying to have him file a motion for my lawful inclusion to my pretrial conferences.
Now pause. How does that make any sense whatsoever? She is trying to conflate ethical considerations of them saying ethical concerns, we can't represent her because she is forcing us to act unethically if we do the things she wants. And she does this a lot of, if she's not present to assert her lie then and there, she's going to make the whole story up right now, and it can't be fact checked. That means I asked for my discovery and asked for a motion to be filed for me to be included. You don't need a motion for that. forcing your lawyer to make that motion would be unethical because you're not supposed to submit motions that do not come in good faith. And this would be a motion just to assert a grievance of, I want to be included more. Fun fact, you were, and you complained about that too.
The problem is that my constitutional rights are incorrectly being waived without my knowledge or permission. I never signed any nor verbalized the idea I wish to waive my appearances to any of my court dates. I want to be present for all dates going forward, please, regardless of the significance. All are significant to me, since my attorney fails to relay any information in any way. If he's not going to do it, then I must myself, and for myself, as always, my entire life. If not my letters, there's minutes, some live, to view from my non-progressive, lackluster court dates stating the same information and same continuances, and of course, none of my comments, concerns, or questions from any. I don't just sit there. I feel it more important also to communicate to everyone so you understand the undertaking it is for an inmate to attend court and why it is so important to me to have progress to report to make the day count. We are woken up at 3 a.m., taken to a holding cell and wait 4+ hours, then taken to the courthouse and put in another holding cell for however many hours until court time, for only a 5 to 10 minute opportunity in front of the judge to say anything, if at all, then taken to another holding cell for however long, transported back to another holding cell, wait however long, then taken to another holding cell, then back to our dorm. Most court dates are court days, spent between 8 to 14 hours for little to no time to speak. It's important to me, us, we matter, hence my letters. What will be said for this one, I wonder?
And courts can see that. They can see contradictions so clearly and plain as day, and how that has a manipulative effect on the client-attorney relationship, which then overly justifies them being withdrawn. That's why so many lawyers were allowed to be withdrawn without there being much pushback. I mean, Judge Wooten denied Bankowitz's first initial withdrawal, but after she pulled the same stunts again, he said, okay, we're done. Her insistence on seeing every little bit of her discovery is, it does act unethical because she can't see it all, right? They can't bring the suitcase, they can't bring the bat, they can't show her every single bit of her discovery, which is what she demanded from each attorney each time. It won't change any arguments and it won't help you defend me whatsoever, but I require you do that.
Finally, with all my gold received from this one, I hate Patricia A. Cashman for her mean, snotty, egotistical attitude and not listening or caring that I finally received my discovery I kept asking for, which she fully withheld from me, citing her ridiculous, untrue reasons was because I saw with my first attorney. 4 years prior, and while she being my present at the time attorney, I saw not one page of or any digital evidence of my discovery she prohibited me from seeing. Patricia A. Cashman is also hated for admitting I had a right to a bond I asked her for so I could actually utilize one of my rights as opposed to having them always violated as prior and still ongoing, then her deterrence of all my opportunities to do so.
Which is so insane to bring up yet again to the judge who already dealt with this. Y'all already had a whole hearing, not meant to be for this, but you shoved this in there where you called her a liar, you said she didn't take all these opportunities, she didn't do this, she didn't do that. Cranick heard you then and there and told you she did not lie.
Giving attention to or dismissing as you may have framed it.
Yes, Your Honor. She likes to tell me that I don't like her answers. She's not giving me any answers to dislike, and I had written 3 pages worth of questions, and I'm still waiting for her and any other attorney to actually answer for me, such as, why can't I have a bond?
Why can't I have a download of my phone? Why can't I speak to my investigator? Why can't I have my medical records? Why can't I fully utilize my constitutional rights? There's 3 pages worth of questions that I have.
What constitutional rights specifically?
I'm very leery about having a fair trial at this point. There's a handful of other amendments that I have been researching and working on and trying to incorporate. To me, what I have written to you is obvious, and apparently from the correspondence that I get from the world, South Korea was the last place that I received correspondence. They obviously see the same thing. So I don't know what I'm doing wrong other than wanting to have a very successful outcome. It's just been long and drawn out, and I believe that God obviously believes in me as much as I do him in order for him to give me this very unique adventure that I am on, and I'm doing my best to let everyone know who I really am as opposed to the malicious murderer that everyone thinks that I am.
When the jury found the defendant guilty of murder in the 2nd degree,
I don't feel that she can do that properly. I still always, the reason why I'm here is hope, is to hope that she will come in with a gentle, softer side and actually listen to what it is that I'm saying and see the bigger picture other than what's the one avenue that she keeps going down. There's other ways to win and in more than one way. I'm not sure what I'm supposed to do, but I'm not saying that I'm trying to remove her. I'm just trying to ask you, please, forgive me for having to ask you for this. If you could please let her know, please, to just be nice to me and have a welcoming attitude, and things will probably change, and I will not get up and I walk out. Please don't lie to me. Please don't give me half-truths. And
What instances where there's been falsities or lies that have been told to you by Ms. Cashman? Can you give me an example?
my biggest one, Your Honor, is for me being here ongoing 5 years, no one has ever bothered to try to get me a bond.
What's the lie? You said that she has lied to you. What is the lie?
The process of getting a bond. She lied to my brother in regards to telling him that he would need to come down to the courthouse to have multiple photographs taken for documentation. He would have to bring his security information, deeds to his house, financial statements, so on and so forth. And the icing on the cake was to be aware of all of the news camera crews and everyone that's going to be there in order to document him being there to do what he's going to for the bond. What is a bondsman for? She's supposed to just do the motion for the bond, and then from there, the bondsman and I and whomever else are to work it out.
So what part of that is a lie?
I just simply wanted to have her do a motion for a bond hearing.
But the statement that you said is that Ms. Cashman, who's an officer of the court, has lied to you. And what you've provided me so far is not evidence of any lies based on the severity of the charge.
I believe, because she's not fully explained it to me other than what she's asking for that I tried to provide to her, was that I just need to give her an address. And that's what I gave to her, and then it turns into everything else. And then it turns into all these other different stories of why she won't do or why she has said certain things. It always changes and it mutates after I ask her for certain things, not just for the bond, but for other things also.
Okay, well, let's focus on the bond issue, because you said that she's lied to you, and in what you've told me so far, none of that is inaccurate.
So how is it though, because I don't have any experience prior to this, so I don't know the process of getting a bond other than what I have read, and it's just for her to do a bond, a motion for a bond hearing. But I didn't know that anyone, all of the other inmates, even officers, have ever said that they've had to do that process.
So just because your word of mouth, you asked around and no one you asked had ever gone through this process, that means the process doesn't exist and that she was lying to you? You said she did, you were corrected, and then you got mad at her because no one's telling you everything, so you only went off by what you were told and what you had to teach yourself because you had to dumb yourself down.
Cashman, and I have repeatedly, the reason why I'm here is the whole hope thing, where she will change her disposition and her attitude towards me, and it doesn't matter how dumbed down I am to myself to try to coexist with her. I've even come up with a solution to have a pretend judge in the interactions with her, so she would try, hopefully, to treat me appropriately and professionally, which she does not do.
Yet you want to make the same grievance again, and she wanted to tell this in open court. This is her sentencing statement. She unhinged as I don't know what, over the margins, never going to drop the margins. She wanted to bring up to Cranick again that she lied and did this thing you told me wasn't a lie.
For all her lies, condescensions, gross unnecessary arguments, and anger, that I asked any questions and wanted to understand, for her doing nothing other than give me an even harder time and request transcripts, then brazenly lie for over $16,000 for doing so, also from the precious resources provided from the JAC. I hate Patricia A. Cashman for being a liar and a bully.
Like, saying all that is completely inappropriate and never warranted, and only makes you look terrible and unreasonable. But yeah, that's crazy. She thought that money was hers for indigent defendant, meaning every inmate, everyone accused of a crime in Florida, they have $15,000 just ready for you to use and have access to. No. Linda, you are 100% correct. That was like a tangent inside of a tangent inside of a tangent. We have to get back to this phone call. At the up top of this, she's saying, mailing another copy. I'm going to hand a copy to him in person. Again, she's trying to get him. See, here, take this. You already did this when you handed him the 58-page packet, and you had to make sure that you remember to remind him. What? You had to make sure that you told him it was 50 blank pages.
I actually have an envelope, please, that I would like to give to you regarding a letter. It's a lot easier for me to tell you in writing, and it's also put on the clerk of the court's website, so everyone is aware. Even to me, and hopefully truthfully, I don't know. As I've said to you before in the past, you said that you are not able to intervene regarding my letters. I still want you to be aware of what it is that I am going through, still. And it's a matter of ethics and professionalism with how she should be treating me. I shouldn't have to come up with a pretend judge in order for her to do so. And also some other things that I've been working on in the meantime that I would like everyone else to be made aware of. That I don't just sit and eat bonbons and watch soap operas all day. I fully apply myself at all times.
Okay. Where's the letter?
It's a pocket of
Okay.
please. I believe it's 58 pages.
Because you were proud of that and you thought you proved a point. And what happened right after you did that? You lost your lawyers. So you're saying you're going to take that same tactic again of throwing my useless letters in his face and then get mad when people punish me for it. Because she thinks words that are written and words that are said on the stand have no consequences. But I agree with New York.
Excuse me, I'm fucking out of here right now.
That nothing she said on that stand would have changed her sentence because, again, he was sentencing the crime, not Sarah Catherine Boone Paulsen.
Excuse me. I am better than you. You're eating my peach.
And that's what she has tried to do for the beginning. And it's a good strategy on some respect, trying to distance the crime as much as possible to say, no, sentence me as a person. I'm going to look as pathetic and disappointing as possible and tell you I'm so disadvantaged and so beaten and I'm a great mother.
I am an outstanding mother to my son. Okay. I excel at everything.
I am better than you in every single way, a better mother, which is something you will never, ever be, you infertile, career-obsessed
But I'm a straight A student and I'm so strong and I'm this and I'm that. So you're going to give me 22 and a half years as the maximum because I am such an amazing person. Me, 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 me. Meanwhile, Judge Cranick is waiting for you to mention George in a positive light at any point. And she wouldn't do it. And she says, I want to read it to you. I'm not going to bother Lana yet. It's too early for her. It just comes off as conniving and plotting, and everyone in your life is just a pawn that you don't know how to play the game, but you use them and for the most convoluted move that still falls flat and fails anyway. But it's this never-ending agenda of using everyone around you and not having people around you support you and not being appreciative of the support. Because why would you be appreciative of a pawn? I need you to move where I need you to move, and if you can't do that, you're rotten. You're rotten, Lana. But the most disappointing part of this whole call to me, and just all of it, is she acknowledges. Again, she shows she has self-awareness. Is this just supposed to be, I'm so sorry this happened, tears, 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 please forgive me? Is that what people are expecting?
I mean, am I wrong? Tell me, is this supposed to be like, oh God, I'm so sorry that this happened, I love George, tears, 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 all this, I mean, is that what it's supposed to be, and that's what everybody's expecting me to say?
Yes. Any human with a brainstem would understand that that is what people are expecting when you are pleading for mercy after being found guilty of murder in the second degree. She also doesn't realize that in another state, the facts of this case could be a death penalty case. I don't think she would get it. I think she still would get life if it were a death penalty case. But due to the heinous, depraved, and torturous nature of her crimes she refuses to accept, it definitely meets that standard. They didn't charge her with first-degree murder just because it would be messier and they could still guarantee a life sentence with second-degree murder, but they could have gotten her convicted of first-degree murder. I have no doubt in my mind that there is enough evidence to prove she had intent to leave him there. I don't know, for example, walking upstairs while after he told her, I cannot breathe. I have always said that the whole case would be different if she had passed out and fallen asleep on the couch, which is what I originally thought that happened, because that would make sense. You're drunk, you thought you're having a good time, you're whatever, you're videotaping, you're still being evil, but you close your eyes and you wake up and now hours later, oops. No, not you. You say, I was cognizant. I walked away knowingly up each and every step.
But the point is, you left the living room where he was begging for help and went upstairs. Regardless of how long you were there, you left. You say,
I thought he was the boy calling wolf. Again.
Okay.
What do I write? So my thing is, though, it's what I have a feeling is I went upstairs and just hit the bed kind of thing. But, again, I'm thinking, he'll be up here any minute. But then I go out.
Well, my question is, why didn't you just let him out prior to going up?
I don't know why.
He's begging to be let out. He's not laughing. He's not having fun. This,
right,
you said
I don't know.
This was supposed to be fun. You were laughing before. Before you said he was laughing, you were laughing, you went upstairs, he had his fingers out of the bag and he was playing. Well, obviously that's not the case.
So are you guys, so what is it you're trying to,
we're just trying to figure out why.
Why? What? Why? What?
Why?
What was the motivation for leaving him in the bag?
Why he was left in the bag? Why the video?
I didn't have any motivation. It was me, he and I having a great day, fooling around and being stupid, and apparently me going upstairs and hitting the bed.
And got in my bed for a prolonged period of time. She says waiting for him. We all know that's a lie. She was waiting up there. I think she did get too drunk and she was just going to go lie down because she was dizzy after beating his ass with a bat and the adrenaline coming down. But she thought, oh, I'll wake up from this little nap and then I'll go unlock him and then he'll know how to treat me next time. But she passes out like Brian says she does when she drinks too much.
Basically passed out from drinking, so...
So you've witnessed her pass out from drinking?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. And when she passes out, is she, out cold?
Oh, she's out.
How difficult would it be to, wake her?
Well, I mean, if I were to, shake her or something, right. I could probably wake her up. But me making a phone call or noise probably wouldn't do it.
Okay.
And she let him die. There's enough there for first degree.
I'll get
in all capitals, rid of him. Then it'll be, in all capitals, better. Ugh, Torres. The next text is, hide and seek, I shall.
I'll just read it to you at 1 o'clock.
Okay, read it to me at 1 o'clock.
I hope you have a super day, and I will
Call
talk
me
to you
at
here in a little while regardless. Okay?
All right, call me at 1. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Okay, so that was the end of call number 1. Good grief. That took over 2 hours just to get through that one. But I'm confident this will be the longest call just because it covered her mitigating statement, sentencing statement, and just wanted to dive into that. So it basically became a video within itself. So now we're going to move on to the next phone call, and things should move quicker than they just were. But, you know, side tangents and asides will happen. This next call I think is around 10 minutes, so I'm going to play a full 5-minute chunk, break that down, 5-minute chunk, break that down, move on.
Department of Corrections Institution.
Hello.
Hey.
Hi. Are you at home?
Well, I'm at my office. What's going on?
Oh, well, that's what I meant. Just I didn't know if you were in your car or not.
Yeah, I'm good.
So like super effed me up with stuff that she was helping me with in this my statement. So I'm not going to be able to get it to you until tomorrow. So I just wanted to make sure you were aware, and you said it was okay, but I just wanted to give you a heads up.
Okay. I mean, I'm not able. Tomorrow's Saturday, so.
Oh, I know. That's fine. Just I got your message, and it said the 18th, which is today, right?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I wanted to make sure that I had the dates right because it said that it was okay if I sent it to you tomorrow, which is...
Yeah, you can...
Thank you. Totally effed me, dude. You don't understand. I know she's trying to be helpful, but I cannot describe it to you. Like, I've had to do an entire section, and I was like, look, if I have to call you so you can explain it to him because you're not going to be happy because a complete section has to come out and be re-added. I had to redo a whole section.
Okay.
Okay, well, I'm taking it to heart when you say, okay, it's the attorney's fees section. So the information that she had given was wrong, so that has to come out.
Just send me the completed thing, and then once I get that, is it an easy fix? You want me just to do it now?
No, it's not an easy fix.
Okay.
It is, but all you have to do is delete that section and then just re-add my section.
Okay. I don't want to fuck.
Don't do anything yet.
Okay. I'll let you. Why don't you just do you knock it out? Send it to me. We have.
Yes.
So let's just make sure it gets done right.
Thank you. You don't understand. Like, I've been typing and crying at the same time just because of how mean these girls still are to me, and it's just I just can't even begin to tell you, and it's just. I don't even get off my bunk unless it's to make a phone call to you or to go to the bathroom, and I go right back to my bed, and it's just how just cruel they are. And I sit on my bed, and I'm working on this, and, it's just been never ending. My surgery still hurts, and it's just insane. Like, this is literal insanity, like hellacious insanity. That's how I describe this.
How are they cruel to you, Sarah? What do they do?
Oh, my gosh, they talk about me nonstop. They curse at me. This one girl, she swings from my bunk to get off of her bunk rather than going up and down the ladder. And I, who have a 7-inch incision from my surgery, go up and down this 7-rung ladder. And I was very polite to her, and I said, please, please, in all due respect and in every possible good manner, can you please just not hang on my bed in order to get off of yours? And she called me a dumb bitch over and over again, and she goes, who the fuck are you? And you, you're precious white girl shit, you don't want me to touch your bed and all this other stuff. And then I ended up, I said, no, it's called personal space. So then for the rest of the day, and then even when she thought I was asleep, kept calling me a dumb bitch over and over and over and over again. And then, I had been trying to go around and ask to see if I could get some type of commissary or something, and the one girl told me that I can go clean all the toilets with my toothbrush. So it's just nasty people, and I was reading my Bible, and this this group of girls that are next to me that are on the top bunk also, you know, I have to act like I'm ignoring them, talk about, oh, that she thinks she's high and mighty and she reads her Bible and then this and then that and then this and this is why she's here and all this other mess and everything while she reads her Bible, and just they don't stop. And then the one girl next to me who keeps calling me a dumb bitch because I asked her to not swing from my bed to get off of her bed, I said, it's just a disruption. The whole bed shakes. And I've had to rewrite things. I can't concentrate on this motion that I'm writing and everything. I'm a nonstop dumb bitch. And then, like, everybody turns around and looks, and there's 81 other girls that turn around and look, and they're like, and then they laugh and clap and fist bump and chest bump and all this other stuff when somebody's mean to me. So it's a group effort. I can't ask my neighbor anymore for her deodorant because she's running out of it, and I'm being claimed that I use it all. So now I really officially have no deodorant. So what I did today was I used a bar of soap, and I just rubbed it under my armpits really good when it was wet.
Jesus.
Jesus is right, because what are you even talking about? What you described is just washing your armpits. You said, I don't have deodorant. Can you believe what I had to do today? Was to wash my funky armpits when they were wet in soap? What? Like, I get it. I get what she's saying. But also the audacity. I'm being accused of using it all, so I can't use it anymore. Use what? Another girl's deodorant. Disgusting to begin with. Ooh, I'd be so mad if you let someone else use your deodorant. Again, gross. But if you had to do that, that's fine. For them to get upset and say, you still won't let me. That's like saying, give me my charger back. Okay, well, what's your phone on? It don't matter what my phone's on. My phone could be on 98%. I say, give me my charger back. But anyway, let's replay and break this down.
Department of Corrections Institution.
Hello?
Hey.
Hi. Are you at home?
Well, I'm in my office. What's going on?
Oh, well, that's what I meant. Just I didn't know if you were in your car or not.
Yeah, I'm good.
So, like, super effed me up with stuff that she was helping me with in this, my statement. So I'm not going to be able to get it to you until tomorrow. So I just wanted to make sure you were aware, and you said it was okay, but I just wanted to give you a heads up.
Okay. I mean, I'm not able, tomorrow's Saturday, so.
Oh, I know. That's fine. Just, I got your message, and it said the 18th, which is today, right?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I wanted to make sure that I had the dates right because it said that it was okay if I sent it to you tomorrow, which is...
Yeah, you can...
Thank you. Totally effed me, dude. You don't understand. I know she's trying to be helpful, but I cannot describe it to you. Like, I've had to do an entire section, and I was like, look, if I have to call you so you can explain it to him because you're not going to be happy because a complete section has to come out and be re-added. I had to redo a whole section.
Okay.
Okay, well, I'm taking it to heart when you say, okay, it's the attorney's fees section.
Yeah, he heard you. It just doesn't make sense why this is a big deal. You're unhappy with whatever Nicole did, and so you want New York to be upset with you because you told Nicole that he would be, which I can only imagine that conversation of, and I told her that if I'm going to have to contact you, you're not going to be happy. Why would he be unhappy if it's just a copy and paste kind of situation? If Nicole is the one typing up this mess and then he's the one formatting it, it's not a big deal for him to just copy and paste out a new section if Nicole's the one who has to retype it. That's why he's giving no reaction and she's trying to bait a reaction. Well, I'm taking it to heart. Like, are you sure you're not mad? Yeah, he is. Because the actual thing you're upset about is that you have to rewrite a section, which I don't know what that means still. How is it her fault if you have to rewrite a section? Is it because you didn't add some? No, whatever. Who cares?
Sometimes I'll start a sentence. We don't care.
Let me tell you, we don't care.
So the information that she had was wrong, so that has to come out.
Just send me the completed thing. And then once I get that, is it an easy fix? You want me just to do it now?
No, it's not an easy fix.
Okay.
It is, But, I mean, all you have to do is delete that section and then just re-add my section.
Exactly. It's that simple. Is this a hard fix? No, it's not. Well, it is, yeah, because it's harder on you, so you want everyone else to feel the exact same. For him, it would take literally no time at all.
Okay. I don't want to, yeah, I don't want to fuck.
Don't do anything yet.
Okay. I'll let you, why don't you just do, you knock it out, send it to me. We have,
Yes.
so let's just make sure it gets done right.
Thank you. You don't understand, like,
Yeah, we do understand. Actually, maybe not. I had to go back and listen. I'm like, what is this call even about? This isn't even about him changing anything. She's calling to say, I was going to give it to you today. You said I could give it to you tomorrow, but I wanted to call just so you had a heads up that I'm going to give it to you tomorrow. Why do you need a call to give him a heads up of, hey, it won't actually be an issue by the time it gets to you because it's still within the time frame that you asked for me to do it. But you're going to have to make more edits. It wasn't like she was saying, you're going to have to get the information tomorrow and then hold off because I have to rewrite it, then resend it, then give it to you, which I guess is what I thought in the beginning. But no, it just sounds like, oh, I wanted to get it to you sooner, but because I have to rewrite it, I'm going to get it to you tomorrow. Or whatever. I don't know. This is so dumb. Why are you wasting money that you're going to complain Brian to pay for to do this? This could be a text message.
you don't understand, like, I've been typing and crying at the same time just because of, like, how mean these girls still are to me, and it's just, I just can't even begin to tell you, and it's just, you know, I don't even get off my bunk unless it's to make a phone call to you or to go to the bathroom, and I go right back to my bed, and it's just how just cruel they are. And I sit on my bed and I'm working on this, and you know, it's just been never ending. My surgery still hurts, and it's just insane. Like, this is literal insanity, like hellacious insanity. That's how I describe this.
How are they cruel to you, Sarah? What do they do?
Now that is such a messy question. Yeah, he was the one who is or was, I don't know if he dropped the project or not. I wouldn't after all these years invested, but is doing the documentary on Sarah. And sometimes in these you can hear responses that are clearly for the documentary. I don't know how he got these calls, if these recordings are ones that he recorded in the moment or if he officially requested them and went through the proper channels. Although it sounds like it would be the proper channels because it starts with the dial talk, like tone lady person.
Sometimes I'll start.
Anyway, what a messy question. Sarah, they're so mean to me and I feel so bad I can't even tell you. Tell me, Sarah, what exactly do they do? And you know it's going to be over absolutely nothing. They swing from my bed. My surgery scar still hurts. Okay, she finally got the surgery. Is this the cancer surgery? Is this the diabetes surgery? Is this the alimony surgery? I don't know what we're dealing with now, but it's bothering her.
How are they cruel to you, Sarah? What do they do?
Oh my gosh, they talk about me nonstop. They curse at me. This one girl, she swings from my bunk to get off of her bunk rather than going up and down the ladder. And I, who have a 7-inch incision from my surgery, go up and down this 7-rung ladder. And I was very polite to her, and I said, please, please, in all due respect and in every possible good manner, can you please just not hang on my bed in order to get off of yours? And she called me a dumb bitch over and over again, and she goes, who the fuck are you? And you, like, you're precious white girl shit, you don't want me to touch your bed and all this other stuff. And then I ended up, I said, no, it's called personal space.
Oh, did y'all hear that switch up? It's called personal space. Okay, Miss Ma'am, what happened to the please, please, in all honesty and in every possible way imaginable?
Please, please, in all due respect and in every possible good manner, can you please just not hang on my bed in order to get off of yours?
Please, could you not please, please, please?
Yes, I would like to make an opening statement, please. What do you mean by incurred, please? I would like, please, to put into evidence, I do only if he decides to include me, please. From my parenting or from my pretrial statement, please, I would like to say that, yes, I do, Your Honor.
All right.
Please.
All right, give me.
Okay, I'm going to start, please. Okay, one moment, please. Yes, please, if I could put a substitution in. Yes, please, if I may comment on that. Yes, please. If I could please add one more.
Everyone knows when you repeat it like that, it means nothing. It's disingenuous. I don't believe you asked that way at all. Like, you can't even lie in a believable way because we know exactly how you act and how you react. And how you react is what you just said of, no, it's called personal space. You know you give them back just as much attitude as they give you. But because they're better at it than you are, and because they actually hurt your feelings and you can't hurt their feelings, you get to be the victim in the end. But the idea of getting hurt over being called that is like, really? Okay. But she got her white girl moment in there. She's always going to do that.
Oh, like she does. Like, I get called everything but a white woman, so.
I'm the blue-eyed white devil, is what they call me. I told you it's because I'm the blue-eyed white dragon, that's what they call me.
Now my blue eyes. Stay Hispanic, that's what you all are.
And what does that tell you? She is having arguments with the women of color there. Shocker. And you said it with and they don't want anyone, you don't want anyone touching your white girl shit and this and that. Okay, what is the root of that? That means you got upset at them because they were touching your things. How did you get upset at them? How did you react to them? Who knows? We know you downplay it if we asked you. And maybe they just are mean girls. Who cares?
We don't care.
Let me tell you.
So then for the rest of the day, and then even when she thought I was asleep, kept calling me a dumb bitch over and over and over and over again.
Don't laugh. You can't laugh.
And then, like, I had been trying to go around and ask to see if I could get some type of commissary or something. And the one girl told me that I can go clean all the toilets with my toothbrush.
Yeah, because you're over there begging.
Hide the money, y'all. There's poor people around.
How are you going to get in fight with these girls and make them feel all this and all that and then ask them for things? Of course they're going to be snarky right back to you. It's one thing if you were trying to buy stuff with your own money and they were messing with you or whatever, but you're saying, I literally went around and asked for their things for free and then they were mean to me. What? Oh, begging ass.
With your broke ass.
So it's like just nasty people. And I was reading my Bible, and this group of girls that are next to me that are on the top bunk also, you know, I have to act like I'm ignoring them, talk about, that she thinks she's high and mighty and she reads her Bible and then this and then that and then this and this is why she's here and all this other mess and everything while she reads her Bible.
Yeah, because they're calling out the way you weaponize the Bible, and it is so disingenuous for you to be reading it all day when you're just looking for Bible verses that you can tack onto things as insults and manipulation tactics. You did that using your son non-stop. Sunny day, Sunday, scripture. This is the day the Lord has made. Let us rejoice and be glad in it. Psalm 118:24. Be glad always. Every day is a precious and unrepeatable gift. You can't go back and change what you said or did or didn't do. Every day you have one chance to shine bright for him, yourself, and others, including your mom. Sunday, scripture. Whatever things are true, whatever things are noble, whatever things are just, whatever things are pure, whatever things are lovely, whatever things are of good report, if there is any virtue and if there is anything praiseworthy, meditate on these things. Philippians 4:8. You have so many things that are praiseworthy and positive to think of joyfully, most of all, him, and also including me. Sunny day, Sunday, scripture. Quote, I've learned that people will forget what you said, people will forget what you did, but people will never forget how you made them feel. Maya Angelou. Oh, your Sunday scripture is Maya Angelou, the patron saint, Maya Angelou. Oh, I love it. And it is gross because then you use the verses to literally attack him as well.
My Lord and my God, Jesus said to him, Thomas, because you have seen me, you have believed. Blessed are those who have not seen and yet have believed.
John 20:24-29. Do you believe? See him everywhere. He died for your lies, bad attitude, backbiting, selfish ways. Overcome like he did and like I am. You're supposed to be better from his selfless act. Happy Easter. Wish I was included. Hope you like your package I made for you. I love you no matter how uncaring and nonchalant you are towards me. I wish you wouldn't be. Mother. Oh yeah, and I forgot she actually put read this in the title, subject bar, whatever, because she wanted to make sure that her son received her abuse. And it's wrapped in this, oh, this is supposed to be a nice moral lesson. Let me spread this religious doctrine on how to be a better person. And it all happens to be Bible verses about how you need to treat me better. How dare you make me feel bad? Here's God who is supposed to tell you to be nicer to me.
She's not a Christian!
She could be a Jew.
Forget what I have done. I didn't do anything wrong. I'm reading the Bible. That means I win, right, God?
She's tampering in dark-sided stuff!
They always say even the devil can quote scripture better than anybody else. So being able to pull out a verse for a manipulative tactic does not make you look like a good person.
She is dark-sided too!
So yes, they would mock you and saying, Bible, Bible, Bible. But also, you wanted to gloss over, and then they say this, and then they say that, and she thinks she's this, and she thinks he's that. So they're calling out you being pretentious and being off-putting, trying to place distance away from yourself from them, thinking that you're better than them, when you probably have the most horrific crime in that whole jail. I'd be upset too. Who is the audacity of this person who literally tortured someone, laughed at them, and then wants to say they're better than me? I just caught a drug charge. It wasn't even mine. I was just holding it for Pookie, but you gonna look at me like I'm crazy? No, ma'am.
And just say, don't stop. And then the one girl next to me who keeps calling me a dumb bitch because I asked her to not swing from my bed to get off of her bed, I said, it's just a disruption. The whole bed shakes. And I've had to rewrite things. I can't concentrate on this motion that I'm writing and everything. I'm a nonstop dumb bitch.
Okay, future me cut in because I just had to know. Did they really call her that all the time? So I actually got in contact with one of the girls. We had a little interview and I asked her point blank period. Did you and the other girls call her a dumb every single day nonstop?
All the time. It's great fun. And it is liberating. Absolutely liberating.
Maya Angelou. Oh, your Sunday scripture is Maya Angelou, the patron saint Maya Angelou. And I guess that's case closed.
Court dismissed! Bring in the dancing lobsters!
I regret nothing on this channel. Now back to the show. Yeah, they're doing it to you because it clearly works. If you didn't give any reaction, especially to that specific word, they would try to find something else. But no, you get real hurt about that for some reason. And we know that's what she does because that was the crux of multiple police interactions between her and George. Many times that she called the police on him, on the two ones that we mainly focus on, when she got arrested and the last time she got him arrested, both of those things started, argument-wise, when he called her names.
So you open the door. What happens from there?
I'm a whore.
He starts calling you names? Okay. Hands behind your back.
For what?
For battery domestic?
Me?
Both of you. You two hitting each other.
Oh.
Is
this for real?
This is for real.
Why am I in trouble though?
Because of
Why
the
am
marks
I in
he
trouble?
has all on his neck and the inconsistencies
That's
of
me
the story.
fighting back. Well, the whole time I was there saying nothing.
97 GD
Nothing.
Saying nothing. 97 GD nothing.
I was called names.
Okay. So you guys were smoking a cigarette and he was calling you names, being verbally aggressive with you.
verbally abusive?
Before that, where I'm like, I don't want to get hit anymore, so I'm just going to go downstairs and smoke a cigarette with him to try to calm him down. So always talking about his kids. Pardon me for saying, and a bitch, and not a mother.
Okay.
And after he called her names, he has strangle marks on his neck. After he calls her names, she has to flee for her life for some reason. She never says what happened in between those things. But in both scenarios, those escalated behaviors happened because of names she was called. And this happens sometimes with people who exhibit these personality traits where the boundary between physical and emotional pain are blurred. And for some people who are really sensitive to that kind of thing, it's like, oh, you hurt my feelings. That hurt me so deep. Almost similar, if not worse, than if it were a physical injury. So I'm going to equate the two and keep them at the same high standard. So that's why it's like, oh, you're getting called a name, who cares? But since she has treated being called names as an offensive assault, then she just sees all of that way. And they know that it's the easiest way to get to her. She keeps saying, what did she say? It was like a hellacious scenario. Either she just said it or she's about to say it. And it's like, no, a hellacious scenario would be you getting beat up every day. You getting attacked. Like, people die in jail. I'm glad nothing's happened to you. I really do want you to live as long of a life as you can behind bars. So stay healthy. But it can't be that bad if the worst that you're getting is that they call you names and they don't give you free commissary.
And then, like, everybody turns around and looks, and there's 81 other girls that turn around and look, and they're like, and then they laugh and clap and fist bump and chest bump and all this other stuff when somebody's mean to me. So it's a group effort. I can't ask my neighbor anymore for her deodorant because she's running out of it, and I'm being claimed that I use it all. So now I really officially have no deodorant. So what I did today was I used a bar of soap, and I just rubbed it under my armpits really good when it was wet.
Jesus.
And now we're back to her funky armpits. And there isn't even any understanding about, and she's running low. She's almost running out of it. It's not like she just got a brand new stick or whatever and she's not letting you use it. Again, every time I just say it, it grosses me out even more. But you're acknowledging that she is almost out and you're mad she is not giving even the little bit she has left for free. Not mentioning that you were going to pay her back or that you give her other things. Truly the life of a parasite. Anyway, I'm going to play the last 5 minutes of this call now, and then we'll break that 5 minutes down.
Well, I mean, obvious, like, the number one thing we got to focus on is, let's just get this thing done.
Please.
That'll certainly help things. Then we can kind of focus on everything else. I'm sorry you're dealing with that. That's really, really hard. And doesn't, as if you're not dealing with enough stuff. I mean, empathy for, like, I mean, they've been there. They've been in this situation, right?
Oh, no, I had asked one of the mean girls, believe me, listen, this is me being humble. I asked one of the mean girls, I said, what is it that I'm doing wrong? And she goes, you're fresh meat. We're going to tear you apart, and then walked off.
She said what?
That I'm fresh meat, and that they're going to tear me apart. And then walked off. And then I get made fun of for being on my bed all the time. So it's just I'm damned if I do and I'm damned if I don't.
I mean, what are you supposed to do?
Just overcome the circumstances and believe in God. And that's what I'm doing. And I have friends like you. You don't understand. Just to hear your voice is a comfort. You don't understand.
I hear you, Sarah. And you just gotta kind of, I mean, you don't have a choice, right? Like, you just gotta, like, pay him no mind, and the friends that you have there, just stick around them, stay close to them. As much as anybody gives you shit or gives you stuff, just do your best to ignore it. Just keep focused on doing what you're doing, and and just kind of take heart knowing that you're, you got things you're working on, and, you're not just sitting there and watching the paint peel.
Mentally, like this is.
I don't know. I mean, some point, like, stand up for yourself. You're a human being, and you deserve to be treated with respect. And, don't be, well, I guess that's easy for me to say. Don't be scared to stand up for yourself. But,
Easier said than done in here.
yeah, I bet.
One girl held up her pinky finger and said, "This is you." And then she said, "Now look at me." She said, "You don't have a chance." Get that while she does drugs on her bed every day. The things I could tell you, please, all I can say is thank you foremost for doing this pretrial statement for me, and this has taken a lot out of me, and it's not over yet. Remember, still, I have to go back to county and hope that I walk back with some dollars in my pockets and my son in my arms. So I'm going to work on finishing this last little bit, please, and I'm going to send it to you. Please, God, we got to get it out this weekend, okay?
We can do it. You got it. I'm on it.
When are you guys going to come see me?
I'm really gunning for the first week in August. Would that be okay with you?
Listen, I'm with you guys. I go to this trial supposedly on August 25th. So whatever it is, however it is you guys need to do it, then that's fine. Just,
Okay.
I'm not breathing down your neck. It's just
No, you need to see a friendly face. I mean, you have some people that you're fairly close with?
I wouldn't say close with, when I do go outside for the 5 minutes that they peel the tablet out of my hand, I go walk around outside with them. They talk about the same things, and, it's just predictable, nonsense, but, it's just people that at least I feel somewhat comfortable to walk around with, so it's just very difficult for me to find any type of association or connection with a lot of these people in here. That's what makes it difficult also, it's very disheartening that I don't relate to anybody.
Well, just keep staying true to yourself. Don't fall into those traps.
I'm not. So just
Good.
know that I'm always going to be a blinding beacon. So everybody will definitely know that it's me when you see the bright light. So just know that. And I will be a different person when this pretrial statement is done and I get a chance to see you guys. So I'm beyond words grateful for you guys. And I know that we have our run-ins and short fuses.
Yeah,
and I don't want you to get sick of me, and I don't want to get sick of you guys, but it's just like, I'm going to be honest with you, like, I feel like I'm, I don't know, just you can't get rid of me kind of thing. That's what I feel like.
So I'm here for you. We're gonna keep knocking this out. So just
I'm gonna get it's not yours, but I'm gonna get these awful additions to you between today and tomorrow. So please keep an eye out. And if you don't mind, please, I'll call you sometime in the afternoon or early evening tomorrow to make sure you got everything and everything's all right.
Okay.
Is that okay with you?
Yeah, it's great. Give me a shout.
I'm hugging you through the phone, okay?
All right. Well, listen, keep your chin up. Remember what I said?
I'm hugging you through the phone, you say after giving him a whole list of directives. Her expectations about things are just insane. You're saying that you're not going to be able to finish this section and get it to him tomorrow. Not even you get it to him tomorrow. You're going to give it to Nicole tomorrow. You're going to assume she's going to put down everything she has in her life, retype this up for you ASAP, and then send this over to New York so that he can do whatever he needs to do with it, and you're going to call tomorrow afternoon or evening, you know it's going to be tomorrow morning, to see if you got everything. Linda, I couldn't agree more. The idea that she expects everyone to run on her timeline, but not that she runs on the actual timeline she's supposed to run on, is insane. And you have to call the day before, the day of, and then you'll call the day after to make sure that everything got there right, and then you'll call the day after that, and then you'll call the day after that. It's just agonizing, and you say, well, I feel like you can't get rid of me. I kind of feel like that. And I can't stand that kind of fishing for reassurance. I understand people need reassurance, but the fishing for, I literally know you feel like you can't get rid of me because I will call you every single day. And she's aware. She's telling us she's aware. She knows how that can make someone feel. She's going to do it anyway, but she needs you and is going to command you to tell her, no, it's okay. Please call me as many times as possible, just so you feel better. Don't ask if there's anything you can do for me, but make sure to ask for every spare moment of my time. Got it. All right, rewind and break it down.
Well, I mean, obvious, like the number one thing we got to focus on is let's just get this thing done.
Please.
That'll certainly help things. Then we can kind of focus on everything else. I'm sorry you're dealing with that. That's really, really hard. And doesn't, as if you're not dealing with enough stuff. I mean, empathy for they've been there. They've been in this situation, right?
Oh no, I had asked one of the mean girls, believe me, listen, this is me being humble. I asked one of the mean girls, I said, what is it that I'm doing wrong? And she goes, you're fresh meat. We're going to tear you apart, and then walked off.
She said what?
That I'm fresh meat, and that they're going to tear me apart, and then walked off.
That silence was awkward and deafening. No one cares. Girl, nobody cares.
We don't care. Let me tell you something. We don't care.
Like, we think you're over here saying, I'm being abused, I'm being this. Oh my gosh, Sarah, what's wrong? They're calling me a dumbass. And they said I'm fresh meat. This is me being humble. What do you think humility is? Because by that framing, you're saying I was being humble by going to ask them what I'm doing wrong. Meaning I lowered myself to their level and I actually engaged and said, okay, fine. What is it that I'm doing wrong? You're fresh meat. We're going to tear you apart. I feel like yet again, there's some things missing in between there. Because just like in the video I played before, it's there I was sitting the whole time saying nothing.
Well, the whole time I was there saying nothing.
97, do you need
nothing. I was called names.
Okay. So you guys were smoking a cigarette, and he was calling you names, being verbally aggressive with you. Verbally abusive.
Before that, where I'm like, I don't want to get hit anymore. So I'm just going to go downstairs and smoke a cigarette with him to try to calm him down.
Okay.
And then I was called names. And that's repeated in every single complaint she has. She said nothing to her lawyer. She said nothing to Brian. She said nothing to her son. She said nothing to anyone. And yet every single time it ends in an argument. And because she doesn't know how to argue things, she just knows how to argue, she loses. And then gets to pretend to be the victim from the beginning. Yeah, but if her being humble is her asking just the most basic, what am I doing wrong? Which you don't think you have to be humble to ask that. But if you've been antagonistic and fighting back and forth, then you can say, oh, I'm humble because I put down my pitchfork and I came up to you. No, you keep picking fights and you keep losing. So then after you lose, after you rile people up and then you get yelled at, then it's the what am I doing wrong? And then after that escalation, it would make sense for her to say, you're fresh meat and you're going to be ripped apart because you run that mouth like you had the cash to back up the check and you got nothing.
Insufficient funds. You ain't got no money. Woo.
And then I get made fun of for being on my bed all the time. So it's just I'm damned if I do and I'm damned if I don't.
I mean, what are you supposed to do?
Just overcome the circumstances and believe in God. And that's what I'm doing. And I have friends like you.
Get used to disappointment.
You don't understand. Just to hear your voice is a comfort. You don't understand.
I hear you, Sarah.
I don't think you do, because she had to dramatically whisper, like, you have no idea. And yes, I can see that being isolating and feeling uncomfortable or whatever, but you've mentioned that you're not social with them. They think that you believe you're stuck up and you're better than them. And so they treat you like that because they say, well, look at her, high and mighty. She doesn't want us to touch her white girl shit. And then at the same time, you get made fun of because you never leave your bed. But then when we hear you do leave your bed, you say you're going around asking for commissary. So yeah, the girls aren't going to like you if you think you're better than them. Don't talk to them. And then the one time you do talk to them, you're begging for free shit. If you want to be a victim in jail, you will be a victim in jail or prison. And actually, is this in prison at this point? I don't know the timing, but when she's saying you're fresh meat and we're going to rip you apart, I mean, you were in jail for nearly 5 years, so I don't think they would still be calling you fresh meat there. So I'm guessing it must be prison. I didn't realize that she was still in a dorm of 81 other girls, I guess. But yeah, if you're fresh meat, if you're new and you're giving all this attitude to people, acting like you own the place, which all the people who came out of jail, the security guard or the other inmates who have given little interviews here and there, they all said that you walked around there like you were the most special person because your case was viral. Odds are, yet that attitude didn't change when you went to prison. And she spent her whole life using being a victim as a weapon to get things she wants. If I want what I want, all I have to do is look pathetic enough and tell people they're abusing me, and then I get what I want. But when you're behind bars with everyone else who is just like you, well, shocker, you're still probably on the upper echelon of evil individuals in that prison. But when you're surrounded by like-minded people, that act doesn't work with them. So what you should do is lay low, be nice, understand you have a terrible reputation across the world, and say, you know what, I'm going to change that perception. I'm going to be nice to people. Even if they're mean to me, I'm not going to let that show. I'm going to make people like me because, you know, she thinks she can just force people into liking her. How about actually trying to put in the work and literally being nice to people? Not expecting free things from them, not demanding that they respect your boundaries that you don't respect in return. But it's okay because she has her 7-inch incision and she has this. She's always going to have something that allows her to not be held to the standards she holds everyone else to.
And yeah, you just gotta kind of, I mean, you don't have a choice, right? Like, you just gotta, like, pay him no mind, and the friends that you have there, just stick around them, stay close to them. As much as anybody gives you shit or gives you stuff, just do your best to ignore it. Just keep focused on doing what you're doing, and just kind of take heart knowing that you're you got things you're working on, and you're not just sitting there and watching the paint peel.
Mentally, like this is.
I don't know. I mean, at some point, like, stand up for yourself. You're a human being, and you deserve to be treated with respect. And, don't be, well, I guess that's easy for me to say. Don't be scared to stand up for yourself. But
Easier said than done in here.
yeah, I bet.
One girl held up her pinky finger and said, "This is you." And then she said, "Now look at me." She said, "You don't have a chance." Get that while she does drugs on her bed every day. Things I could tell you. The things I could tell you. Just...
The things I could tell you. She does stuff like that all the time, and then she tells it anyway. She never holds anything back. The things I could tell, she does but drugs in her bed every morning from 10:20 to 10:45. I've been stalking and documenting, and I don't want to get her in trouble or anything, but if you really want to know.
And nonetheless, if you really want to know, and I hope it doesn't get them in trouble, but he is over here illegally.
Now my blue eyes, finish him off with
white woman, so...
Even Linda didn't want to know. But it's that phrasing of, look at you and look at me. Look at my pinky. You're like this. And I'm not going to... How do I handle this gently? Sarah's not the size of a pinky. And she likes to downplay that a lot of, I'm so defenseless and everyone's so much bigger than me, and that's why they're aggressive, and that's why it's okay that I'm aggressive because they're so much bigger and blah.
Sometimes I'll start a sentence.
But if you're getting that response, odds are it's at the end of an argument, or you're just being bullied. Either way, you kind of have it coming. And New York's like, well, what are you supposed to do? You're supposed to defend yourself and be treated with respect. You give what you get. She does not treat anyone with actual, genuine respect. She doesn't treat you all with respect. She's been insulting Nicole earlier in these calls, or if that was call number 1. She doesn't respect the people doing things for her for free, so of course she's not going to respect other people that she thinks are lower than her. Because I can guarantee she thinks everyone in that jail deserves to be there but her. So she sees herself above them. So anytime she's not being condescending, it's her being humble. But whatever.
All I can say is thank you foremost for doing this pretrial statement for me, and this has taken a lot out of me, and it's not over yet. Remember, still, I have to go back to county and hope that I walk back with some dollars in my pockets and my son in my arms, so...
What? I have to go to county and hope that I can walk back with some dollars in my purse and my son in my arms. Everything is incorrect about that. One, you didn't go back to county. This is in regards to the family court trial. They were going to try to extradite her, but she's like, what, 1 to 3 hours away from Orange County where they were? No one lives in Orange County anymore. So Brian had to travel back there for the trial, but Sarah had to do it over the phone. So she's saying, I have to go back there to get some dollars in my purse. You're never getting your purse back and your son in your arms. You're never having your son in your arms again. And he's what? Again, 14, 15 years old? He was 9 when she was first arrested, and he has stayed 9 in her mind ever since. I don't even know if you could lift your son anymore, but I get it metaphorically. And if all of that really meant something to you and you really took this seriously and the pretrial statement was so stressful and you can't believe you have to do all of this on your own, even though you're talking to the people who are helping you right now, but it's so hard, it's so difficult, you'll be a changed person when it's all done. Why is it so snarky? Why is it so unprofessional? And since we're taking our time with everything, let's look at, because this call is about the attorney's fees section that she had to redo. Or actually, no, that was call 1. I am so mixed up mentally, but who cares? The calls that we've covered so far, she's been complaining about the pretrial statement and the attorney's fees section of that pretrial statement. So let's look at that attorney's fees section of the pretrial statement to see what happened. She's been putting in so much work. This is so stressful. She wishes she had help. All she has to do is rewriting. She's crying in her bed because everyone's being so mean to her. She just needs to get this done, and she's trying her actual best, and yet she writes this. G. Attorney's fees and costs. Respondent continues to attempt to understand her position of defense against the petitioner and his request to charge her with his attorney's fees. As in the supplemental petition, it states, due to not signing their joint stipulation and in their pretrial memorandum, quote, resulting from the chaos created by the respondent's criminal conduct. And this is her rewritten section. So you start out the gate of, I'm trying to understand my position of defense. Who cares? Why does she thinks that like these statements are back and forth conversations as though the judge is supposed to respond, oh, well, actually, for this type of situation, you want to take this defense. Now rewrite this, submit it again, and then I'll side with you. It's not anyone else's job to figure out your own defense for you. And you want to say, quote it, resulting from the chaos created by the respondent's criminal conduct. And she wants to frame it as, isn't that absurd to say, even though you've been a convicted murderer at this point? There's no more innocent until proven guilty when you've been proven guilty.
We, the jury, find the defendant guilty of murder in the second degree.
So no one has to take offense or even has to pretend anymore that the statement of your criminal conduct, you convicted murderer, has caused chaos, which is the only thing you assert in every other letter. In every criminal filing, it's, my case is so taken advantage of, it is worldwide, everyone knows about it. It's not even about the suitcase anymore. It's so convoluted and twisted and confusing and complex, yada, yada, yada. But that doesn't equal chaos. Meanwhile, Brian sitting his ass at home trying to ignore you and find his own inner peace, that's what's causing chaos. Got it. 1. The petitioner and his counsel did not ever, quote, attempt to come to a resolution on these issues with the former wife without the necessity of filing a contested supplemental petition for modification, as stated, nor, quote, the former wife would not sign the joint stipulation which resulted in the filing of this action. This supplemental petition to modify was received via summons to the respondent with no other correspondence or notice of any kind provided prior, as suggested, to avoid any presumed cost incurred from this filing by the petitioner. To clarify the untruths for the court to fully understand their self-inflicted costs and confusion, the timeline is as follows. You can't say that you're clarifying their untruths when you're proving that they told the truth. They are saying that they are doing all this because you did not sign the supplemental petition to modify. And your excuse is, well, I didn't sign it because I didn't get it prior to them asking for a signature as suggested. Not required, suggested. So because they didn't do that and give me enough time to complain beforehand, I didn't sign it. So it's their fault. No, you're still admitting you didn't do the thing, which is why we're here. Unless you said, no, I did sign it, and it just got back to them later and they decided to dissolve this before they even got it, or what have you, then you can say that you were participating, that you were being willing and open. But when you literally said, I didn't receive this in time and I'm not going to sign anything when this is my first time getting it, and you can feel that way and you can have that opinion. But then you can't come back and say that you were participatory. You can't come back and say that you were cooperative. This is the exact opposite of cooperation. And then you want to say that those costs are self-inflicted because he should have sent that to you earlier, which would have cost more money as well. There's nothing a lawyer is doing for you that is not being billed. Sorry about it. And we've gone through it 10 bajillion times, but they 100% offered you mediation opportunity. You spat in their face because you tried to play the guilt card, which is all you do, of I have cancer, I don't know, I can't do anything because cancer, I don't know my future. How could you even ask me to choose a date? Nobody has a crystal ball. Mr. Martell, I am in receipt of your letter requesting a date to be set for former husband's petition to modify, but have a few concerns and questions before doing so. First, I would like to make it known I have been diagnosed with cancer and am awaiting outside professional medical consult and treatment options. I do not know the level of severity, duration of time, or outcome for any of this, nor the effect it will have on my case, which I am currently incarcerated for, or the case at hand with former husband. As said in my previous letter, no one has a crystal ball. I do not know 4 months in advance my location or status, making it impossible to determine the best date to choose from which you have proposed. Please provide documentation so I can understand the practices, procedures, and protocol for this area of family law and can abide accordingly. I can also have a general timeline of what to expect if possible, other than a letter from your firm telling me what I have to do. Please provide copies of all documents to be discussed, which includes original marriage paperwork, pre-modifications to see and compare specifically what is being requested to be modified. Please send contact information, location, and credentials of the selected mediator, Karen Middlecoff, Esquire, work. What is her affiliation with the Martell firm, and how was she selected? Is there going to be an agenda for discussion during the mediary to be received in advance for preparation and review? What if I do not agree? 10. How is a video conference scheduled? Will this be a private meeting? Is face-to-face an option? By answering and explaining further the aforementioned concerns and questions will most definitely assist in my decision-making. Your expedited response is greatly appreciated, as well as providing all requested documents and information. Thank you in advance for your assistance, patience, and cooperation. That's not you being cooperative. That's you literally being defiant and trying to make them your lapdog to say, well, go get me all of this and all of that and answer all of my questions, and then I might be able to give you a date. And when you want to argue all of his attorney's fees are self-inflicted, what you asked from them, all of this documents and information, is attorney work. Things that need to be paid for, meaning you would have made Brian pay for all of those documents to be sent to you. Or he can go to the judge and say she's being uncooperative and let's go to trial. So she always gets mad when she makes terrible choices and then are held to those choices. 1. Motion for dispense mediation, filed by petitioner claiming, quote, the respondent is refusing to coordinate a mediation at this time. No hearing held for this motion. Respondent not included or able to defend herself against another, quote, refusal accusation made by the petitioner and his counsel. No one has a crystal ball. I do not know 4 months in advance my location or status, making it impossible to determine. What are the requirements under Florida law stating a mediation needs to be scheduled for the petition to modify? As said, I do not know what date is best for me considering my current situations and now health complications. The petitioner is accusing the respondent of refusing to sign their joint stipulation, which was served on her over two months after it was signed by the petitioner with a previous attorney, and nothing attempted to do with before. They don't have to do that. That's what you're not getting. You want the judge to get mad at them for not breaking any rules. Yes, would it have been nicer and more helpful to you if you had gotten that sooner? Sure. Is it a requirement? No. The strongest argument you have in all of this is the fact that they went to the judge behind your back and got it dissolved, and you weren't there to argue your case back and forth, but they had the evidence, which is the letter you sent. That is you, quote unquote, arguing for yourself. They get to go and say, we tried to get her to be cooperative and even set dates. She wouldn't do it. Here's the letter we received. Anyone with the brainstem is going to read that and say, oh, wow, this is very condescending and non-cooperative. She's admitted in the calls that we've talked about so far, she's aware when she is being condescending and a professional FU.
It's a professional fuck you. Excuse me. It's a professional fuck you. It's smart ass and condescending.
That's her preferred method of attack. So when the judge sees that, and then rules in Brian's favor, you can't be upset because your voice was represented there. They had to show evidence. The judge would not have just dissolved the mediation if they had nothing to back up their claims. And they had your handwritten letter. His counsel made false statements in their supplemental petition, page 3-7, and to the court for the reason the document was generated, which was before Martel even became the petitioner's counsel, and before the respondent received the physical copy of to read, review, etc. The joint stipulation was sent the same day in the same summons with the supplemental petition to modify and petitioner's notice of appearance of counsel introducing Martel. No joint stipulation was ever sent to the respondent before the petitioner filed their supplemental petition to modify, giving no opportunity for her to, quote, refuse signing, quote, which resulted in the filing of this action as libelously claimed. Because of their untruthful statement, also an improper handling of these documents, the joint stipulation foremost not being received by the respondent prior to their supplemental petition to modify, her right to mediation was forfeited, which has been avidly and emphatically sought by her since the beginning of this case, making it impossible to determine the best date to choose from. Would the joint stipulation have been received prior by the respondent for collaboration and review, the supplemental petition to modify would not have been made, causing a ripple effect of violations of her due process and constitutional rights. The respondent was never given a lawful opportunity to participate appropriately,
making it impossible to determine the best date to choose from.
as with many other missed opportunities caused by the petitioner and his counsel's undeniable wrongdoing against her throughout this case. She just sounds snotty and bratty. She doesn't actually sound like someone who's being oppressed or abused. It's, I would have liked to have it sooner so that we could collaborate. Translation, so that I could edit it however I want and you better accept it or else you weren't being cooperative whatsoever. Because that's just wasting more time to get it to you, to get your edits, to go back and forth, to do this, to do that. It would have never ended. That boy would have been an adult by the time you even picked a date for mediation. No, it's just her never-ending stalling tactics, and it's so obvious, and no one has time for it. 2. Regarding the respondent's accused, quote, chaos in her incarceration and the time of to present, the only, quote, chaos generated has been from the petitioner and his counsel's uncooperative, disruptive attitude, which has made this entire process more arduous and worse for her, their son, and the court. No, she meant what she said up front. Worse for herself. Oh, and I guess my son in the court, if you want me to put that out there and not call me a narcissist or whatever. No, it is all self-centered. It is all because you feel bad. This has not done anything negative to your son or to the court in terms of Brian not sending you the joint stipulation and you feeling like you're not a part of mediation. That has nothing to do with your son. The chaos you caused in your court case, the reason everyone had to move because their lives got flipped upside down when you decided to murder someone and then decided to have the worst attitude imaginable. And now everyone doesn't like you and the people you're associated with have to take the fall of it as well. You downplaying all of it is similar to how you downplay George's murder. I mean, and honestly, this is an extension of downplaying that murder. Whenever a death, especially a violent, tragic death occurs that is going to cause chaos in anyone's life, for the murderer who filmed herself doing it to say, I haven't caused any chaos, that has nothing to do with anything. Y'all should just get over that. What is actually causing chaos and harm to my son is the petitioner being mean to me. That is what's causing harm to him. Who cares that I killed someone who was in his life? Who cares that I haven't been remorseful, even an ounce, even a drop, millimeter, milligram, nanosecond, any small measurement whatsoever of remorse? None of it exists inside of her. So why would people feel bad when things don't work out for you? And why would people see this as an overwhelming injustice when you can't see the injustices you commit against everyone else? And honestly, I'm over it. The rest of this is annoying. We've covered this when we covered the pretrial statement. We get the gist, right? I wanted to go through this so that we can see she's been complaining, she's been boo-hooing, sobbing, and all this and all that over this statement. I had to rewrite the attorney's fees section. This is so horrible, the worst setback imaginable. And then you read the final product, and it's a shit show.
I'm going to work on finishing this last little bit, please, and I'm going to send it to you. Please, God, we got to get it out this weekend, okay?
We can do it. You got it. I'm on it.
When are you guys going to come see me?
I'm really gunning for the first week in August. Would that be okay with you?
Listen, I'm with you guys. I go to this trial supposedly on August 25th. So whatever it is, however it is you guys need to do it, then that's fine. Just...
Okay.
You know, I'm not breathing down your neck. It's just a...
No, you need to see a friendly face. I mean, you have some people that you're fairly close with?
I mean, I wouldn't say close with. Just, I mean, when I do go outside for the 5 minutes that they peel the tablet out of my hand, I go walk around outside with them. Just, they talk about the same things and, you know, it's just predictable, you know, nonsense, but... You know, it's just people that at least I feel somewhat comfortable to walk around with. So it's just very difficult for me to find any type of association or connection with a lot of these people in here. That's what makes it difficult also. Just, you know, it's very disheartening that I don't relate to anybody.
Well, just keep staying true to yourself. Don't fall into those traps.
I'm not. So just
Good.
know that I'm always going to be a blinding beacon. So everybody will definitely know that it's me when you see the bright light. So just know that. And
Girl, what? I'm always going to be a shining beacon, so you'll know when you see me and that I'm brightening everything. She said this in the sentencing statement as well, or something similar of, I want to be, God's greatest warrior. He'll put the crown on my head and this and that. I'm going to be a beacon for everyone, as though she is some shining example. As she said with the survivors, I want survivors to see me and know that they too can survive, and they can wear their scars on the inside and outside, as long as they kill people, but they could do it because I gave them the example.
For second chances, repentance, and redemption, to advocate for all domestic violence survivors, to help them overcome, heal, and still hope, always, to make their voices heard, to confidently walk with all of their scars on the outside and the inside. Everyone supposes that this is one of the worst experiences of my life, and it's actually been one of my greatest. If I were not beaten to death, I was going to work myself to death on the outside, and I never had time to get back into my Bible and
Bible.
And I, being here incarcerated, have had time, of course, to get closer to God, to reacquaint myself to Him, and
Bible.
realize what it's all about. This is all temporary. And when I say temporary, I don't mean by being set free in jail or from prison or wherever else. It means being set free and temporary, meaning that you work for something higher. You work for God, that you strive for your crown to be placed upon your head by Jesus Christ by being said, "You have done well, my good and faithful servant."
Bible.
I've always tried to be a good and faithful servant. I was just a servant, as opposed to doing all that I can when my family were alive and I was going through everything up to this point. I've become so much more closer to the Lord, and
Bible.
And it's made me such a better person, and I hope that I am an example going forward of the Lord's light and can draw many people to me because of it.
So just know that I'm always going to be a blinding beacon. So everybody will definitely know that it's me when you see the bright light. So just know that.
As she says it in the most flat affect ever. I'm always going to be a shining beacon, so you know when you see me. No, people will know when they see you by the screeching in the area and people running away from you.
I will be a different person when this pre-trial statement is done and I get a chance to see you guys. So I'm beyond words grateful for you guys, and I know that we have our run-ins and short fuses, and I don't want you to get sick of me, and I don't want to get sick of you guys, but it's just like, I'm going to be honest with you, like, I feel like I'm, I don't know, just, you can't get rid of me kind of thing. That's what I feel like.
So I'm here for you. We're gonna keep knocking this out. So just
I'm gonna get well, it's not yours, but I'm gonna get these awful additions to you between today and tomorrow. So please keep an eye out. And if you don't mind, please, I'll call you sometime in the afternoon or early evening tomorrow to make sure you got everything and everything's all right.
okay.
Is that okay with you?
Yeah, it's great. Give me a shout.
I'm hugging you through the phone, okay?
All right. Well, listen, keep your chin up. Remember what I said?
All right, and that is the end of call number 2. And we're back to the, I just feel like you can't get rid of me kind of thing. Yeah, because you're harassing them. And even in this call, you're making more scheduled harassments in the future. But the audacity to be like, I don't want you to get sick of me and I don't want to get sick of you guys. Who? How is Brokeisha the Bear going to be upset?
Her nickname's Grumpy the Bear.
With the people who are helping her for free.
With your broke ass.
I'll never understand her ability to be so ungrateful to the help that she doesn't deserve. I mean, I've just thought about in the past people I don't like who have helped me. at least makes me neutral towards them. I'll be like, oh yeah, I don't like you. Ooh, that annoys me, but you did help me this one time, so I guess I'll let it slide or something like that. Nope. You could treat her as good as possible, do all the things for her. You get on her bad side once, you're rotten. You're a piece of shit. You're garbage. You're an abuser. You're evil. Which is pretty much what she has said to all of her supporters. Her supporters are like a revolving door. They come in, they get abused, they go out. Or die. But I do wonder if she's gotten any new supporters after both trials. She had supporters before she went to trial, and then just like cult members and those people who are like, it's the end of the world, and then the end of the world doesn't happen. Studies show that whenever those instances happen, people actually double and triple down and become more loyal to the cause. So maybe it was that kind of phenomenon, but if I'm complaining about the girls being so mean to me and I don't have anyone I could relate to, I wouldn't even posit the idea of I could get sick of you if you don't do what I tell you to. But whatever. All right, moving on to call number 3. I like the system we got going, so we're just going to keep vibing with it.
An inmate at a Florida Department of Corrections institution.
Hey, Sarah.
Hey, sorry, I just got back literally like 5 minutes ago, and I wanted to try and get a chance to call you. Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm good. What's going on? You all right?
I was outside in the real world for like however many hours, and it's just heartbreaking.
You what? Say it again, Sarah. What happened?
Nothing. I'm fine. Just I was out in the real world in a real car and saw like fast food places and just life happening, and just it's very frustrating. So I just don't feel like walking on crying all the time. Just I don't know how much more of this I can take.
Court sentences you to life.
So they don't know when they could do my surgery. They think it'll be months. So I don't know.
They don't know when they can do the surgery. Okay. How does that? Who does the scheduling? The hospital or the jail, or they do it together?
Well, it has to be approved by Tallahassee, which means that, I mean, the surgeon told me everything, exactly what's going to happen, and then he said he has to send it to Tallahassee, and Tallahassee has to approve it, and it can take up to 7 months to a year, so I don't know. It's just another thing with a question mark over my head to worry about, so.
Okay.
And then they moved me out of the dorm, so I'm really stressing about that.
They moved you out of the place you got moved to?
No, they will, though, when I have my surgery.
Oh, you won't.
Listen, I have to tell you this on top of everything else. Like, my pretrial is May 28th, 60 days from when I originally did all of this. So I have to wait 60 more days. Still hasn't put in the application, and it's killing me. Like, it's killing me.
You guys are killing me right now.
That he won't put the application in.
Does he have to or no? Because you put the contempt in and then they put a continuance in.
What are you talking about? I'm talking about my son's visitation application to come see me.
Right, but I know that he's stopped following his modification.
Say anywhere, though, that I'm not allowed to see him. And phone calls and everything, there's nothing like that in there. It's just stupid alimony and just, like...
I thought that, didn't he say that he wants full custody and to end all your custody rights? Which would then change all the visitation?
That doesn't change visitation. It's his choice. Nothing's been set in stone, and he won't let me see my son, and I swear to God, like, he better hope he doesn't ever see me in person, because this is really killing me.
You guys are killing me right now.
Yeah, he's dead.
It's awful, I know.
Okay.
It's awful. It's awful.
And I just want to see him, and wants to see me really bad, and just... I'm really going crazy. Like, I really am going crazy. Really going crazy.
Everyone supposes that this is one of the worst experiences of my life, and it's actually been one of my greatest. One of my greatest.
Why does it say we only have 1 minute?
Because it's my stupid 5-minute free phone call that I didn't know about, and otherwise I would have given to somebody. So, just
Can you call me back?
I have to wait 30 minutes.
Do you know you have 30 minutes?
Okay, well, give me a call back in 30 minutes.
30 minutes? 30, yes.
Sarah, I hate hearing you like this, but just remember, it's going to pass. And, you know, there's going to be brighter days. You're going to have days like this, and it's okay to be sad.
I walk around crying all the time.
I
think
can't.
I'm going out of my mind. Call you back at 30. Don't let it hang up on us, okay?
Okay, you got it. Bye-bye.
I don't know why she was so hung up on, choice of words. I don't know why she was so hung up over being hung up on. Future me, I thought about it a little more, and I think it has to do with, and it definitely does, have to do with control in prison, since they have no control over anything ever. Everything is dialed in, every rule is set. So when you hear you only have 1 minute left, if that call cuts while you're in the middle of the conversation, then you're done. You have to wait 30 minutes to even call back. And with her track record, that means people won't even pick back up 9 times out of 10. So then they're just left with whatever emotional state they were at the end of it. And you saw how easily she got deflated. I mean, she was deflated the whole time, but even more so when she thought the call was going to end. So now whenever I see or hear that people hung up the phone on her, that just makes me even happier, because that means she just had to sit with that rage. She can't stand being controlled herself. She can't stand not being able to say all the things she wants to say. So when that phone hangs up, she freaks out. That's my guess. Or like having the call hang up on its own. But whatever. She's emotional and in her feelings because this and that. I forgot that there was this 5-minute call up front. So it's like, I'm going to call that 3A and then the other part will be 3B. So let's break this part down.
An inmate at a Florida Department of Corrections institution.
Hey, Sarah.
Hey, sorry. I just got back literally like 5 minutes ago, and I wanted to try and get a chance to call you. Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm good. What's going on? You all right?
I was outside in the real world for like however many hours, and it's just heartbreaking.
You what? Say it again, Sarah. What happened?
Nothing. I'm fine. Just I was out in the real world in a real car and saw like fast food places and just life happening, and just it's very frustrating. So I just don't feel like walking on crying all the time. Just I don't know how much more of this I can take.
Oh, I love that for you. Because that's probably exactly what George was saying when you were killing him. So you're just getting a little taste of it just because you don't get all the things you want, not the necessities you need to live. But yes, I can understand how that could be emotionally affecting when you're behind bars all the time and then you go out and you're like, wow, I could have had all of this if I had only taken the plea deal instead of insisting I'm the survivor of that night.
There is always hope, and you can survive. In my soft-spoken conclusion, I ask this: would I be the darling mother, celebrated woman of the year, if it were I who died?
Everything was fine and dandy.
How many daughters?
Everything
fine and dandy.
was fine and dandy.
Mothers?
We had a good day.
Sisters?
It was a good day.
Aunts?
We've had good days lately.
Grandmothers?
So happy. Like, it was such a good day. I kid you not.
Nieces?
He and I having a great day.
And friends?
But that's after being playful and having a good day. Everybody's having a good day.
Have been, because they did.
It was a great day. Okay. It didn't end well.
I am a survivor.
It's been good. Like, I don't even know where this is coming from.
Learn to do good, seek justice, rebuke oppressors, defend the fatherless, plead for the widow. Isaiah 1:17.
Bible, Bible, Bible.
Ma'am, understanding the state's offer, do you wish to accept or reject the state's offer to resolve this case?
Reject.
So after doing all that and telling the most inconsistent stories in history, I can't feel bad for you. You were given every opportunity to tell any form of truth and you said no, no, no. Then you get mad at the jury for seeing the truth and that it was plain as day within 5 minutes of the trial. They could have actually deliberated probably after opening statements, but that is not fair. So, because to be honest, you didn't even do a good job at telling people which lie to believe. You tried to keep all the lies on the table. It was an accident. You didn't intend this to happen, but you did mean to fight back because you were trying to survive that night. That's why you filmed and laughed, because you were so comfortable and happy. But his tone shifted and you were terrified, which is why you took the video again and zoomed in laughing, because you were fighting for your life. And you called Brian, even though you said you went to sleep, and then you didn't wake up until like 10 or 11. You were up all morning, but also you didn't come downstairs until the afternoon. But the phone was downstairs with George, and you heard Brian calling you a million times, and you ignored those calls. Which also, side note on that, does that mean that George would ignore those calls? If that phone goes off 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 times and George is nearby, is he not going to take it up to you or tell you or anything like that? But whatever, she knew he was dead, and they were going to let her essentially walk away with it. If she had taken the plea deal, had good behavior, which I don't think she would have gotten it anyway, but if she did, because she only had to serve 85% of the sentence, which is like 12 years or something, and she could have gotten out when she was like 55. That is still plenty of time to have a full life, to be a part of your child's life, to be able to do stuff. You can get all the fast food you want, you can go back to being a drunk, but you made every decision that led you here. Not opening the suitcase, not leaving him alone when he tried to get away from you, not calling the police when you know he was in life-threatening harm, if not already dead when you found him, not complying with your lawyers again and again and again and again, not complying with your judges, blaming everyone else, not accepting the plea deal, and yet you're still the victim somehow. Yeah, Linda, I don't get it either.
So I don't know when they could do my surgery. They think it'll be months, so I don't know.
They don't know when they can do the surgery. Okay. How does that, who does the scheduling? The hospital or the jail, or they do it together?
Well, it has to be approved by Tallahassee, which means that, the surgeon told me everything, exactly what's going to happen, and then he said he has to send it to Tallahassee, and Tallahassee has to approve it, and it can take up to 7 months to a year, so I don't know. It's just another thing with a question mark over my head to worry about, so.
Okay.
And then they moved me out of the dorm, so I'm really stressing about that.
They moved you out of the place you got moved to?
No, they will, though, when I have my surgery.
Oh, you won't.
Listen, I have to tell you this on top of everything else. Like, my pretrial is May 28th, 60 days from when I originally did all of this. So I have to wait 60 more days. Still hasn't put in the application, and it's killing me. Like, it's killing me. That he won't put the application in.
Does he have to or no? Because you put the contempt in and then they put a continuance in.
What are you talking about? I'm talking about my son's visitation application to come see me.
Right, but I know that he's stopped following his modification.
Say anywhere, though, that I'm not allowed to see him. And phone calls and everything, there's nothing like that in there. It's just stupid alimony and just, like...
I thought that, didn't he say that he wants full custody and to end all your custody rights? Which would then change all the visitation?
That doesn't change visitation. It's his choice. Nothing's been set in stone, and he won't let me see my son, and I swear to God, like, he better hope he doesn't ever see me in person, because this is really killing me, and I just want to see him, and wants to see me really bad, and just...
Yeah, I bet. Based off of all the jail messages, that is not the truth. And the truth is, I believe that if the son really wanted to see her that bad, Brian would make it happen. Based off of all the evidence we've seen, heard, even from her complaining, he tends to try to get the son what he wants, more or less. Maybe not in the timing, but they go to football games, they go on cruises, they've had some video games, things like they've been trying to do good father-son family stuff. If he really had this dire need and want to see you. Brian already puts money on the phone so that you can call incessantly all the time trying to hound them. I tried calling 9 times today, 8 yesterday. If your child wanted to see you, I'm very confident Brian would make it happen. But if he doesn't want to see you for any amount, any reasoning, because the more you're pressured to go see someone, the more anxious, the more anxiety inducing it is. And then the more pressure, and then they get angrier, and then you get more anxious. And it's just this whole put it off until we absolutely have to. And Brian even said in the family trial that the son says he wishes he could control how and when he gets to talk to her.
Do you understand the majority of him being, in quotes, upset is because you withhold him coming to see me? And he's had to wait over 9 months now that he has the opportunity to, and you continuously lie to him and me about, and the court, filling out the application.
Okay. Not at all what he tells me. You specifically, the way you talk to him is what upsets him. And honestly, before yesterday, after you got done talking to him, he told me that he would prefer him being able to make the decision of when he wants to talk to you.
Yes, we spoke about that yesterday, and what he said to you was...
Meaning he would like to assert some control over the communication in that relationship. Brian said he can't do that specifically because he's a minor, but it seems like he's trying to take his preferences into account. And I know there are plenty of parents who would say, look, I'm going to protect my child, make me the villain, that's fine, she can be upset at me, but I'm not going to force you to go see her just because she's upset and wants to see you. That's my personal read of the situation. And she can't stand that. She believes that Brian should force their son into showing her infinite love, infinite attention, despite the horrific actions she has committed. Which, in her mind, isn't supposed to change the son's view of her in any way. But I will empathize with a mother's love and a mother's desire/need to be in contact with their child. However, that is not a guaranteed right based off of your actions. That is a blessing and a gift that you had, and that strong bond and connection was inherent in your role, but that role itself does not entitle you to all of these things. And it does not entitle you to make him uncomfortable just so that you can feel a little better. Because the thing is, that's not even a guarantee. If he doesn't show so much enthusiasm, so much love, understanding, and care, and this and that, you will still rip him to shreds in these text messages that we've seen. Just for you to yell and not care as usual while typing on your computer, blank stupid, uncaring response your father gives me, then hangs up on, blank, to talk to you. What would you do if I didn't care? Why do I have to a blank? The difference with that is that I will always care and never blink. Me, your mother, nonetheless. You want to talk to him so bad and you call so many times and then you're saying, well, I don't want to call just to be yelled at and hung up on and called names and this and that. And I had to correct you because you were being mean to me. Okay, like, stop. Which is what I'm going to tell myself now. Psych, because one more thing. Maybe don't threaten yo baby daddy. Maybe don't. Maybe the convicted murderer who was convicted of murdering her spouse,
We, the jury, find the defendant guilty of murder in the second degree,
who has also had a history of physically assaulting her ex-husband, her former husband.
You said when she drinks that she can get physically aggressive.
She can. I mean, she did it to me a lot, where she'd hit me and stuff like that. I mean,
What do you mean hit though?
She'd punch me. I mean, more arms. She many times would use her claws. I mean, I had scratches on my neck at times, on my arms. I mean.
And we were informed of some injuries that he has. So he's got scratch marks to his back. I know where that's from. Okay. Because there's also like a scratch on like the back of his neck, like kind of like going, but it's like going straight across. I have no idea what that's from.
Did you ever see marks or bruises on him?
Yes.
Okay. Like what?
Scratches on the neck.
Scratches.
Things like that, where she'd dig with her claws.
Okay.
I never got that drunk and I had restraint. I never touched her back. I think George didn't have that restraint, and at times he would hurt her back. So for all I know, all the times he got arrested, she started it. I don't know. I wasn't there, so. But I know she could get violent at times.
Okay.
Maybe don't threaten him on a jail-recorded phone call. You are saying, this is killing me. He better hope he never sees me in person. He will have to see you in person if he brings the son to see you. So you are, in essence, recording over a jail phone call that he is in danger if he sees you in person. Obviously, I'm overinflating things, but am I really? It would not shock me in the slightest if she attacked him or at least screamed her head off at him if they ever were in person with their child. Because she has no filter. Okay, now I'm going to stop. That's my filter.
I'm really going crazy. Like, I really am going crazy. Really going crazy.
Why does it say we only have 1 minute?
Because it's my stupid 5-minute free phone call that I didn't know about, and otherwise I would have given to somebody. So, just...
Can you call me back?
I have to wait 30 minutes.
Okay, well, give me a call back in 30 minutes. Sarah, I hate hearing you like this, but just remember, it's going to pass. And, you know, there's going to be brighter days. You're going to have days like this, and it's okay to be sad.
I walk around crying all the time.
I
think
can't.
I'm going out of my mind. I'll call you back at 30. Don't let it hang up on us, okay?
Okay, you got it. Bye-bye.
All right, and we're back to where we were, so going to move on to play the next chunk.
Hello, this is a prepaid call from...
Sarah? Yes, I have been transferred to the Annex, ANNEX.
What happened to hello? How are you? My name is. What happened to that?
Okay.
I'm in P1, Papa Dorm. Tell them Papa Dorm, P1. My bunk number is... And if I can tell you this, because I feel that I can, I think you very much try to understand where I'm coming from. So, like, this whole thing with and not paying the alimony, and I want you to know, like, it's like I'm in this fabulous dorm and everything, but I just have nothing in my drawer but rust and the old newspapers that the previous girl left. And if to be paying me something, or at least, you know, just something, I would have something in my drawer. And it's just, like, out of $61,000, I'm supposed to settle for what he's trying to throw at me or nothing? Like, I could have been living comfortably, not being, like, shaky and, you know, dysfunctional and just...
Have you thought about sending him a letter and him and his attorney and saying, hey...
I'm not doing that. I'm not surrendering ever.
Okay. All right. If it were, Sarah, like...
I mean...
Yeah, and I'm not trying to persuade you one way or the other. I'm just being your friend and telling you kind of what I think. I would be concerned that you know, you could go through this trial and you could walk away with nothing.
What do I have now? Hey, what do I have now?
That trial is going to cost him a lot of time and a lot of money. So...
And they're trying to throw me out of $61,000, $6,000. $6,000 out of $61,000.
How do you know that number?
Because it's in the amended supplicated whatever it is.
What do you think you would settle for?
I don't know. I don't have a crystal ball. I know he's a piece of shit and he's bitter and he's angry and he's sad that he has to live an adult male life now, but
And this class is what we call projection. He's a piece of shit. He's bitter. He has to live an adult male life. He was taking care of you when y'all were together. And then when y'all were separated, y'all were divorced and separated for over a year and a half. Which is still crazy to think that you had like a 1.5 to 2 year relationship while you were still living with that man under the same roof, but whatever. He's had to live his own life. You are the one who has always leached off of his money, his resources, his power, etc. And when he said, I'm not doing that anymore, now he's the piece of shit. The woman who decided to do nothing for 2 years but drink, smoke, and get in fights is the justified one here. And this part annoys me more than anything of this whole thing. So, New York asks,
I think of Muslimanity.
So what exactly would you settle for? Well, I don't know. I don't have a crystal ball, just another snarky, snide answer. And you've been waiting for 5 years. You've known this trial was going to happen for 3 years. You have no idea what you would settle for because it's a zero-sum game for her. It's all or nothing. I want the $67,000 or $0. Well, let me strike that and change it. I want the $27,000 or nothing. It's as if you're giving me the same thing. If I don't get all of it, you gave me nothing. And she's saying, at least throw me something. Well, they only want to throw me $6,000. Okay, that is a start for someone who did not earn that money and did not work for that money in any way. You could have said, thank you for the $6,000. I'm going to start a startup. I'm going to get some of my friends out here. They're going to become gamblers. They're going to go out to the casinos. They're going to flip this money. We're going to start flipping houses on the side. That's how I'm going to make my own revenue. But no, you want all the $67,000, which you can't even receive. Brian would have to set up an account for you, or New York,
When I think
Islam.
When I think of the Nation of Islam,
No.
or whoever else, they would have to be in charge of the money, which is why you wanted to have the power of attorney thing, which I think you'll cover in this call or the other ones, so that he could have the power to handle your money, trusting literal strangers, and you expect they would do it for free and not get anything for compensation? Okay. And what would happen if New York did ask for compensation? Hey, I've done all this. Can I at least get 1,000 out of this? And then it would blow up, and then you're like, you shouldn't have had my money to begin with, and it's
Not the Nation, just Islam.
Islam, okay, I could just say that.
basically any scenario you put in front of her, she's going to find the most chaotic ending imaginable.
I don't know. I don't even know. He never even would try to explain to me the $6,000 and the number that it came up from that.
I mean, does it hurt? I mean, if you came up with a number, like say if he said 6,000. So if you went back and said, no, I want 12,000 or 20,000, right? And I know that's, I'm just throwing that number out there. Let's just say you said, yes, I would take 20,000 to not have to deal with this and have definitive security for the foreseeable future till I can get out of here, right? I mean, I don't see how it could hurt by just sending him a note, and I could also send it to his attorney saying, hey, look, we're asking,
It's still the same thing. It's still the same thing. What you're trying to do is you're trying to get me to surrender.
Yes, he is. Well, no, but yes, in essence. Everyone has been trying to get you to surrender from moment one. Surrender and take this plea deal. That's what Mr. Owens, that's what Ms. Cashman, that's what Mr. Hobson, that's what Mr. Bankowitz, that's what Mr. Padilla said to you. Give up. Surrender on this useless tirade and selfish crusades to obtain things that you don't deserve or evade convictions you do deserve. It would save so many people's time, money, resources, peace of mind, and help you more than anything. If you actually, quote unquote, surrendered and compromised with people taking the plea deals and the money that is too good for you, honestly, then you would have gotten out of jail within a decade and you would have had $6,000 in your bank. Now you will be behind bars for life with $0 and even less contact with your child because of all the decisions that you have made and the harm you have spread and compounded and spread again through every single level: criminal conviction, family court, the girls in your dorm, your lawyers, anyone you have contact with, your flying monkeys. You have done damage to them in order to prolong these unnecessary processes. 5 years, nearly 5 years for this criminal trial, nearly 5 years for this family court trial. And for what? Literally for you to just complain. You don't even know what you want. Anything you would compromise for, now backing up, he's not asking you to surrender. He's asking you to compromise. The fact that Brian offered you $6,000 to begin with, that's 1/10 of what you're asking for, and someone who zips someone in a suitcase deserves even less than that. and says he didn't explain it. It wouldn't have mattered if he did. You would have just gone back and forth again and again, because that's what you do. You believe if you can wear enough people out, they will just give up, give in, and you can get off scot-free. I'll never get over the fact that she got mad at her brother because he wasn't going to put up all of his information in order for her to get denied a bond. So he would have just disclosed his information for her not to have gotten a bond to begin with. But anyway, in that message, she brings up her good old pal, Christina.
Christina! Christina's gone. Your little tramp didn't leave any money to pay her, so she left. Just like your little slut.
And her situation and how she held out and she said no and she made everyone wait, and then her charges were dropped. She lies about everything, which I told you about already. Perfect example. My friend who was in here with me for 4.2 years.
Christina!
And had her for her attorney, hated her. The attorney kept trying to get her to sign for 10 years probation and going to program for 2 years. My friend said no over and over and kept holding out. She went home 2 weeks ago with all her charges dropped. This bitch kept threatening her with prison time too. And you see what happened? Please, God, tell me she hasn't brainwashed you. Please, God, you don't know anything about anything, only what she and all the other lying piece of shit lawyers tell you. I don't know what to say except I rebuke you, Satan. Not you. Another defeat and more lies, 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 lies.
What's the lie? You said that she has lied to you. What is the lie?
The process of getting a bond. She lied to my brother.
So what part of that is a lie? But the statement that you said is that Miss Cashman, who's an officer of the court, has lied to you. And what you've provided me so far is not evidence of any lies based on the severity of the charge.
But Sarah truly believed and still believes that something like that was going to happen to her. So until that does happen to her, she is not going to surrender. She's not going to give up. And anyone who even suggests the otherwise is telling her to give up. This type of person is insufferable.
And
I'm not trying to get you to surrender. I'm just saying, like, it doesn't hurt you to ask for what you would.
That's what mediation is for, and that's what I was trying to do. So
right, but they're not giving you mediation. So all I'm suggesting is, do you need a mediator? You don't need a mediator to send him a letter and just say, hey, look, I don't want to go through this. You shouldn't have to go through it either. Because it's been through enough. We've been through enough. Save your money on the lawyers, and this is what I'm willing to settle for. But if you don't want to do it, that's
okay.
Just
hold on 1 second. I know, and I'm being respectful of what you're telling me. I understand. It's constructive criticism, and my ears are open. But my thing is, you weren't on the call with me for the hearing, but, they make it seem like is standing there, with his, gnawing on the tips of his fingertips with tears in his eyes streaming down his face, settled, worried out of his mind and, just a blob of, insecurity and sadness. What does know about any of this? Is not in any of this. That's why I don't understand why people keep bringing up.
What?
Who said that? Who said that? Who said that?
What? Why people keep bringing your son up? Why people keep bringing your son up? That is all you do. All you do is bring that child up in any situation if you think it's going to benefit you. That's what you did your entire criminal trial.
Worried about my dogs. I was worried about my son. I went to my former husband's residence where my son was located.
You were going to spend the night there with your son and with your ex-husband?
Correct.
And did you do that?
My son, yes.
All right.
My son can't come over here because he's here.
He doesn't live here.
He doesn't live here. Ow. I want to see my son. It's not fair.
Okay.
I can have my son come over?
It's your house.
Took the
the bike that I bought for him, which is technically mine, and also my debit card.
Sam, if he bought it, then it's a gift. He didn't.
Okay, that's fine. I need my debit card though. Like, I have my 8-year-old son coming over here and I can't even buy groceries for him. Okay, then what's your debit card? My son up.
That's fine.
We will definitely make sure that you don't feel scared when we leave here, okay? When we leave.
9-year-old.
Well, he's at school. He's with your husband.
I know. Well,
ex-husband.
Oh, okay, Mom. I don't know what it is.
Exactly. And that's what we're here to find out. We're just here to get the answer. The answers that you want, the answers that his family's going to want.
I just really want to see my son. Like, I really need to see my son.
No one has made a threat to you. No one has done anything. I just haven't said anything to him yet. You know, my son. Well, your son's with Brian and is going to stay with Brian.
Everything else, I have no idea what it is. No idea what it is. Nonetheless, I've had my son over the house too, so why is it you all think that y'all don't know me, you don't know me,
Nope.
would do something like that, especially having a 9-year-old son? I don't think you all understand who I am, where...
Okay. Well, tell me.
I mean, I've always been a straight-A student. I am an outstanding mother to my son.
Okay.
I excel at everything. What do I need to plan on? I promise you, on my son's life, it was not intentional. I promise you, on his life, it was not intentional.
I don't know you. I can't say I know anything about you. I don't know what would be a true statement, what would not. I mean, you're promising on your son's life, that's fine.
That's how much it means.
Sorry.
That's how much it, look, that's how much it means. I hope you take that to heart. Please.
And it's documented that you said that, yeah.
Like I was telling her, like, yeah, that's bad. Like, which I swore in my son's life was not intentional. So what am I supposed to do now? Someone needs to call Brian.
Okay.
He's waiting for Mom to come home. This was not my intention. I thought I was waiting for you all to come and figure out what's what and how many.
That's what we're trying to do.
And I was going to be able to go home and see. Now he's just not going to have me come home. So there's nothing that I can do.
All right, no.
There's nothing that I can do in order to go home and see and prepare.
Not right now, no.
Yes, when he started to gurgle and I knew that my ex-husband is notorious for bringing my son over in very inopportune times when George is possibly drunk or doing things not appropriate for my son to see. And I just didn't know what to do. It was just a quick knee-jerk reaction. Brian was kind of my go-to person because of my family being deceased, and I don't have anyone else that I can call. And I just wanted to ensure that he would not bring my son over in the process of all of this at some point. I forgive George for beating me senseless, for trying to sleep because I had to go to work or my son's field trip the next day, for ruining my deceased family's heirlooms, traditions, and keepsakes, my son's furniture, for breaking or removing the locks from all of the doors and sometimes the knobs altogether, so I had nowhere to feel safe, including the sacred space of my son's room where he beat me bloody on his bed, for threatening to make me unrecognizable to my son by breaking all of the bones in my face, for holding me hostage on weekends my son was supposed to come over by keeping my keys around his neck, my phone in his crotch, and a butcher knife stuck in the middle of the table as a warning not to ask anything or try to leave. For destroying my phone with a hammer because my son called. For taking my car driving drunk with my debit card to buy more alcohol while I slept, even after I kindly explained the importance of my car to take my son to school foremost. I forgive myself for not escaping permanently, for not fighting back sooner to save myself, my son, my dogs, home, and car. I wrote him letters. I wrote his family and his daughters, apologizing for asking for their forgiveness. But due to fear that my life or son's would be jeopardized, I did not send.
I am sorry.
I didn't mean for this to happen. Please wholeheartedly know that and always.
I would never.
When I'm trying to speak to him solely in regards to my son, I'm doing everything that I possibly can. for my son. I've been avidly striving to and will continue my pursuit to be even more meaningful to my son in my continued hard-fought efforts to see him in person while temporarily located at DOC and in the meantime of my appeal and my release, and all other positive aspects that I have with my son on the horizon. I've encouraged him, acknowledged him, understood him, listened to him, believed in him, and I make him stronger and more beautiful. Foremost and above all, meaningful means love, which the respondent ceaselessly and immeasurably will always have a wholeheartedly provide for her son, which is priceless, and no circumstance or agreement or modification in any lifetime can change or end. I would like to say that my incarceration has nothing to do with me as being a human being and a mother to my son. One obscure enforcement incident does not define me as a person or my entire existence. And I'm trying to be my son's best advocate for myself.
The
burden of proof is on the opposing party to show unfitness.
Guilty of murder in the second degree.
Court sentences you to life.
And I shouldn't have to prove my worthiness. And I've done everything I possibly can in regards to be a part of my son's life.
I can make everyone aware I am someone and worthy. Most of all, for and to my son.
What does know about any of this? Is not in any of this. That's why I don't understand why people keep bringing up.
That is all you do. That is all you have ever done. And all the body cam footage and all of the trial footage and all of everything, that boy does not stay out of your mouth. Where your son actually had nothing to do with any of that. The amount of times you brought up your son, this, to try to make yourself seem more pathetic and sad and, oh, we can't let this happen to a mother. She just killed someone, but it's okay because she has a son. That's all you do. How dare you unhinge your jaw to even form the words of why are other people bringing my son in? Everyone around you, including New York,
like I could come to you because I always respected your hairline on television,
is begging you to leave that boy alone. Hence why he said, I'm not telling you to surrender, you should just mediate because any rational person would try to do that. Well, no, he said, I'm not telling you to surrender. I'm just saying you should talk to him and suggest this. That's what mediation is for. Well, they're not giving you mediation. Good job, New York. I will say that he's handling this conversation really well because when talking to someone like this, the point is to derail into emotions and not into facts. So if I keep amping you up, I can get you feeling the same wavelength that I'm feeling, and then the facts are non-consequential and we can just run off vibes. But when you introduce facts and the reality of her situation, then she has to interrupt. Oh, you're saying this is too much for my son? Well, pause, because I'm listening, you're offering constructive criticism, and my ears are open. Obviously not, because you cut him off mid-sentence. 2, of course you think that is criticism. You think someone telling you to compromise or speak or be any kind of cooperative, even though you claim to be nothing but cooperative in your letters, is criticism against you. If you are not on board with her exact plan, you are against her entirely. And how dismissive. She's like, they're on the phone making him sound like he's in tears. He has tears in his eyes streaming down his face, settled, worried out of his mind, and just a blob of insecurity and sadness.
Is standing there, with his gnawing on the tips of his fingertips with tears in his eyes streaming down his face, settled, worried out of his mind and, just a blob of, insecurity and sadness.
Okay, what if he was? Right? You just diminished all of those things. I doubt he is in the way that you are hyperbologizing. What? Is that a word? All the struggles your son's dealing with. If they say that he's upset that you cause him distress because all you do is yell at him for not being a good enough son to you, you're just saying, oh, they're just acting like he's this blob of sadness and just streaming, crying down his face and this and that. That could be true. This is a terrible parental move, and obviously this isn't directed at him. He's probably going to hear about this eventually. But I imagine she's been this dismissive of his feelings and situations in the past, probably his whole life. His feelings aren't valid, aren't justified, because she says they aren't. And that's why she got all defensive when Brian said that he wants to have his son speak with the judge alone in his chambers without you there, so he can say and speak however he wants to speak. As I explained, I did not want to speak to you either, and is why I keep sending messages to not have to from your emotional stress and cruelty every time. Why do you keep telling me you're going to respond? Quote, I'm going to have our son speak to the judge about you, taken into his chamber so you can't hear or know what's being said about you. Fucking work, Brian. I know that's right. What exactly would you have him say, or could he? Our son has told me he sees how mean you are to me, call me names in front of him, doesn't buy food and hangs up on, also tells me about your supply of cigarettes, often running to the store for, and drinks you have readily available. How then are you going to use our son against me? He knows and admits he treats me the way he sees you do, and you honestly would put him in a position of having to lie and pit against me even more than you already have and do? She tried to flip it as, oh, you're trying to turn him against me and this and that, which if you actually loved your child and you trusted he loved you back, you wouldn't have to fear about that. The framing Brian gave is that he also wouldn't be in the judge's chambers, and it would just be the judge and the son. So no one would be there to coach him, and he could speak freely. And that is the last thing she wants to happen, because she's the only one who gets to determine how he feels. Brian says he feels bad after talking with you. You say, oh, he only feels bad because you haven't let him see me and because he curses on the phone.
When was the last time he was upset?
Probably about a week ago, because you didn't call all last week.
Which, pause right here, because I've misinterpreted this in the past. In the past, I thought that he was upset because she hadn't called in a week, as in she overwhelms him with calls again and again and again, and then goes a whole week without saying anything, and that inconsistency can send mixed signals to a child that make you conflicted. That would probably more apply when he was 9, 10. Now that he's in the 13, 14, 15 range, I think it is the interpretation I saw in one of the comments, which is he hasn't been upset in a week because you haven't talked to him in a week. Meaning every time you talk to him, you upset him in some way. And this is what this type of personality does. No matter what, they're going to make you feel guilty the next time you talk to them. So it can't just be a casual, good, positive interaction without a little jab here and there. And you're supposed to just take it and be fine with it because she's hurting. And that is supported by the fact that he wants to control when he can talk to her, and he's not fighting back against the 1 call per week, to our understanding. Maybe he is. I highly doubt he is.
Do you know my schedule of work while I'm located at DOC?
No, of course I don't.
What?
Why haven't you asked about it? To know that.
Because I don't care. Oh.
What?
Why do you allow, why was your statement made that our son is upset after speaking to me on the phone? Do you know specifically why? Because you asked me or him?
Because he tells me. I can see him.
I'm asking you if he explained to you why he was upset.
Yes.
And why is that?
Can I? I mean, any number of different reasons. The way you talked to him, what you said to him, how you made him feel. I mean, the plethora of emotions that you corrupted.
Is it because you allowed him to curse on the phone?
Judge doesn't care what you write. My son now says the same when I correct him on how he is being mean and rude to me. When I correct him on how he is being mean and rude to me. Dad says you're annoying and beg all the time. Son told me after asking him to ask former husband if he finally ordered a book and hot meal after being made to call daily to check for 13 weeks.
How is that harmful? The majority of the time, I will tell you this, which you are unaware of because
You're
you
not
do not
telling anybody anything, ma'am.
Because what happens when she's on the phone with her son? She yells at him for not coming to see her, not making a card, not making the effort, not doing this and not doing that for her. I was hoping you would actually listen and care and make an effort just simply to have your phone on and charged so I can talk to you. Why? It's not like I'm asking you to grow a third arm or lasso the sun. Just answer your phone. I hope one of your resolutions, if you have any, is to be nicer and respectful to your mom and to understand my feelings. Yes, I have feelings, and how much you crush them by not caring enough to simply plug in your phone. Would you make sure it were on if Addison called, or Mary, or anyone other than me? If you are choosing not to talk to me, I wish you'd just man up and tell me so I can stop looking like the fool you are making me out to be by calling just to be yelled at, called names, or hung up on. If you have nothing to say to me or care enough to include me and share your life, just be honest and say so. You are my son. I am your mom. Forever. No matter what, where, when, why. No matter anything. You can't delete, erase, blot out, omit, change, or remove. Stop being mean to me and not caring. All while invalidating his feelings completely. In none of the messages, email correspondences, phone calls, anything we've ever seen, has she shown genuine care for his feelings. It's always, I'm going through so much right now, and to be spat on by you is unbelievable. I'm already going through so much, then to be disregarded and spat on by you is unspeakable, and for no reason.
Why is this happening?
Because George is dead.
Do you delight in making me feel worse? Does it make your day knowing you make me cry and feel worthless to you? Who am I to you? Really ask yourself that. Punching bag? Daily joke? Unwanted friend? That's how you make me feel. Know that, son. I can't make you care. I can't make you love. It's your choice. Yours only. New year, new start, new everything. Your choice. Don't forget about me. Love always. Who am I? Can you believe what me I'm going through? And you want me to pay attention to you? You have everything and I have nothing. Nonetheless, your mother. It's just so minimizing and belittling to me, and shows she can't think outside of herself. She has to center herself always. And if there's a victim in the room, it's her. Because then she even extends to her letters of, he's only feeling bad because you're being mean to me and calling me names and not answering the phone and not buying me food. What exactly would you have him say? Or could he? Our son has told me he sees how mean you are to me. Call me names in front of him, doesn't buy food and hangs up on. Also tells me about your supply of cigarettes, often running to the store for, and drinks you have readily available. How then are you going to use our son against me? He knows and admits he treats me the way he sees you do, and you honestly would put him in a position of having to lie and pit against me even more than you already have and do? Do you realize what you do to him? You. And this and that, that's the only reason he would feel bad. He's not a person, he's a pawn. What are you not getting? Pawns can't feel anything. They do what I say they do. And if they're not loving me enough, they're abusive. And if they say they're upset, they're lying. She thinks that if he doesn't break down in front of her and say, Mother, this is your fault because you're making me feel bad, and then also give her a chance to manipulate that and say, you feel bad because your father's mean to me, which is why I'm mean to you, and truly you should be mad at your father so that I can be nice to you and that you can love me back. So everything would be good if everyone did what I said.
Oh, the lie detector determined that was a lie.
And since you're not doing that, I'm the victim.
they make it seem like is standing there, with his gnawing on the tips of his fingertips with tears in his eyes streaming down his face, settled, worried out of his mind and, just a blob of, insecurity and sadness.
What does know about any of this? Is not in any of this. That's why I don't understand why people keep bringing up. He's got nothing to do with it. He just does what Dad tells him to do and then calls it done. Brett just asks if he can come see Mom. Why haven't you filled out my application? And his response always is, I'll get to it when I get to it. So if anybody's doing anything to him, it's if he throws his crumbs and his peanuts at me, ain't gonna make nothing different.
Pause! Stop! Pause! Stop!
Look, the first time I heard that, I was gagged. But to clarify the record, she says if he throws his crumbs and his peanuts at me, it ain't gonna make no difference or whatever. She has the most random sayings, but that was wild. But not as wild as her saying that Brian is doing something to your son because he hasn't filled out the application for him to see you. How is that doing something to him? Again, this is all circling back to you. You just said he just does whatever Dad tells him and just leaves it at that. If he really wanted to talk to you and really wanted to go against his dad to do this or that, he would have. Why? Because Brian also testified and said that sometimes he would go to Sarah when he wanted stuff and Brian wouldn't get it for him at the time.
Can you give me a specific example of where after she's had a phone conversation with him, you've had difficulty with him?
Well, generally it's with buying things he wants, which, I mean, kids want all kinds of things. That's what birthdays and Christmas and stuff like that's for. Everything's not instant gratification. And he'll tell her about these things, and her response is, well, just Dad should get it for you, so.
And so then that meant Sarah was going to hound him and say that you just need to get it for him. Why? Because that's her shining moment where she can look like a good parent. And I don't blame the son. If you got the option, go for it. I mean, she does. And that doesn't seem like an actual issue, but it does illustrate the point that if he wanted to, he would. Also, that is some advice a lot of you out there need to take. If he wanted to, he would. She also has this talent of making one thing seem like a list of things, like it was this grand list, thus she made her point. It reminded me of the interrogation when she goes, like, George couldn't handle his alcohol. I had to get up and do stuff. I had all this stuff to do. I had to get up and take my son to school. I had all this stuff to do.
Where I don't want to drink. I don't want to drink. The occasional wine, whatever, or if it's a weekend. That's when you have a good time. You don't have to wake up the next day. I have to wake up the next day and do things. I have to tend to I have to take him to school. I have all this stuff to do.
When really all she listed was the singular obligation she had, which was to take her child to school, which is what she didn't do. But in this case, Brian is hurting the child so much. How is he hurting? Because he won't fill out the housing application. The son asks him and he said, I'll get to it when I get to it. So if anyone's hurting him, it's Brian. The math does not track for that one.
Whether knows it or not, it's just it's kind of neither here nor there. It's I was just saying that as a way to kind of say, like, how would you approach them? And that would be the way to approach them, is to say, like, the way I would put it is like, that money and time that we'd be spending on a trial should be going toward our son.
You do realize that his parents have furnished fully this entire everything, including his attorney, right? It's not a cent out of his back pocket. He works a part-time job, if he has a job at all ever, because of the phenomenal amount of money that he has.
And
he's destitute, right, and he's destitute. And he's working 3 jobs, and he wants to make sure that he's put on a pedestal and treated like the young man that he is. It's a bunch of shit.
What does that even mean? That whole sentence just went in every direction, contradiction imaginable. And the trigger for it is he is saying that you should mediate or compromise or whatever so that all of those resources, they should go to our son. That is your bargaining chip of we need to get through this together, come together on this, so for the betterment of our child. What does she say? ... You realize his parents are funding his entire everything, right? What's that translation? No, these resources should not be going to my son. They should be going to me. So now I have to justify why I believe that, because he has so much, such a phenomenal amount of money. It's not a cent out of his back pocket, even though it would be cents away from your child. But to deflect from that, she removes the child and makes that a him versus her situation. He has so much money, she doesn't, but also he's destitute. And she says that twice, destitute. So he has so much money, but he's also lacking and has nothing. Right. And the same contradictions of he has a part-time job, if he even has one, because of his phenomenal amount of money. But then I guess she mocks what he says and says he has 3 part-time jobs and wants to put their son on a pedestal and treat him like the young man that he is. That's like a compliment, but she says it like an insult. She says it like that's a statement you should be offended by. How dare he be a single father who works 3 jobs? A single mom who works 2 jobs. Who loves his son. And never stops with 0 support from you. In the heart of a fighter.
I am a survivor.
I'm a survivor. And the contradiction of it's not a cent out of his back pocket, it's not a cent out of your back pocket either. That is why you are dependent on Brian giving you things. That's why you're a part of his budget. And will not be adding funds to my commissary account for the 2nd week. I explained to you, I am a part of your budget.
Hide the money, y'all. There's poor people around.
Oh. I am a part of your budget? No, you are a burden to his bank account. Meaning you have not paid for anything. Everything you have has either been paid by Brian, your supporters, or taxpayer dollars. Yet, he's the destitute one. He's the manipulative one. He's the criminal. Right. But yeah, the putting on the pedestal is, I can't drop that because she's saying like taking care of your son, his livelihood, food in his mouth, a roof over his head, that is putting him on a pedestal, making sure he has some kind of happiness and a life. He's not supposed to have a good life because you killed someone? No. And that's why in those text messages she goes, you have everything and I have nothing and you're still not doing anything. I'm not going to be dehumanized by you any longer. It's a choice. You blank gifts whenever your father decides to
Send me money, send me money, send me money.
order. It's the middle of February, blank, and I have no resources, family, or money.
Money.
You have all and do nothing blank this year. Make a video visit telling me you were going to. You're blank in any way. And after last year lying about making me a card for the blank, father won't even let me have a hot meal ever and keeps lying he blank to want to be a weatherman when you were younger. Here's your chance, blank, about by you. Know that. You're the one in charge. Which is an insane thing for a parent to tell a child. He doesn't have a bank account. He doesn't have these things. But you want to guilt him into manipulating Brian into giving you all of these things. It's gross.
So that's not the only argument. The other argument is they're saying like you don't need it.
Right.
And your argument is, well,
I could have had my car. I could have had my effing storage unit. Oh, speaking of which, before I forget, please, did you get my durable power of attorney yet?
I have not received that yet, no.
You've checked your mail?
Yeah.
Okay. And then also, I was thinking about this shackled and in pain from my wrist. You should see my wrists, how cut up they are from them putting the damn handcuffs on me for 8 hours too long. What am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to do for this financial affidavit? What am I supposed to do? Because I'm the one who tried to initiate it, and it seems like it was. And so now, how do I do my part and make sure that he's doing his? The judge ordered both of us to submit a financial affidavit.
Oh, okay. Well, I think your financial affidavit is basically just saying exactly what you have. You know, it's just basically saying.
There's an actual legal document for it. We had to do it during my divorce.
Okay. Well, I mean, that's probably pretty simple thing to find online, and the short answer for you is going to be a bunch of zeros, right? I mean, you don't have anything.
But my thing is, so too, something that the judge is supposed to supply, like when is he submitting his? Like, this is how it's very difficult for me, and it makes me so anxiety-filled frustration, is it's something where, somebody needs to instruct me on how to do this, and, like, how will I know when Brian submitted his? Can you go on the clerk of the court's website and see at least what's been submitted? I mean, I know, hopefully people can't open them like you, and I believe you could because you're my durable power of attorney, but can you see what's been filed? Like, if he submitted it? I'm going to do it today, if not tomorrow. But you have to understand, I have no stamps. When I tell you, I have old newspapers and rust in my drawer. I have nothing to even trade somebody. But nonetheless, so you can see me. Like,
yeah,
I need something in my life, or otherwise I'm going to go effing insane. I can't explain it to you, and I'm really trying to keep it together. But after today, and a taste of what real life is out there, and to see everybody, functioning normally and everything, it's very difficult for me, and I'm trying very hard to keep it together.
But so what did you see? You saw, like, people walking around?
Everything.
Yeah.
Traffic, people working. The office that I was in was like the office that I worked at, and I was thinking that I could do all of this that the one girl was doing, and just...
You absolutely could have. But you chose to stay jobless for 2 years. You chose to focus on you, and that's all you do. You're focusing on you right now, yet again. This is insane. That was hard just letting that much go through because she just packs so much in. It's just this never-ending weaponized helplessness that is so exhausting. But it gets her the results she wants, so why would she stop? That's why you can't give in to these antics, and you have to set firm boundaries up front and just let it be okay that they're mad at you. They're going to be mad at you regardless. If you give them exactly what they want, they're going to be mad that you didn't do it with a smile. If you mess up one little thing, it is exactly the same as if you messed up all of it. So let them be mad. But backing up to the beginning of this section, New York comes out and being like, well, the other argument is you don't need it. And your argument is, and then he went ... She couldn't fill it in, so she talked over it and was like, I could have had my car, I could have had my storage unit, I could have had this, I could have had that. You're my durable power of attorney, which, pin in that, we will get there. But it's like, no, you couldn't have. You couldn't have had your car or storage unit, even if you were able to control every pawn the way you want to. You, Sarah Boone Paulsen, would not ever be able to go to that storage unit or touch that car. But just the idea that you could, or the idea that you can't, is enough for you to make everyone's life miserable because of the things you don't have nor could accept. That's exhausting. Okay, but this durable power of attorney business is insane. I have no idea why New York would agree to this.
I'm nodding like I understand, but I'm not so sure I do.
This puts so much risk on him, and I know their relationship has imploded since then, since these phone calls. But if he signed that paper, then he could still be liable to her. And that's why it's crazy for a friend, fan, supporter pawn to agree to be someone's durable power of attorney. And when she asked for it, like, oh, did you get it? And he's like, oh, no, I haven't gotten it yet. ... She doesn't believe him. She says, well, did you check your mail? And he says, yes.
Speaking of which, before I forget, please, did you get my durable power of attorney yet?
I have not received that yet, no.
You've checked your mail?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because she doesn't believe you did, so she has to remind you. And if you don't do it with her over the phone, then she can't verify that you did it, and will assume that you're too stupid enough to check your own mail. That's how it reads to me. Maybe I'm just jaded at this point, but everything comes off super condescending, as though she has to instruct people on how to live their lives when she can't even figure out how to live her own. But anyway, durable power of attorney, similar to just a standard power of attorney, but way more risky. For a standard power of attorney, that means you have access to control their finances, to look over the things, and to talk to entities, banks, hospitals, agencies, whatever the individual needs a representative for. However, for a normal power of attorney, when the person becomes incapacitated, normally that's when that ends. However, for a durable power of attorney, durable being the operative word, lasts through incapacitation. This could be disability, injury, illness, any of those things, and also incarceration. Since those people can't advocate for themselves, it's as though they are rhetorically incapacitated. So she can't have a power of attorney, she can only have a durable power of attorney, which basically locks that individual in with them. And what's it called? A fiduciary role, which is a pretentious way of saying legally obligated to act on behalf of Sarah Boone Paulsen.
Cupcake. I don't want a cupcake.
In her best interests. Now, this gets insane because she has absolute control over whoever signs their voice over to Ursula Boone Paulsen. Now, you're responsible for acting on her behalf. You're responsible if these actions are done correctly, and you have to take the fall. If someone decided to set up a GoFundMe and used her bank account information, which you now are power of attorney over, and funds are mismanaged and the bank now has to give money back because you weren't supposed to have it to begin with, and every mess and this and that happens, then they look at you, not her. You are responsible because you are still acting on her behalf. And if she comes out here and says, oh, you didn't do what I said, you didn't listen, you mismanaged my funds, you abandoned me, any of this, any of that, then he can also be held responsible. Not much happens from that normally, but he can be questioned, subpoenaed, being a part of investigations, yada yada, unless he officially withdraws through a formal legal resignation, which then you have to supply and make sure that the individual receives, which you can do because you have a certificate of service, which is a paper trail of it was delivered here. That is the only way she can receive mail. She got it. It's not on me. Otherwise, she's going to try to just reframe the whole situation and say that you manipulated her, didn't do what she said, and this is why my closing arguments weren't submitted on time. This is why I keep writing all these other handwritten letters, including another letter that just came out while we're still waiting for the judge's decision. Sarah couldn't wait, right? You're not going to ignore her. So she had to write another letter. I might tack that on at the end of this or just do a whole separate video for that. Probably a whole separate video for that. But it's things have to be her way 100% of the time. And if you are her durable power of attorney and you're not doing things her way, she can make your life hell. It does not matter if your friendship ends, which it did. If he signed that, he still has to go through that legal process, or he still is her durable power of attorney until then. And if she doesn't accept it and she says she didn't see this, then you have to go through the courts and do it formally, which of course she would make you do that. So I don't know if he actually ever signed it officially, but if he did, he may still be her power of attorney without realizing it. Speaking of shackles, she brings up that the shackles around her wrist, she was held in there for 8 hours too long. Girl, get over it.
I'm here to tell you right now, we don't care.
Let me tell you
We don't care. Jerry.
And then ask, like, what do I do with this financial affidavit? This is what annoys me. How do I make sure I'm doing my part, and how do I make sure he's doing his? When is Brian submitting his? That's none of your business. When, what, and how Brian submits anything is none of your concern. But you're obsessive and you feel like you have to control everything. And the true reason is she's been copying him. And we've seen these in the filings where whenever an accusation is made against her, she just flips the actors, reframes it, and tries to throw it right back at them. You're causing chaos. The only chaos being caused is from them. You have unclean hands. They have unclean hands. They're breaking this. You're breaking this. The petitioner cannot, in good faith, request a downward modification while simultaneously standing in violation of the very court order they now seek to alter. It would be fundamentally unfair to reward former wife with fees or to sanction former husband when she herself has flouted significant obligations under the very same final judgment she seeks to enforce. Equity demands that one must come before this court with clean hands, and the petitioner's non-compliance bars them from the relief they request until such arrears are addressed. Comes to the court with unclean hands,
You nasty.
and may be denied relief. 56. Similarly, here, former wife's hands are unclean.
Little nasty.
She has not, quote, done equity toward former husband or the child. Equity should therefore bar her from recovering attorney's fees or any affirmative relief until she has purged her own defaults. The result would simply, quote, call it even, erasing the petitioner's arrears while simultaneously depriving the respondent of funds she is legally entitled to receive.
Send me money, send me money, send me money.
In effect, this approach would punish her for the petitioner's past non-compliance and reward the petitioner by relieving him of obligations already legally established under Florida law. 63. Further, imposing fees on the former husband would likely detract from the resources available to support the minor child, again harming the innocent to reward the wrongdoer. She waits to see how he's doing it so then she could just copy it, which on some level I understand, but also it's none of your business. If his stuff happens to be posted before you submit yours, then that works for you. If not, you don't get to call him and say, well, have you submitted your financial affidavit yet? It hasn't shown up online, which he could also do the flip argument of, well, have you submitted yours? Why haven't you? And then she would throw up. I was going to say she would throw up her hands, but no, she'd probably just vomit over the phone and say, I don't have anything. I don't have resources. I don't have stamps. I have nothing. I'm going to go insane. I need something in my life. I can't even trade something for commissary, nonetheless for you to see me. I don't know how that's connected, how like you not having things to trade is equivalent to you not being able to see them. Whatever. But she circles around to it multiple times. The judge ordered us both to do this. When is he submitting this? Is this something the judge supplies? Yeah, I mean, it's on the clerk of court's website, just like you get all of your other forms. You go there and request it from them, then you fill it out, and then you give it back in. And who's supposed to instruct me on how to figure this out? Absolutely no one. Not a single soul is responsible for instructing you how to fill out this financial affidavit. That is a you issue. She still doesn't get this is civil court, meaning you are here of your own volition. You are here because of your own actions. This is not criminal court where they are attempting to take away your freedoms. So they have to make sure that the process is completely clean, more or less, and that you had every opportunity to finish things properly. Civil court does not care. You have the opportunity to do it. How do we know? Because you've printed other documents from the clerk of court. Just because you chose not to print the documents you needed doesn't mean you didn't have access. And you've filled out documents in the past, meaning you can fill out this document. Normally the instructions are on the form. And New York tells you right then and there. I mean, he's completely right. This is going to be easy for you because it's all zero. I mean, technically it's not all zero because she does get money from Brian and from supporters that she never claimed or documented. But for all intents and purposes, she's saying she has nothing. It should all just be zeros. So why is she, quote, Anxiety-filled frustration because she has no idea how to do this and who's going to instruct me on this. She thinks people have to do these things for her. They do not. Just like she thinks that Brian's attorney has to provide her and answer all of her questions that she sent. By answering and explaining further the aforementioned concerns and questions will most definitely assist in my decision making. Your expedited response is greatly appreciated, as well as providing all requested documents and information. Thank you in advance for your assistance, patience, and cooperation. They do not, which is why they didn't, which is why they had the mediation dissolved, because that is insane. Can you imagine if everyone had to stop and waste time to make sure that people like Sarah Boone Paulsen,
The clone killer! Eating my peach.
are completely caught up on everything, doing everything perfectly and more persuasively than the other side? Which is the standard she holds Brian to. Like, she yells at him being like, why aren't you helping me beat you? Which honestly applies on multiple levels. And then repeats it again of, how will I know when he submitted his? When it's on the website. So she instructs you, can you go look at it again? I'm pretty sure earlier in this call, it has been noted that nothing has been updated online. Maybe this is the first time, but I feel like it's been mentioned before. She says, I hope people can't see. You should be able to see because you're my durable power of attorney. People can see if they do the right requests, which is why people don't like being involved in legal proceedings, especially in Florida, because all your business gets aired out. And based off of what you said, he still hasn't received the paperwork for the durable power of attorney, so he's not that yet, meaning he shouldn't have immediate open access to any document you submitted. I mean, he should, because you're going to send it to him and you're forcing him to submit it on your behalf, but still.
But so what did you see? You saw like people walking around.
Everything.
Sorry, again, just real quick, I wanted to bring this up. That is another example of such a messy question. That is this is for the documentary type question. Just to twist the knife a little bit. I saw everything. Well, what did you see? In great detail. And how did it feel? New York made me laugh with that one.
Wanted to see her anger level. I wanted to see if I was powerful enough to twist her mind.
Yeah.
Traffic, people working. The office that I was in was like the office that I worked at. And I was thinking that I could do all of this that the one girl was doing. And
What hospital?
It's not a hospital. It was a doctor's office. Oh, can you look him up for me? His name is Seaborn Hunt. Just sometime when you have 5 minutes, just look him on the internet to see if he's got semi-decent reviews. Please.
Why does that matter? She makes everything like a thing. You are broke and in prison.
With your broke ass.
It doesn't matter if he has bad reviews or not. You don't get options. You get who they give you and you move on.
With your broke ass.
But there's just always something else that you have other people doing.
His name is Seaborn. First name is Seaborn. His last name is Hunt. H-U-N-T.
I like how she spells Hunt, but not Seaborn. Like Hunt was going to throw him off.
That's a pretty cool name.
And I have to tell you too, like, everything reminds me of like, everything reminds me of and it's like the devil, man. It's just like everything reminds me of so it's just, you know what it is? It's like has to go in his room away from in order to talk to me. And then yesterday, I called and we had a really good conversation. And he's like, Mom, call me back in 30 minutes. So then my stupid self called back in 30 minutes and nobody answered. So I called and then I called and I called and I called for like 6 hours afterwards. And nobody answered. So like, I don't know what's going on or why they did that, but I'm pretty sure was like, you don't have to answer the phone. So it's a lot.
Yeah, it is a lot. Calling someone for 6 hours after they told you to call back in half an hour, get the point, get the picture, look at your context clues and realize if he wanted to talk to you, he would have picked up. 1 time, 2 times, 3 times max. And if there's half an hour in between, so like now it makes more sense to me, because she said earlier on the call, when they had the 5-minute call, I have to wait 30 minutes and then call back in 30 minutes.
I'm really going crazy. Like, I really am going crazy. Really going crazy.
Why does it say we only have 1 minute?
Because it's my stupid 5-minute free phone call that I didn't know about, and otherwise I would have given to somebody. So just,
Can you call me back?
I have to wait 30 minutes.
Do you know you have 30 minutes? Are you kidding me?
Okay, well, give me a call back in 30 minutes.
30 yes.
Sarah, I hate hearing you like this.
I walk around crying all the time.
We don't care. Let me tell you. We don't care.
I
think
can't.
I'm going out of my mind. Call you back in 30. Don't let it hang up on us, okay?
Okay, you got it. Bye-bye.
When I heard these time frames before of he told me to call back in 30 minutes, I thought it was him telling her, call me back in 30 minutes. It's her giving the time frame. He would not say, I know you have to wait 30 minutes to get back in line, so call me back in exactly 30 minutes. He probably could have said, call me back. And you could have said, it'll be in 30 minutes. And he could have said, okay, cool. I highly doubt he is saying, call me back in exactly 30 minutes when you don't have any other option to. Which means over the span of 6 hours, you're calling that boy 12 times. And you said, like my stupid self, I call back in 30 minutes, as though you had the option to call back sooner. And I call back, and I call back, and I call back. So it's a lot. She thinks she's the victim there. Does she not realize how terrifying that is? And so when she's talking about, I called 8 times, 9 times. To son, I tried calling 9 times today, 8 yesterday. That means she's calling over the span of 4 hours. I originally thought she's literally calling back to back to back, getting back in line, calling back to back to back. But there's that waiting period. And I don't know if that's standard for all of them, but I'm just applying what she said earlier. And that just means that his phone, when she's like, why is your phone not on? Why is your phone off? Because it chimes every half hour. The bell tolls for thee in some cryptic horror movie. Can you imagine? I said this before. Not even the killers on Scream called their victims that many times. This is a horror movie. Having a relentless, remorseless killer call you non-stop. I try calling you every night with no answer. Don't you know by now the evening time is when I am able to call you, so you have your phone with you? I call every night. Every night.
Hello?
It's me again.
Take it easy. Hello?
Hi, calling you back.
See ya. Hello?
Why don't you want to talk to me?
You don't want to talk to me? It makes no difference when it is, as it's the same thing on the weekends. Anytime I call you.
Don't hang up on me.
Shit. Yes?
You are my son. I am your mom. Forever. No matter what, where, when, why. No matter anything. You can't delete, erase, blot out, omit, change, or remove.
I told you not to hang up on me.
What do you want?
Stop being mean to me and not caring. I'm already going through so much, then to be disregarded and spat on by you is unspeakable.
Well, dial someone else, okay? Listen, asshole!
No, you listen, you little b****.
If you are choosing not to talk to me, I wish you'd just man up, Jesus Christ, and tell me so I can stop looking like the fool you are making me out to be by calling just to be yelled at, called names, or hung up on.
You hang up on me again, I'll gut you like a fish, understand?
Please don't think I'm not trying. It's you who are not. I hope you answer sometime. I love you.
So then my stupid self called back in 30 minutes and nobody answered. So I called and then I called and I called and I called for like 6 hours afterwards and nobody answered.
So it's a lot.
So it's a lot.
Yeah, those text messages do not help your case. After the phone calls you do have, you're insulting him. You're saying he's not talking to you enough. And when you are talking now, it's this great conversation. He told me to call back in 30 minutes. Why would he need to call back? Odds are you spent up the 30 minutes you were talking to him and wanted to keep talking to him. It's just a mess. But she also had the nerve to say he has to go in the other room just to talk to me, as though he's not allowed to speak to you in private and that Brian is always in the room. No, Brian testified, and you have written in a letter to the judge that you force your son to leave and go into another room so Brian can't hear what's happening.
When she is talking to your son, how does that go? How does it go? Is it good? Is it
coin flip? Sometimes he's very upset afterwards at things she had said to him, and sometimes she's in a great mood and they have a great conversation. It's very, you never know what's going to happen.
And when she's talking to your son, does she support your decisions, or is she a contrarian? Can you tell me exactly how she interacts with your son?
Mainly contrarian, from what I understand from. I can't hear too much of them because she forces him to make sure he is nowhere near me when he talks on the phone with her.
3. Private phone call time with my son. Former husband is constantly in the background interjecting his comments, answers questions I'm asking my son, laughing and telling me through my son what I can and cannot say to him, e.g., asking about friends, school dances, sports, etc. Which is funny she says it this way now, because in the future, or in another letter, she complains, all I did was talk to my son and asked about his best friend. And then he starts yelling at me because the best friend is upset with him because he's moving. And I told him that, why are you telling people that you are moving and nothing will be decided until the time comes, and why you shouldn't be doing this and you shouldn't be doing that.
We don't owe you anything and are waiting for you to be guilty so we can get out of here and away from you. I don't want to deal with you anymore. I'm going now. Click. Yelling at me so loud, the phone is distorting. So loud, former husband, his father, came in and told him to stop being mean to me before hanging up. Honorable Dean, this is what was told to me by my 11-year-old son when I asked about his best friend and how she was doing since I hadn't mentioned her in a while. He told me she started acting strange after he told her he was moving and wouldn't see her anymore. She's upset with him. The conversation continued with me asking why he's telling his friend this, as nothing is set in stone and will be discussed when the time comes. Oh, we're leaving, and it doesn't matter what you say. We have an attorney. Eventually, it turned into the aforementioned statement, and I was laughed at, disrespected, shut down, and hung up on by my son over asking about his friend.
But then she dilutes that into being, all I was talking about was his friend. No. Always ignores the inappropriate things she asks him. Also, former husband is always seen her during my 15-minute video visits, impeding my valuable time with my son. I call him not former husband. Foremost, my son is a completely different person when not around his father. I am lovingly spoken to most of the time and am told about everything under the sun. So much is said when just me and him. There is also no pressure to be mean to me like Dad is. Private phone time will be my time and made to be important and meaningful. It will also get him off the computer, which has been a huge topic of attempted discussion with former husband with no success. Wherever my son wants to sit, inside or out, and whatever he wants to talk to me about should be allowed freely and without difficulty. This includes phone and video visits.
Is she informed of what's going on with your son?
I mean, when she talks, I guess he tells her. Once again, I never hear the phone calls, so I don't know.
Okay.
But
because you need your alone time and you're mad when he butts in because you're asking him inappropriate questions. How do we know you're asking inappropriate questions? Because you admitted to the judge, I asked him, why hasn't Brian done this? Why hasn't he done that for me? And I had to call and ask for 13 weeks.
Dad says you're annoying and beg all the time. Son told me after asking him to ask former husband if he finally ordered a book and hot meal after being made to call daily to check for 13 weeks.
Please do not make me have to go through my son when I call to have him ask status of everything, including his Christmas presents. Make the effort, Brian, part of the solution, not problem, remember?
We don't owe you anything and are waiting for you to be guilty so we can get out of here and away from you. I don't want to deal with you anymore. I'm going now. Click. Yelling at me so loud, the phone is distorting. So loud, former husband, his father, came in and told him to stop being mean to me before hanging up.
In the parenting plan, it says that you are not to use the child as a ploy or a mode of communication. How else am I supposed to communicate with you if not through our son, through a letter, a tablet, or a telephone call? Therefore, I have to ask you regarding our son. You are putting our son in that predicament. Is that correct?
You are putting our son in that predicament. Is that correct?
No, that is incorrect. That is very much incorrect. These are things that your son should not ever have to deal with or hear. That is why Brian is in the room when he thinks his child could be upset, because you are talking to him as though he were an adult. And so then you place the expectations of an adult on this child, that he needs to be a supportive figure for you at any moment in time, anytime you call. And if he doesn't have his phone with him, if it's not charged, or if he just doesn't want to talk to you in that moment, now he's abusing you.
When she does try to contact your son, do you try to accommodate her most times?
Of course.
Have there been times where you weren't able to accommodate her?
Well, I mean, yeah, his phone's dead, or he didn't have it with him, or it was on silent, or any number of things.
So it's a lot. Ugh. But I'm glad you said the worst of it. It's the devil. Everything reminds me of him. It should. For the rest of your life, everything should remind you of your son, because you could have had a life with him. And you chose yourself over him. You said, I am so undeserving of any accountability, of any punishment.
In itself, for me to have to live with getting him out and doing what I did is punishment enough. Punishment enough. I think that's why I haven't slept, because that's all I see. So that right there says something. So that right there says something. Nonetheless, I have to live without him now.
Yeah.
Nonetheless.
Yeah.
Punishment in itself. Punishment in itself. Nonetheless, I have to live without him now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. His daughters too.
Are you trying to make it worse? Are you trying to make it worse?
Sorry, what?
Are you trying to make it worse?
Make what worse?
How I feel. How I feel.
That I'm going to run this train to the very, very end, when I know there's no track at the end of this. I killed that man. I filmed it. I admitted it to the cops up front immediately.
My boyfriend and I were playing last night, and I put him in his case and we were playing. I put him in his case and we were playing.
I put him in his case and we were playing.
I fell asleep, and I woke up, and he was dead in the suitcase, so I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened.
And then I lied, and then I admitted I lied.
I lied to the police. Basically everyone, because I was extremely fearful of being arrested.
I don't want to get arrested. I don't, because I fought for myself, and I have my 8-year-old, and I just want to go home and sleep in my own bed right now. But I did fight back, I'm not going to lie. But I did fight back, I'm not going to lie. Okay. I've had to lie to you guys 3 times. Okay. I've had to lie to you guys 3 times. So.
I'm telling
How come when he contacts you after you know he has a no contact order, why don't you call the police?
I don't want to get in trouble.
Why are you getting in trouble if he contacts you?
I got in trouble last time.
One last time.
I gotta take my son to school tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not getting arrested.
No, I'm getting a statement from you. You're not being arrested. So,
Okay, what? I'll come over and see you in like 5.
Come on.
Thanks, ladies. They know.
Let's get this done.
They know. They know.
Okay. Now, would you come in here so we can do your statement, please? And stop this. Sit down at the table and let's get your statement filled out.
He didn't believe I would ever do it. I'm not getting arrested.
No, you're not getting arrested. I've already told you that.
I'm not getting arrested.
Nope, you're not. Did you do something you should be arrested for?
No.
Okay.
For the last time I fought back.
Because she knows she should get arrested.
I made the first attempt of me calling 911 by telling them what happened, and I thought they were going to help me, but instead I was arrested for calling 911. But instead I was arrested for calling 911.
For calling 911.
So you made a decision to lie.
I did.
And then I lied again.
Did you stay with that lie?
I did.
Are you telling the truth today?
I am.
It was all a lie. Guys, it was all a lie. She lied.
And then I spat on his grave, insulted his family, insulted anyone who ever cared about him, mocked anyone who ever had reverence or anything positive to say about him, and was still somehow given a get out of jail free card if you take this slap on the wrist of 15 years, which you had already done 5. And you looked Judge Cranick dead in the eye and said, I reject. So I hope those words echo in your head for the rest of your life. When you said, I reject.
Ma'am, understanding the state's offer, do you wish to accept or reject the state's offer to resolve this case?
Reject. Reject.
You said, I rejected my son. I rejected a life I could have had with him because I chose me. And now look where I'm at.
Should she suffer? All right, clap if you think she should suffer.
This is encouraging him that he doesn't have to answer the phone, so he didn't over a 6-hour period. You guys don't get it when I tell you this, and I'm so tired, and God bless you. I'm so fucking tired of I told you so moments. I know how vindictive and vicious is and can be, especially with money and parents and resources behind him. So I know that this is what he's doing. He's probably encouraging, so just don't pick the phone up. You know you don't have to. There's nothing she can do about it. You don't understand how vindictive is.
Yeah.
The things that he has said to me on the phone, the things that he has said to me on the phone in front of how he used to make me feel when I was married to him, his entire family. And now I'm in prison, where they can all clap and do backflips and double high-five each other.
Yeah, they are doing backflips, cartwheels, triple-double backflips, whatever Simone Biles was doing, and double high-fiving each other. But she makes it sound as though they won something. It makes it sound like, oh, the family just didn't like me and they didn't want me to be with him and they finally get to high-five each other because they got rid of me. No. One, you said the same thing about George's family. His entire family hates me.
I'm afraid.
So when he contacts you 3 days ago, why don't you call the police? Knowing that he's not supposed to be contacting you. Why are you doing that? I would love that.
His whole family despises me. I'm afraid
That has
of
nothing
his
to do with
family. Yes, it does.
Okay, but you called us tonight,
Yes.
right?
Because that.
Okay.
There's so many things that he has done.
And you guys
to me.
you guys are going back and forth with each other. This has happened numerous times, but for some reason you guys still live together, right?
I'm fearful of his family.
Why?
They don't like me. They have never liked me. His family have never liked me. I'm the blue-eyed white devil, is what they call me. I told you it's because I'm the blue-eyed white dragon. That's what they call me.
Now, my blue eyes, finish him off with
White woman, so.
But still, it's crazy. How does one individual keep having arguments and issues with whole entire families to where the whole family does not like you because of the way you are?
George was very confident. He wasn't arrogant or anything. He, for the most part, stayed to himself. Like I said, there are a couple people here that he knew. But yeah, you didn't see Sarah at all. The only time I ever saw her, especially after the incident that took place with Emmett and his ex-girlfriend.
Who is Emmett and his ex-girlfriend?
It was more like a confrontation that took place in the office. She made an accusation on Emmett saying that he was trying to forcefully, I don't want to say rape, but he was trying to push himself on her.
On Sarah?
On Sarah. She made that claim.
Some tenant? A different
Yeah,
tenant?
another tenant that knew George from Philly. And they confronted the two of them. I will say Sarah held her ground when the girl confronted her and asked her and said, don't lie to my face. And Sarah said, yeah, he did, so.
I just can't take Sarah on her word for anything. So what is this now?
Because she knew that girl was over her butt. And she's larger than me. So, I was like, oh my gosh, okay, well, maybe there's some truth to that. But it ended up, just fizzling out. It was no big deal. After that situation took place, you really didn't see Sarah too much. She was pretty intimidated. Those two folks are actually a pretty large family that I have living here on site that actually took up 4 units at that time. So the whole family lived here. It's a little intimidating.
She sure does like to pick fights with full-ass families. Why don't you leave these people alone? Future me cut in. I had to put that in there because I also forgot to mention Emmett and his ex-girlfriend's family. This was just a one-off mention in Melissa, the property manager's interview with the police, and we haven't really heard any follow-up since, but she talks about how George had a friend he knew from Pittsburgh who lived in that apartment. He had a few friends. Abraham, who also worked at the same place that they connected with because they were friends back in Pennsylvania.
And again, they had their good times, their bad times. Sometimes he would instigate the situations. Majority of the times, Sarah Boone instigated the situations. And she ended up with bruises. But that's more of him kind of pushing her off of himself.
Okay. That's what he was explaining to me, is she was always the touchy one, the aggressive one, not that she was hitting him, but she would be in his face, or she might, push him, or, little things like that. And she would block him from coming out of the room or whatnot, and he would take her and move her. You know what I mean? And just, that's the way he had explained it to me.
And then this other guy and his family that lived at the same apartment complex, Sarah, who picks fights with everyone in his family to further isolate him, or not everyone in his family, everyone in his life to further isolate him and to make sure that she is the center of his life. He can only trust her, confide in her, be with her. That is her pattern of history. She accuses the family of abusing her, of saying all this and saying all that, to where he needs to go and defend her, thus putting a rift in their relationship and bringing him closer to her. This is a standard abuse tactic, and she did the same thing here. He has a friend that lives in the apartment complex that you don't like, that you don't want him hanging out with. Oh, you just accuse him of assault. You didn't accuse him of full-blown rape like you are accusing George now, but that also tells me when Melissa says she held her own, she did this, she did that. We see this everywhere. She will run a lie into the ground. It doesn't matter how untrue, how provably false it is. She will say it with a straight face. So of course this bigger girl yelling in her face isn't going to stop her from lying. That's the only thing she got. She's got lies, split ends, and a sorry attitude. And then it just so happens that after this major altercation, George doesn't talk to that friend or that family ever again. Because that's awkward AF, and now she doesn't want to be seen anywhere because that's what she does. She throws her stone and hides her hand. She will assault you and then runs away. She'll strangle you on the steps, kick you down the stairs, and said you did it to her. Meanwhile, she wants to say he was making advances on her when she literally ignores everyone's boundaries, touches all over them, flirts with every police officer in front of her.
I get it. Make sure not to squeeze my arm anymore. Make sure not to squeeze my arm anymore.
There's nothing I can do?
There's nothing you can do.
Why? I kind of want to give you a hug. I kind of want to give you a hug.
No, you don't need to give me a hug.
Yeah, you're cutting a big and berry.
No.
Yeah, you're cutting a big and berry.
No, that's okay. No hugs today.
You have any more questions?
Can I give you a hug?
This one. Not working. I get in trouble for that. Okay. Have a good day. Okay, that's good enough. I know. Thank you. Okay.
I love it.
This one. Okay. Have a good day,
Look, and whatever the fuck he says,
okay.
tell him
Yes,
to
okay.
be a dick.
Sweet hand. Thank you. Okay. Have a good day. Oh.
I can go inside.
Well, after I bring him out and put him in my car. Found it. There we go. Take care. Yep.
So I just don't believe it. But another full-ass family that she picked a fight with. And now she was too intimidated to be seen. Right. The Boones and the Torreses, they have no reason to try to gang up on you prior to you killing George. And according to your accounts, they hated you before that happened, and now they don't like you after it. You murdering George Torres is what took you out of their life. They didn't do anything. But now I'm in prison, which she blames George for.
For me experiencing ever being arrested.
Hands behind your back.
For what?
For battery domestic?
Me?
Both of you. You two hitting each other.
This is for real?
This is for real.
Why am I in trouble though?
Because of
Why
the
am
marks
I in
he has all on his neck and the inconsistencies
That's
of
me
the story.
fighting back.
And after today, prison.
Why is this happening?
Because George is dead.
Where they can all high-five each other. I can't get over that. But let's start back at the top of this section. I just know that it's Brian encouraging him. You know you don't have to answer the phone. There's nothing she can do about it. Correct. And you can't stand it. You keep trying to reframe the situation to make it sound worse than it is. Even if Brian said that, let's go with that. Brian is encouraging him. You know you don't have to answer the phone. There's nothing she can do about it. Meaning, your choice. You get to make the autonomous decision whether you want to be abused by your mother or not. And he chooses or not. And she can't stand it. He's being a terrible father because he is not forcing / encouraging their son to talk to her. How does that make any sense? It is your responsibility to foster that relationship with your son, and the fact that he talks to you and then doesn't want to talk to you after talking to you is a you issue. We've now established that you keep him out of the room when you have those phone conversations. So if Brian is saying that he's upset after the phone conversations, and then that is supported by him not answering the phone and not responding to your messages, now somehow it's Brian's fault. It's Brian and the son's fault, because it's not her fault. She's doing everything she possibly can to be in her child's life, whether he wants me there or not. And because New York is giving like no reaction, she goes, "You don't get it. You don't understand," repeating that multiple times. No, we do get it. He understands. It's just, it means nothing in the grand scheme of anything. Him not forcing your child to answer and talk to you, the murderer, convicted murderer, sentenced to life.
Court sentences you to life in the Department of Corrections with credit time served.
Is not him being a bad parent. It's him giving the child the freedom to make the best decision for himself. And she reveals it. Like, she tells on herself, because I don't understand. All of these conversations are half answers strung together in a confident way to where it sounds like it makes sense, but then it absolutely doesn't. You don't get it. I'm so tired of I told you so moments. Doesn't go into what those moments are. Her whole life is an I told you so moment where everyone says, hey, take this path right here. You can get out of jail for free here. You can get $6,000 here. You can talk to your son here. You can do this. You can do that. You said, but it's not my plan.
My plan was not to go upstairs and go to sleep. My plan was not to, he'll be up here any minute.
And
My plan wasn't also to leave him in the suitcase. Well, I thought by not zipping it up all the way, it would be okay. My plan was not to leave him in the suitcase.
What was your plan?
Waiting for him to come upstairs.
And then when he did it?
I fell asleep.
So I'm not going that way. And because you didn't follow me down the yellow brick road to hell, then you're the abuser. You don't know how vindictive and vicious he is. Excuse me, Miss Sarah Boone Paulsen.
Excuse me.
Clown! Where is he? Where is my son? Where the fuck is he? He's escaping! My son is escaping! Help me!
Excuse me.
You have the audacity to say you have no idea how vicious and vindictive he is? Do you not know the reason why you are here?
For everything you've done to me. For everything you've done to me. Fuck you. Fuck you. Stupid. That's my name. Don't wear it out. Yeah, that's when you do when you choke me. That's on you. It's on you. Real or ransom. I want to give it for it extra. Because I got this. Real or ransom. Oh. That's what jingle me. Fuck you! Yeah. You should probably shut the fuck up. Shh.
Because you are one of the most vicious and vindictive people alive to be able to do that to someone. But for you, Brian is vindictive and vicious, especially with money, parents, and resources that he has. Doesn't define what that means. The money makes sense. The parents, how is he being vindictive and vicious with his parents when it seems like his parents want nothing to do with you? And resources. I can't stand that. You see this in a lot of true crime. Resources. It's just undefined umbrella support. But she's not going to tell you what those are or how he's being vindictive and vicious with it. Just know that he is doing it. So, quote, I know this is what he's doing. You know? You also, quote, knew that George was crying wolf and told the detectives, you don't know George, you don't know this. I am always right. You've said that in messages too.
Nobody knew George better than I did. I say that I knew George better than himself. It's kind of, I thought it was the boy crying wolf kind of thing.
Okay.
And again, my plan.
But
Regardless
again,
of how long you were there, you left. You say,
I thought he was the boy calling wolf. Again.
You're like,
Again, it's the boy calling wolf.
Yeah, but where does this game end? I don't. You say this is a game. You got somebody in
Obviously,
there.
like the wrong way.
When somebody's begging, saying, I
But
can't
when you
breathe.
say that, though, but you have to. Y'all
Please let me out. I can't
Y'all
breathe.
don't know George, though. Like that. Again, I thought it was the boy crying wolf. So it's just like, what?
You're desperate, disrespectful, and disgusting. You will never change. I'm always right. You'd think you would do things differently by now, so I wouldn't have to be. And every single time it has been proven that you are incorrect. You are the vicious one. You are the vindictive one.
God, he spent $2,000 on a fucking bidet. Do you understand that? Because he can't wipe his ass properly, he bought a bidet. And then nonetheless, his bathroom was so filthy, he put it in bathroom. And I'll never forget like, Mom, I hate that he uses my bathroom when he has his own bathroom and won't clean it, and nonetheless bought a bidet that hated. $2,000 on a bidet, but couldn't pay me alimony? Not even $25. Hell, give me 15. Just throw me something.
Send me money, send me money, send me money.
But he bought him a day. And then told me about it.
Does how much does his parents give him a year?
Between $250,000 and $500,000.
A year? How does that?
Why do you think I stayed married to him for so long?
How does that money come?
Stocks and bonds.
He's gonna have to.
It's old money. Why do you think I've been seriously adamant about this financial affidavit and then his bank statements for the last 5 years of everything that he paid for? Unless he has an $8,800 Uber Eats credit card that almost pushed him into bankruptcy. Do you understand that also? Uber Eats.
But how is he?
$1,000.
But Sarah, how is he getting $250,000 and $500,000 a year, and he's getting pushed into bankruptcy? That doesn't make any sense.
And
It sure doesn't. It sure does not make any sense whatsoever. And this is like when you use excessive flowery language and you overinflate absolutely everything. That may work in the real world where you can be hyperbolic, but when you are literally asking for these things and everything you write down, everything you speak is heightening everything to the most extreme. It couldn't even just be $100,000, which is still an extremely large amount, but that might be more believable for a rich family. But no, you said $250,000 to $500,000 a year. Quote, why do you think I stayed married to him for so long? Because you were broke. You really want me to believe that Brian was over here a millionaire and you are out here with his UGG and a motion shirt and them pink shorts that have gone through hell and back. If you were married for 13 years and he had that kind of money, you think you might have a different taste in things. But no, you look exactly like someone who lived off of $1,100 a month and spent $900 on alcohol. Okay, that was a little mean. But she is hard pressed about this bidet. She can't stand it. A $2,000 bidet. This bidet better be gold, shining, self-cleaning, and basically have Alexa embedded into it. For $2,000, I don't know any kind of $2,000 bidet that isn't like, what are those smart toilets? Maybe that's what she's talking about. But no. My belief is he probably redid both toilets and had to use the son's while his was being reconstructed, and then that still annoyed him if it took a day or so. I don't know. That's just like a narrative that makes more sense to me rather than anything she spews out. $2,000, but you can't pay me alimony. She also likes $2,000 increments. It was a $2,000 plane ticket, a $2,000 bidet. I am a part of your budget and should automatically be included in your spending and am doing without needs because you did not. Also, for your $2,000 plane tickets, you have not even mentioned or said to me your plans and intentions of where you are taking my son. Please explain so I know and have a right to. Nonetheless, I am his mother, no matter where I am. I explained to you I need stamps, pens, and paper, and cookies for my blood sugar.
She's not diagnosed with any kind of blood sugar.
She's not diagnosed with any kind of blood sugar.
But she says she gets, like today, she's feeling tired and lethargic, and so she feels like those items during a break, that she could have something like that to keep her energy.
Snacks. Snacks.
And she needs to inflate these numbers because otherwise this level of complaining and abuse and harassment is ridiculous. It still is ridiculous even if he did receive that money from his parents. But I like that New York isn't even playing into the delusion.
I'm not playing with you. I'm not around with you.
Because that's what Sarah needs, and she's gotten that from a lot of her other flying monkeys, where she can get that validation of her insane reality. New York is saying, well, no, you're wasting my time, and I'm actually having to put a lot of effort into this.
I am not your bed maiden. I am not your maid. I am not your floozy or your... You are going to have to give me something substantial.
What do you mean he's getting $250,000 every year?
Because he lied in the marital, whatever the fuck it is, and then threw whatever $10,000, $12,000 at my ass to buy me out of the house, and then for the $330,000 that we spent, he got $500,000, $600,000 for it, and then had to get a whole other mortgage on the new house that they're living in now.
Come on, math.
All of this, everything that he did, he got double and triple the amount of money of things. And then ended up getting a new car, got all new everything, got the new house, got everything. He's got like $4,000 in Nintendo shit. Like, you don't understand. He buys.
Right.
And you beg.
Send me money, send me money, send me money.
Non-stop and every day. Do you really want me in your life so much to make me contact you every day? I ask as many times as needed to finally get an answer. This is insanity. And this is just how she rolls. She just throws a bunch of numbers at you, says words, hopes that they string together, and says, as long as I overwhelm you with the intonation and the way that I'm phrasing it, you have to believe me. He lied on the financial affidavit. No proof of that, but because I said he did, that means it's what he did. And he bought me out of the house for $10,000, $12,000, which if he's this secret multimillionaire, why are you being bought out for $10,000, $12,000? Just don't accept that. That's crazy. And then for the $330,000 we spent on the house, he got $500,000, $600,000. I mean, on paper, that's like paper wealthy, but that makes sense. If y'all bought it 13 years ago, a $330,000 house in Orange County, Florida, 13 years ago, definitely would be around $500,000, $600,000 now. That's not crazy, especially since the house that he had to get also skyrocketed in price over the past 13 years. But it's a big number, so she can say it's corruption. Everything he did, he doubles and he tripled everything, and then he's also going into bankruptcy. None of it makes sense whatsoever. Because why would he say, I'm ready to destroy my credit and my ability to do a lot of things over some Uber Eats?
He has an $8,800 Uber Eats credit card that almost pushed him into bankruptcy. Do you understand that also?
She's just so mad. Uber Eats.
Uber Eats.
Some pretty big windfalls with the equity in the house. He's got his parents who are giving, you said, around $250,000 to $500,000 a year. But at the same time, he's also filing for bankruptcy. How is that even possible?
This was something that Lana told me, I don't know, however many years ago, but she even forwarded it to me on my tablet at county, where it stated that, I don't know if it was bankruptcy, but it was something where he was, the creditors were after him over an almost $9,000 credit card with nothing but Uber Eats on it.
Maybe his parents have stopped supporting him.
I don't know. I just know that he's got $2,000 to spend on the bidet, $2,000 to buy plane tickets for a trip that they never took, $4,000 in, Nintendo stuff and VR, and, they go to movies and they go out to eat all the time. Just, they're living large. They're living large, okay?
And she can't stand it. She hates it so much. They're living large. They're having a good time. They're Nintendo this and eating out and going to the movies. None of this sounds over the top extravagant. It sounds like a standard childhood for parents who have some kinds of means. And the immediate backtracking, that's why you can't believe anything she says. She says it. Do you understand that he almost went into bankruptcy? Do you get that? Uber Eats.
Uber Eats.
Well, actually, I don't know if it's bankruptcy, but Lana told me this years ago, and then she forwarded it to me on my tablet, and it said that the creditors were after him for Uber Eats for $9,000. See, so now it's not $8,800. Now it's $9,000. The numbers always change. The source of the information is always someone else's fault. But she's going to say it as confident as a fact. And then you push back even the slightest amount and it crumbles apart. And then as soon as New York says,
I'm nodding like I understand, but I'm not so sure I do.
Well, I guess his parents aren't supporting him anymore, completely unraveling everything you have just said. Then it goes ... I don't know. I just know he has money to go $2,000 plane trip that they didn't even take. If they didn't take it, odds are they got that money refunded, but whatever. And even if they are living large, if they were going to all these extravagant events and outings and all of these little things, that's their business, not yours. You are not entitled to their joy, their resources, their time, their effort, or their patience. They don't have to deal with that at all. And why is that? I know you're tired of hearing it. You're tired of the I told you so moments.
You guys don't get it when I tell you this, and I'm so tired, and God bless you. I'm so fucking tired of I told you so moments. I know how vindictive and vicious is and can be, especially with money and parents and resources behind him.
But because you killed George, this is the biggest I told you so moment ever. His family said, stay away. We don't like you. You are going to kill George.
They're going to think I killed him.
Why would they think that?
They always have said that. They've always have said that.
And that's exactly what you did. That does not just go away because you don't like that fact.
I would like to say that my incarceration has nothing to do with me as being a human being and a mother to my son.
His murder will always be a part of your life from now on and will be fused to you, to your memory, to your legacy, to your identity. Why? Because you took all of that from him. And that's why you're having everything taken from you.
Can you ask, I don't know, who's the regular attorney? Can you ask, is this something that the court furnishes, or how do I submit this?
But Sarah, like a financial affidavit is basically just it's a financial statement that you give to the court saying,
I know what it is. I had to do one for the divorce.
Girl, who are you getting loud at? No, absolutely not. You gonna ask me for all this help and all these stupid questions and then want to raise your voice at me? What am I supposed to do? How am I supposed to submit this? The same way you have submitted every single file to the court yourself. You mail it. You get the form, you fill out the form, you could handwrite it. You're in jail. The courts are flexible. They understand this. You could write that out and you just mail it in. It's not that big a deal. You just want to overinflate it and you want everyone to be as riled up as you are. And if they aren't, you're going to get mad and you're going to raise your voice. And you're going to repeat the same exact thing. And they're going to give you the same answer and you're still not going to like it.
I don't care what form it is. I just want to make sure that I want to submit what it is that I'm supposed to submit. And if there's a time frame on it, when is he supposed to submit his? I know there's no way that we're supposed to be waiting 60 damn days for this to be submitted, for her to review it and then say, okay, now what? And then have pre-trial what? He's trying to push pre-trial or trial like 2 or 3 days afterwards.
A huge help here would be if we could get the judge to appoint you an attorney.
I'll trade in my life. Do you understand? Listen, I will trade in my life.
Electric chair.
Holy shit. God damn it.
Electrocute that bitch. And I want you to pour some water on her first.
For the rest of it, whatever I need to do, please, God, see if you can get me an attorney. Just please.
Oh my gosh, go on with all of that. Oh, I will trade in my life. You wouldn't even take a 15-year plea deal to see your son again.
Do you understand that if we were to proceed to trial in this matter, and if you were found guilty, the lowest permissible sentence that the court could levy in this case would be 22.5 years in the Department of Corrections? Do you understand that? Do you understand the state's offer to resolve this case?
15 years to a lesser included charge of manslaughter, with the understanding that she would serve 85% of that sentence.
That's up to the department and her behavior, but that is my understanding of the section.
Ma'am, understanding the state's offer, do you wish to accept or reject the state's offer to resolve this case?
Reject.
And now you want me to expect you trade in your life for a lawyer? Well, if you believe what you said you believe, God gave you 9 lawyers, 11 counting Mr. Henderson and Mr. Beck. and you insulted them, you berated them, you harassed them, you tried to get them in trouble, you threatened to go to the bar to disbar them, to permanently alter their life. This attorney, number one, is untrustworthy, unreliable, unprofessional with poor leadership skills, and is extremely unorganized. He was unable to perform ethically, and as an adult, ignoring his client, misleading and deceiving. He didn't even respect me enough to speak before his withdrawal to try and remedy or figure anything out to stop. I was totally blindsided because of the magnitude of his ineptness and dereliction of duty. As a result, withdrawing from my case at the 11th hour after taking over 2 years with nothing I knew of but disappointment. I could have reported him to the Florida bar for legal malpractice. Exhaustion 1. You are saying, I want to get you so far in trouble that I'm okay with potentially derailing your life because you didn't answer my questions. You didn't do what I told you to do. So now you want God to say, let me send another one of my children over there to get harassed by you and to help you avoid accountability for your own actions. Something tells me that if you believed what you say you believe, then that is not the God you are praying to.
She's not a Christian!
She could be a Jew.
That's just so messy. And it's the best part of all of this is the fact that Bankowitz was her family law attorney. You had an attorney, your 6th attorney, who you kept shitting on until he was forced to remove. He tried to remove once, the judge said no, he stayed on. Had to remove again, the judge said, okay, fine. And he pulled out of both of your cases. 1. Both parties appeared for the case management conference, which included a motion to withdraw by the respondent's counsel, Frank Bankowitz. 2. There were no objections to the withdrawal of respondent's counsel. 3. Frank Bankowitz is hereby removed as counsel for the respondent. 4. Counsel shall provide a more formal proposed order for this removal to be signed by the court within 10 days.
One of which is Mr. Bankwitz's motion to withdraw. My reading of the law is I feel like I have to address that motion first and rule on that before I can address any other motions that would be heard today. So, Mr. Bankwitz, I'll start with you. Tell me why you're moving to withdraw.
Judge, the letters that have been coming to your honor, the derogatory berating of my services in this case, I can't effectively represent her. She doesn't trust me. She calls me a dud, I think, a buffoon, on and on and on and on. And
Frank J. Bankowitz has been appointed as my attorney by the court. Total approximate hours of representation, 7,200. Total times attorney met with client Sarah Boone, 6. Phone numbers given to client by attorney, 2. Phone calls answered from client by attorney, 0. Outside sources calling attorney on behalf of client, 3. Letters client sent to attorney trying to communicate, 7. Letters defendant client sent to judge trying to communicate, animate attorney in unsuccessfulness, 5. 15-minute video visits between attorney and client, 3. Attended court dates scheduled, 2. I was an attempted withdrawal. The other, an allowance to finally be included in my PTC, which was the same information carried over from the others. Now what? 4. Our agreement made from one of my letters I wrote earlier this year after not hearing from you in a solid 5 months prior was to connect every 2 weeks with or without any significant progress. Oh, no. That is crazy work. 7/11/23, 12 months, 365 days, 52 weeks summarized, 8 total months, 240 days and counting. Are with absolutely no communication in any form, completely inactive. Total amount of hours as court-appointed attorney, over 8,760. Total times met with client, me, 6. Total hours spent with client, 7. Total phone numbers given to client from attorney, 2. Numbers that work, 0. Total time speaking to client via phone, 0. Total number of 15-minute video visits with client, 4. Total number of letters sent to attorney trying to communicate, 8. Total number of letters to the judge trying to communicate my unsuccessful communication with my attorney in hopes he will communicate with him to communicate with me, 7. Letters to other parties to communicate, 3. Total times in court, 3. 1 was an attempted withdrawal, 2 carry over and over. The last time I saw my attorney, May 18th, 2023. Where is the progress after 1 entire complete year? Unknown. And as I've reminded Bankowitz during one of our 4 video visits and him repeatedly telling me how busy he is with all his other murder cases after, again, no communication for months, I politely raised my hand to the camera where he could see me and said, "Murder case. I am your client also and have been. When do I get to go to trial like all the other clients?"
Court sentences you to life in the Department of Corrections.
Am I surprised my attorney is trying yet again to give up completely? No. Is it a blessing? Yes. Let's be honest. Frank J. Bankowitz is a dud of an attorney. He is unprofessional, hides, lies, and is disrespectful. Judge Wooten, with everything I have stated and all my information produced to you in all of my previous letters, so you are aware, clearly Bankowitz should not continue being my attorney. Wouldn't you agree? Please grant Frank J. Bankowitz's motion to withdraw dated 8/22/23 as my attorney. I, Sarah Boone, permit Judge Wayne C. Wooten to release Frank J. Bankowitz entirely from my case for obvious aforementioned reasons stated.
I'll trade in my life. Do you understand? Listen, I will trade in my life for the rest of it. Whatever I need to do, please, God, see if you can get me an attorney.
I will allow withdrawn when it should be termination. We all know it. Me and my hope. Next.
No one should have to endure that type of derogatory comments and expect to effectively represent someone, especially in a murder case.
Ms. Boone, I read your letter dated August 26, 2023, and your letter dated August 30th, 2023. And just so we're clear, I read all of the letters that you send to the court. Whether I respond or not is based on what's in the letter and whether I'm asked to actually do something that's within my purview as a judge or not. If I understand correctly, you have now decided that you think it would be best, in fact, if Mr. Bankowitz was allowed to withdraw. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And you understand by him withdrawing, I'll have to appoint another attorney. Do you understand that?
I do.
And that attorney's not standing here, so we're not going to be able to address, and I'll give the state a chance to talk to me as well, but assuming I grant this, we won't be able to address the other issues that were docketed for today, which means I'm going to have to reset your case for a later date. Do you understand that?
I'm not sure what items it is you're speaking of. I haven't received a copy yet of the letter.
If you had come together, if you had tried to work with that man who didn't have to do that, none of your other attorneys took on your family case as well. Sure, he was cashing in both checks, but still, you at least had representation and would have had representation if you had continued to cooperate. But no, it's my way, my way, my way. You don't understand, you don't understand, you don't understand. No one's listening, no one's listening, no one's listening. Send me money, send me money, send me money.
Send me money, send me money, send me money.
And then the cycle repeats until the lawyer has had enough and has to officially withdraw, and then you say, well, they didn't even give me a chance to come to some agreement to avoid this whole outcome. People don't owe you that. You are not entitled to all of these opportunities to stop abusing people. You do it once, they tell you their boundaries, you do it again, they can leave. It's just so dumb in this fake, whiny, weepy face. She doesn't ever cry, she just whines. The whole, this is me being humble. I went to the girls and I said, what am I doing wrong? You should have gone to your lawyers and say, what am I doing wrong? Why can't we come together on any of this? And they could say, because you don't trust my professional opinion, you are making the wrong choices and you need to trust me that I'm trying to get you the best offer you could possibly get. And they did that, and you still spat in their face. So you have no one to blame but yourself. That should be the title of your memoir.
Yeah. So I think what we need to do is we need to ask the judge for the court's help.
Is it like a secret where, they don't just, they don't offer it because they don't want to pay for it? Or like, I don't understand why nothing's been done for me or anyone else in the past. And please, 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 if you've got your pen and paper or whatever it is, please write down, please call. And then please find out about this financial affidavit. Like, I want to make sure that, how am I supposed to get mine?
You have 1 minute remaining.
Just dog ear your page, bookmark it, or whatever you do on your computer, and I'll call you tomorrow too.
All right,
I'm grateful. I'm just stressed out of my mind. Okay, I know you guys are too.
I know. Keep your head up.
I'll call you tomorrow.
Okay.
Wow. And that was call number 3. And it only took around 5 hours to get through 3 calls. It's just this never-ending whining again and again. Please, 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 please. It just never ended. Let's put up a please counter.
And please, 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 if you've got your pen and paper or whatever it is, please write down, please call. And then please find out about this financial affidavit. Like, I want to make sure that, how am I supposed to get mine?
That is 7 pleases in 14 seconds. It's just so hollow and just fake. Like, she makes everything a thing. It does not need to be this over the top and animated. For what things is she asking please, 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 please for? Make a phone call and find out where I can get this form. Where he already told you up front, oh, it's probably simple. You can just find it online. As with all legal documents. This is not a thing to get worked up over at all. Like he said, it's an easy answer for you. You don't have anything. It's all zeros.
Well, I think your financial affidavit is basically just saying exactly what you have. It's just basically saying.
There's an actual legal document for it. We had to do it during my divorce.
Okay. Well, I mean, that's probably pretty simple thing to find online, and the short answer for you is going to be a bunch of zeros, right? I mean, you don't have anything.
Oh, with your broke ass.
But as you said, your anxiety is that you need to make sure Brian is doing his part. Why you have this obsession with controlling everyone else? I mean, we've gone through it of you just need to copy them, but the things she chooses to hyperfixate on never help her in the end, and they never make sense in the moment. And then as soon as she hears the 1 minute left, she gets completely deflated. And I'm like, yeah, because you were animated for no reason. And now it's, go ahead and mark it down in your notebook or whatever you're going to do, and I'll call you tomorrow at 2 o'clock. Do you realize, like, the way you're demanding of these people's time when you give them nothing in return, absolutely nothing, but making your problems theirs? When she's like, well, how am I supposed to get mine? And then that pause, as if now it's your problem. Her problems become your problems, and if you don't have a solution, then you're incorrect. You're also incorrect if your solution was not what she told you the solution should be up front. You are supposed to repeat back what she said enthusiastically and do whatever you can. If you have to put your life on hold, as she would say, for like, just take a few minutes out of your day to do this or that, not realizing that people have whole ass lives of their own. And just the subtle assumption that he's near something or has enough motivation to write this conversation down and bookmark it and whatever because you want to make everything just
Sometimes I'll start a sentence and I don't even know where it's going. I just hope I find it along the way.
Okay, but from the top of this last little section, New York goes,
I almost feel bad for playing her, but I don't. I mean, I'm gonna use her. She's so fucking stupid.
We just need to approach the judge and ask for help. Well, is it like a secret that they just don't want to pay for it or whatever? I don't know why nothing's been done for me or anyone else, because this is civil court. Your physical liberties are not up for grabs in civil court. They are in criminal court, which is why we make sure you have a lawyer then. For civil court, that's all you. Only in very rare circumstances and for people who are deserving of it do they actually appoint a lawyer. And if you want to say because they don't want to pay for it, absolutely. They're not going to pay for a free lawyer for a convicted second-degree depraved heart murderer serving a life sentence in prison.
Yeah.
We, the jury, find the defendant guilty of
Double homicide.
murder in the second degree.
Ms. Boone, court sentences you
Electric chair.
to life in the Department of Corrections.
I'm sorry.
None of that makes sense, but she feels so entitled to it that like these structural systems, right? Like they don't just hand this out to anyone. She takes that structure as a personal denial. You have denied me, you have refused me. So now I have to make this my whole crusade to get you to bend to my whim.
There's one cold, hard truth, which is that I am better than you. I am better than you in every single way imaginable.
And truly, it's just this strategic and weaponized helplessness that she has been learned throughout her entire life and that she repeats in every single cycle. I amp up every situation to make it sound like the end of the world, so you have to help me. This whole conversation could have been, could you make a phone call to X to check about Y? And also look into how I can get this financial affidavit. Do I print this online or do I have to handwrite it? Could do that in less than 45 seconds. But no, it's stretched out into a whole half-hour conversation.
You know you have 30 minutes? Are you kidding me? 30, yes.
All right, but I think we are going to finally move on from call number 3 and go to call number 4.
Hello?
Hey, Sarah.
Are you available?
Listen, I just saw your emails. I lost my window to get this done for you.
What do you mean?
I can't. I don't have the time to like. I put all the pages together that you wanted sent. Then I started getting all these emails and the stop and change this and do this. I don't have the time. I'm literally not even in front of a computer. I have no ability to get this done. So we need to figure out.
There's no changes.
There's a ton of changes. You send me like 5 emails.
There's no changes. I'm typing it as is. It's just straight copying and pasting.
No, I don't have time, Sarah, to go in and like take the sections and put them in. I'm not even near a computer anymore. I have no ability to do it. Zero.
So I don't understand.
I told you that I had time to do this yesterday and this morning, and I don't. I'm done. I can't do it.
Yesterday I thought it was because you were out of commission for whatever you were working on.
Yeah,
Which is why
exactly.
you wanted to call you today at noon.
That's exactly right. I don't have the time
You were
to
working
do
on
it.
something. Because you were working on something. That's why I thought yesterday was, and then that's why I've been sending it to you in the parts that I've been trying to explain to you. It's
Okay, wait.
uniform order, 11 pages.
Just hang on a second. Hang on a second.
Okay.
I'm putting up my computer.
Like, I don't, it's just.
I got supplemental proceeding, page 2, page 3, do not send, alimony. Now there's like a page 6. I mean, for me to sit down and do this right and get this figured out for you correctly is going to take time.
It's not. You're overthinking this.
I am
When
not.
you had sent me your message yesterday, yes, you are, please. Yesterday, when you sent me my message saying that you received page 2 and 3 and that you're going to put it together and send it, you can't, that's what I was sending those to, is don't send it because that's just one section out of like 5. I just didn't want you to send one section and then there's others that needed to be sent after I had sent it to you, letting you know that on the phone and in a message previously.
But like,
that's why I'm just sending it to you
what's
straight,
the
copy and paste.
This is so fucking confusing. 4C alimony. Okay, so I just got this one. So this has to be in there too?
Like, I'm not like, I don't know if you had a bad day or what's going on. Like, this is why, like, I don't, it's straight copying and pasting. Like, everything is in order as it is.
I understand that, Sarah, but I don't have even the time to do that. Like, even the copying and the pasting, and then I literally don't have the time. But I'll tell you. So
I don't understand then why you kept telling me to send it to you and that we were going to get it out this weekend.
So I didn't say we were going to get it out this weekend.
You did. You said Sunday, hopeful, and then if anything, Monday.
So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to tonight. I'm going to comb through all of this stuff and put everything together. Okay.
Not even finished. I have like 4 other sections that I have to send.
That's the problem. I have very brief windows of time where I can get this stuff done. Like, okay, so when do you think you're going to be done? Let's start there.
You came up and proposed the deadline of Sunday. So I have been working literally from 7 o'clock.
Let's just stop talking about that. Let's just focus on what we're going to do and focus on how we're going to.
Well, I've been working around what you had proposed, and that's why I had been working my butt off.
Let's refocus. My question was, when do you think you'll have everything done?
Sunday.
You'll have everything done by Sunday. Okay.
You have to understand, which is what I'm trying to help you understand, so you're not so fractious about all of this.
No, I'm not fractious at you. I'm just fractious because I want to get this done, and I want to make sure that.
Well, now you know. Yes, now you understand why. Like, I've been having a nervous breakdown for the last month and a half with this, dealing with everything else and surgery and being in prison and a DR.
Oh, girl, get over it. Jesus Christ. No one cares.
I'm here to tell you right now. We don't care. Let me tell you. We don't care. Jerry.
No one understands any of this. He is asking and explaining a very simple situation. I ran out of time. And in the first 4 minutes and 30 seconds of this phone call, you have gaslit him 5, 6, 11 million times. It is insane. She will not take no for an answer. She will take yes and yes, ma'am.
Best thing that has ever happened to you.
Yes, ma'am.
Wow. Now you understand why I've been having a nervous breakdown, and you understand what I'm doing especially with my cancer surgery. And now I have a DR, which is disciplinary record, which get over. You got a DR because you lied multiple times. You brought your tablet in to a court hearing that you weren't allowed to bring it in. You know you weren't allowed to bring it in, but you lied and said another officer told you you were allowed to bring it in. And when you were confronted, you said, oh, this is a huge misunderstanding. I would never, ever try to bend the rules or go against what you say, even though these phone calls say the exact opposite and encourage breaking the rules any chance she gets. But woe is me, this is so hard. This whole thing is so convoluted. Again, this is about, I think, the pretrial statement or another useless statement that she's sending in 30 million parts and just expecting, well, you have a few minutes to copy and paste. You have a few minutes and copy and paste. Yeah, people have lives. Just because you don't have a life because you took someone else's life does not mean other people have to give up their lives to you as well. But you think they do. And you have warped this conversation so many times already with this moving deadline. At first you said that we were trying to get this out by Sunday and Monday at the latest. Then that comes down to he's saying, I see all this stuff. I'm going to sit down tonight and try to get it all together. Well, that's not even all of it. Then why are y'all on the phone right now? I'm sorry, I'm irritated. We are too far in this video, so I'm going to be intense for a minute. Ooh, we just hit 6 hours. Why are you having this phone call when you haven't even finished everything? This is like a check-in for a check-in for a check-in. She said, well, you told me to call. I was calling yesterday and you told me to call today because apparently you were working on something yesterday. Correct. People work on things for more than one day. Case in point, me in this video has taken months. Why? I don't know. Probably just, it's her. This is why it's taken months, because I've been so irritated and I'm like, just how do I finish this? When she is this type of person that makes me want to just claw my eyes. She's really activating, and I'm sure she's very activating for a lot of people out there who have dealt with similar individuals, but just wow. So let's try to take this from the top and work down. So he opens, says, "Hi, I lost my window to do this. I don't have time. Zero availability. I'm not even near a computer." Well, I don't understand. And you told me to call back today because you were working on something. She makes it sound like he said he would be free today. No, he was not free yesterday to deal with you and said call today and we can see what we can do now. She is taking that as a blood oath that you told me to call today so that you can do all of this. What is all of this? Me telling you that I'm not done. This is the most useless conversation ever then. I don't get what she wants out of this. And then immediately goes, like, I don't understand. It immediately starts gaslighting. You're overthinking it. Yes, you are, please. Oof. Try the yes, you are, please with me. You would have got hung up on right then and there. And that's just how you know her pleases are so fake. One call, it's please, please, please. I'm so pathetic. I need so much help, please. Now it's, excuse me, please. Let me tell you why you're an effing idiot. And then she's going to send all of these emails. Don't send it. Don't send it. And like, this is why she needs to stop making everything a thing. Because when you say, please don't send it, people take that to heart. And now you're saying that he told you he was going to look through everything, put it together, and try to send it out. So you had to say, here are 1 million more parts, but don't send it yet. But I'm going to call you. I don't know why, but I'm going to call you to make sure that you're still working on it, still giving me all of your time, all of your free time. But then New York immediately folded.
Oh, bitch, you want your shoes back? The shoes that you... Yeah. I'm going to give them to you.
And said, I'm pulling up my laptop. No, you needed to hold that firm boundary of, I can't do this right now. Maybe call back another time and we can work through it then. But no. And she loves saying, and that's why I told you over the phone and in a message previously, because you're too dumb and you're not actually reading or listening to what I tell you. Even though what she tells them changes every 5 seconds. And he's sitting there being like, I'm so effing confused. This 4C, this alimony section. And what does she do? Being like, I'm confusing. I'm sending you 1 million parts and I'm asking you to give me hours and hours of your day. I'm going to say it's just a few minutes. But a few minutes times every single section, and you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 sections, but you also have 4C, so I'm imagining all these other sections have subsections as well. Each of those takes a few minutes, adding up to hours. Just like she doesn't care about the phone calls. It's only 13 cents a minute. Yeah, it adds up when you keep abusing that. So how does she respond to someone saying, I'm running out of time and I'm stressed with my own personal life thing? I don't know if you're having a bad day or anything. I don't see why. It's just straight copying and pasting. Everything's in order. She says as she sends it in the most out of order function. Wow. And he's going, I don't even have the time to copy and paste. And she's like, I don't understand why you kept telling me to send it to you so that you can get it out this weekend, Sunday hopefully, and if anything on Monday. So then he folds again, he gives up and says, okay, fine. I don't have the time, but tonight I'm going to find the time and I'm going to go through all of it for you. Does that make you happy? I'm going to give you what you want. I told you I don't have the time today. I'm going to take the time. It's not even finished. What? It's not even finished. 4 other sections. And in her mind, I'm going to send you a section, you pause your life and you just copy and paste, make sure it's perfectly formatted and fits the requirements and standards of a legal document, and then go on about your day. And then when I send you another email, you pause and you do the same thing. Because she has to think about her issues all day, she thinks you have to think about her issues all day. And if you don't, she's going to call and message you again and again to make sure it's the only thing you think about. And how she gaslights is she flips it and turns everything on you. You gave me a proposed deadline. I'm just working off your proposed deadline. No, you called him yesterday, forced him into a corner. He gave you a time where he thought he could get it done. Oof, I almost said it would make sense. No, it wouldn't, but it would be slightly more understandable if you were finished with everything and calling today to say, I have finished everything. Will you be able to format it and have it out by tomorrow, even though it's a Sunday? But then she's even manipulating that because she said, you said the deadline was Sunday. And then when she's pushed on it, you said the deadline was Sunday, if anything, Monday. Okay, so the deadline wasn't Sunday. And then he asks you, when are you going to have these other sections done? By Sunday. What? So he is supposed to wait through all of this. And then on Sunday, whenever you decide to finish sending it, could be 10 a.m., 1 p.m., 9 p.m., whenever, he is supposed to drop what he's doing, format it perfectly, and then send it off. She is so unruly, it is unbelievable. And that's why I've been working my butt off. She doesn't acknowledge them working their butt off on something that does not affect them. You're not paying them, you will not pay them. In her mind, she's saying, well, I'm giving you the rights to make a documentary on me. You're going to make millions and millions of dollars on me because the whole world's obsessed with me. So that will be your payment. So because you'll get paid eventually, you need to do everything I say. And if you don't, you're an abuser, just like the rest of them. I'm trying to help you understand so you aren't fractious. Fractious meaning being irritable, easy to anger or annoy. No, ma'am, that is just you with George and everyone else over the stupidest reasons. Over music, over not having time to devote to you on a weekend. And in her mind, she thinks because it's a weekend, you should have all the time in the world. Okay, but I'm over this now. We got to keep going. Wow. Straight out the gate. This is already the messiest call.
I have overcome all of these circumstances, and you've been my comfort zone knowing that you were going to help me with this in order for it to be done at the proposed time of this weekend.
Okay.
I work from literally sun up to literally sun down, and then some.
Sarah, I'm not faulting you in any way. I'm just trying to tell you the reality of what's going on, and that we have a shared thing to get done. This isn't about pointing fingers and now you know what I've been through, and you said, son,
Well, for you to tell me that you can't do this now and I have no resources or any way to handwrite it?
none of that matters, okay? What matters is, how do we get this done?
I have tried to send these to you before, earlier in the week, but for whatever the reason is, you haven't been receiving it. So now we've been having to figure out how to send it to you page by page by page by page. So that's what I've been trying to do in order to
so if your deadline is Sunday, okay, as fast as you possibly can, get those other sections done. I already have the 4 pages collected. That gives me, if it's Sunday, then that gives me a little breathe. And by the way, Sarah,
you should have more pages than that.
And by the way, just so you know, like I never said that Sunday was the deadline. I was always, or there was miscommunication because I was always have a very, very, very tight schedule, and I'm pretty aware of like when I can do things and when I can't. And I was expecting everything to get, buttoned up and mailed today, which is why it's like.
Wow, man. I don't think you remember what you tell me, and I have said this to you before, where you told me, you said, no, the latest would be Sunday and we'll get it out on Monday.
Wow, I don't think you understand what he tells you either. She keeps moving the needle nonstop, gaslights him, and then looks at him like he's stupid. That's not what you said originally. Originally up top, you said that he was going to try to have it out this weekend and then Monday at the latest.
But I'll tell you.
I don't understand then why you kept telling me to send it to you and that we were going to get it out this weekend.
So I didn't say we were going to get it out this weekend.
You did. You said Sunday, hopeful, and then if anything, Monday.
Now you're shifting it to, we agreed everything is due on Sunday and then we'll get it out on Monday immediately. Why are we having any confusion? Because within minutes, it changes. And the needle keeps slowly adjusting. She keeps calling you crazy and crazier until by the end of it, you feel like you have wronged her because you promised her all this and all that. And it's like her manipulative phrasing of things from the start of this is just, yesterday you told me you couldn't do it yesterday because you had another thing. So that's what I thought was today. At no point is this an option. Helping her is not optional. You will do it as soon as you possibly can. And since you couldn't do it yesterday, then you said you would do it today. What is it? I don't know. Starting the document that's not finished? A mess. Just like the way she looks on the screen right now, that is every legal document she turns in. A thirsty, stumbly, drunk mess. And then wants to talk about, I've been overcoming everything and you have been my comfort. That phrasing is such a passive role that diminishes everything he's done. You have been my comfort. You have been my passive emotional support figure. While I have overcome all of these horrible things that I brought upon myself by never-endingly breaking the rules, killing people, stealing, insulting, isolating, falsely accusing, begging, berating, rageful, malicious murderer. No, he's been your financial support, he's been your lapdog, he's done everything you've asked. And if he pushes back even a little bit, you call him crazy and say you don't remember what you tell me.
Well, if I did say that, then I was misspoken, and that is what it is.
Yeah, you were very positive and reinforcing and just very supportive about it, which,
I was? That's
like I said, absolutely, and just helped me think, hey, well, Sarah, just keep going, just keep going, just keep going.
That makes absolutely no sense. This is the wildest case of in real-time gaslighting, spoon-feeding it back to you I've ever heard. You don't remember what you told me yesterday. You were super supportive and really encouraging. He literally says, wait, I did? That doesn't sound like me.
Yeah, you were very positive and reinforcing and just very supportive about it, which,
I was? That's
like I said,
Of course, she talks over and goes, absolutely you did.
absolutely, and just helped me think, hey, well, Sarah, just keep going, just keep going, just keep going.
And you were just so encouraging and you said, okay, Sarah, keep going, keep going, keep going. No one sounds like that. Only your neurotic ass sounds like that. You're the only one who repeats things ad infinitum, thinking that repetition equals impact. And it does, but not in the way you think it does. It just shows that you are a very unhinged person who will warp the reality of anyone. And you believe that if I just repeat my lie and rewrite your reality, you'll have to believe me.
All right, so let's refocus here. If it's Sunday, then that actually gives me a little bit of time. So let's get everything to me as fast as you can. But I can't mail anything on a Sunday, by the way.
I know that, which is why you said get it to you by Sunday and you would have it out on Monday.
Okay, so I'll get it out on Monday. It's gonna be tight, Can you just in case? I think you should start. This is important, right? So I think that you need to start handwriting this.
I have no paper.
Can you copy and paste this stuff and put it all together in one document? And then
I've been trying to talk to her for 2 days with no response.
She's not responding to you?
I don't know if her cat died. I don't know if something happened to her son. I don't know. She's in Australia.
Still pissed off at you?
She was never pissed off with me in the first place. She wrote me back and said it was just a misunderstanding and she's happy to help.
She was pissed. Oh. She was definitely pissed. She sent me an email. But regardless,
like, what's wrong with you? Seriously. Like, I don't know if it's like, I don't know what it is that I've done, but all of a sudden, like, I don't know. Like, 1 minute, like, you're incredibly, like, uplifting and positive and everything else, and it's just like, I can't do it now, and then I don't get it.
You don't get it because you don't want to get it. Because getting it would mean thinking about someone else outside of yourself, and you have proven time and time again that you can't do that. Even if people literally paid you to think about anyone else, you couldn't do it. So of course you're confused. Like, what's wrong with you? One day you're just so uplifting, you're this, you're that. No, because that's what you take from it. You misconstrued and warp everything. New York is saying that Nicole was upset with you because of something you said. Isn't it interesting how everyone in your life has an argument with you? That's not normal that you argue with literally every single person in your life and then belittles, reframes, and rewrites it, saying, she wrote me back and said it was just a misunderstanding, and then I couldn't hear what it said, but something help, let's just say, and then offered to help. That doesn't make any sense, because that would mean that she's, I don't know, that's not how humans work. She's not going to reach out after you insulted her and said, I'm sorry, please let me keep helping you. Again, these people don't get anything from you. At least New York is doing some kind of documentary. Nicole, I don't know what she gets. But if she thinks they're friends, they are not. Based off of all these phone calls, the way she talks about her, I don't think I've heard her in any of these calls so far compliment her on anything, saying, thank you, she's helped me with everything. It's always, she says she's trying to help me, but she can't do that. She's trying to do this, but she can't do that. And so then New York sets the record straight and said, well, actually, she was upset because she sent me an email. You want to pull up the receipts? Let's see the messages. Let's see the, I'm so sorry, it was a misunderstanding on my part. Just like New York is having a misunderstanding and he's like, no, I'm not. And you're like, yes, you are, please. And then just diminishes anything that Nicole could be dealing with in her life. I don't know if her cat died or something with her son. Even if she does have issues with her cat or issues with her son, the way you bring it up is like so dismissive. You have these issues that actually aren't anyone else's problems. Your problems do not affect anyone but yourself. You force them to be effective to other people, but they are not inherently. If something happens to Nicole's cat, if something happens to Nicole's son, there's multiple people who would be affected by that. Same thing with New York. Same thing with your son. Same thing with your ex. It is truly unfortunate that for whatever reasons, mainly self-inflicted, you have lost most of the relationships in your life, not just familial, but all your friends that you talked about, that you said George was trying to kill them and said da 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 da, yet none of them are around now. Haven't come up in any of these texts, weren't there at trial for you, yet you finally have people who are on your side and trying to help you, mainly because they don't know better, and you treat them all like they're pawns. And New York is witnessing this up front, and I think this is when he's starting to put together of, oh, is this how you look at me?
I am not trying to give you a hard time. I'm trying to accomplish a goal with you. And I'm just trying to explain to you, like, I'm worried that I'm not going to be able to get this done for you. Like, I'm not Superman, right? I can't like pause time and all that. So
I tried to explain all of this to you, I don't know how long ago. I don't know how long ago. You've seen the uniform order. You know what the expectations are, which is why I've been trying to drill through it. So my thing is,
right.
I don't understand now why all of a
anything?
sudden at the last minute that it's a problem. And I understand that you have things that you are doing, but you should have said so a long time ago. So I should have actually just, like I said in one of my messages you probably didn't read, start mopping floors and making beds so they can have pen and paper. Literally working on this from sun up to sundown 4 days.
I'm not faulting Sarah. I'm not faulting you. I'm saying that good, you should be. This is your kid. I mean, fucking A, I would be doing the same thing. And I'm on your side. I'm not blaming you. I'm just telling you, like, hey, it doesn't matter if there was miscommunication or if I said, yeah, we're going to get this done, and I was being positive, and now I'm worried, and you're taking that as though I'm like, oh, Peter should have told me this a while ago. That doesn't matter.
This was just day before yesterday. That's why I'm thoroughly confused how 1 minute you're like that and then today you're like this.
Because I'm extremely busy. And I'm trying to pull together like a million different things. Okay, so listen, here's what I think. Send me that stuff. I'll have to figure it out.
There's nothing for you to do other than which is what you promised.
Can't cut and paste it. Oh, because she's not talking back to you.
That's a subtle little jab that I definitely appreciate. But this is just a mess. He is handling this conversation very well-ish, but in terms of trying to cut through, because again, she's trying to make this an emotional argument and not stick to the facts. He is saying, okay, how do we get this done? And she wants you to feel guilty for making her feel bad because you had to express a boundary because you have things going on in your life. Because when you tell her that, what does she come back with? Well, what am I supposed to do? I told you, like, you should have told me this earlier so I could have been mopping floors so I can get pen and paper. It would make more sense to ask him saying, hey, fine, this is all backed up. Can I get some money from you so that I can buy pen and paper in the morning? And then I can get right to this. But no, you say, give me money, give me money, give me money.
Send me money, send me money, send me money.
So I can use these tablets and then yell at you because this is such an ineffective form of transmitting information for legal purposes. And then did you hear her slip that in saying, well, there's nothing for you to do right now. One, why are you on the phone then? There's nothing for him to do. Why is any of this happening? Two, you said, except for doing the case law, which you promised. You promised to do the case law. Highly doubt that. Highly doubt he went out of his way and say, hey, I know you're struggling. Well, I promise I will do the case law for you. More likely it was, how am I supposed to do the case law? I don't know how to do this. What am I supposed to do? And he's like, okay, it's fine. You just look it up. That's pretty simple. I can just copy in the case law. He doesn't know how to actually apply it, nor is it his responsibility to figure out how to do it. And then you probably moped and weeped and said, I have no one in my life. This is so sad. And he's like, okay, I'll help you out. But what if you don't? I promise I'll help you. We can get this done. And that's why you can't agree to anything like that with people like this, because then she's weaponizing that as you promised. When you couldn't answer the phone the other day and you couldn't deal with what I wanted you to deal with because you were going through something else, I asked, well, when can I call you? And you said, okay, call me back tomorrow at right now. And now I did that. You proposed that date. You promised, you told me, you instructed me to call you today. So at this time. So I don't get how I'm doing anything wrong. Failing to realize that none of this has been an option for the start, that none of this has been appreciated from the start. It is a demand. And then she over here like, I've been working all day. I've been working sun up to sundown. Yes, Miss Sarah, they got you working them slave hours from sunrise to sunset. She's over there slaving away on that little tablet, trying to come up with every insult imaginable, just so she can complain later and say no one listened to her and no one understood what she was saying. That is what's the most offensive out of all of this, and we've done this throughout all of these calls and pulling up any documents that she's talking about. All of this, and all of this, that, over nothing. The documents turn out horrible every time. They look like a third grader conceptually put them together. And honestly, you should just use ChatGPT. You should have just put it all in there and say, make this look like something. At least you can blame it on something else but yourselves. But no, you have to take credit for that crap. And that's why it's also insulting how belittling she is to everyone about everything. Like, you don't know how to do anything. I have to tell all of you how to do everything. Why can't you be my servant better? Do I need to serve myself and do my own things? And he goes, yes, I would be doing the same thing. This is your life. This is your son. This is your kid. You should be working from sunrise to sunset to deal with the things you have to do in your life. He tells you he's busy and he gets crickets. Because that doesn't have, she's like, well, that has nothing to do with me. What do you want me to do? I can only talk to you about what has to do with me. And if we're not talking about that, I'm confused.
And I wasn't giving you a hard time about, I'm just trying to give you some insight and tell you, like, yeah, she might say she's not pissed, but she was pissed. I mean, she was upset.
Ask me if I care. Flip the next page.
Why don't you care? Why wouldn't you care about that?
I don't have time to care about that right now. And what exactly do you propose I do about it right this moment? Yesterday or the day before? After then writing her an email, confirming our friendship and thanking her for everything that she does.
Yeah, but like apologize to her and tell her like...
I don't need for you to tell me what I've already done. Please.
It doesn't sound like you apologized to her, but whatever.
Ask me if I care is insane. This is how you know she doesn't care about anyone but herself. Literally said, what do you want me to do? And what did you propose I do about it now and yesterday and the day before that? Apologize to her? Well, I already wrote her an email. Okay, you don't have an issue calling everyone every single day for your needs, but you can't apologize more than once to people that you insult, but still take things from. And she said it underneath because they were talking over each other. But she said, I already sent an email confirming our friendship and thanking her for all she does. And thanking her for all she does. That doesn't sound like an apology to me. That sounds like someone who wanted to come over, gloss over it, and just say, move on, and let me say thank you for being there for me. Not that I'm sorry I went out of my way and made you feel bad. Like Brian said at the trial, sorry does not exist within her. And we see it everywhere. And if she does say sorry, it is for something so insignificant that it's not actually an apology. It's like how she says the word please. It's not actually showing gratitude. But I'm glad New York is not dropping this, because he's using Nicole as a proxy for his relationship of, why don't you care? I would hope you would care if one of us is upset with you, because we're doing everything we can to help you, putting our lives on pause. And what does Miss Sarah Boone Paulsen say? I don't have time to think about that right now. Next page. Ask me if I care. Oh, she's so vindictive. She's so rude and selfish and narcissistic. All of the words apply to her. I have yet, in all of these years, yet to see one genuine redeeming quality. Anytime she does, maybe 5 times in 5 years, do something for someone else, it is always for her own gain in the end. And it just feels hollow, shallow, and disgusting. The only emotions that feel real coming from her are emotions like these. I don't need you to tell me to do what I already did. Girl, if you don't... She is so lucky he didn't hang up this phone so many times. Because how are you going to call me every day, bugging, and then getting mad at me for not being able to devote time to you daily, but you won't devote an apology to the people who are helping you? This is why she deserves to be alone. This is why everyone who enters her life and helps her will leave. Until she changes her attitude, until she knows how to actually treat people, until she knows how to show gratitude, until she knows how to be reasonable about anything and think outside of herself for maybe a millisecond, everyone that comes into her life will leave. And I won't even feel bad about it. Because on the outside, it could look like, oh, everyone abandoned her after it was revealed she was this evil psycho killer. And that makes sense. But then also you're like, okay, well, she has no one. But no, she gains new people. All the people in her life currently are new. No one in her life before she became a psycho killer murderer is still there. But after she recycles the same I'm this helpless victim manipulation tactic, she gets other people to try to help her. I don't need you to tell me what I already done. I can't get over that, because you feel like you need to tell him everything he's already done, and that he shouldn't be offended at all that you're repeating yourself for the millionth time. And then the just dismissive, well, what do you want me to do about, what do you propose I do about it right now? So sometimes when he proposes solutions, as in, I'm busy today, can you call me tomorrow? It's a blood oath promise. You instructed me. I trusted you. How could you? Now, what do you propose I do? I don't know, apologize? How dare you? She is so surface level and obvious that it's pathetic.
It's not my thing.
Absolutely, just like it did Lana's, and everything else. And then it always comes back to bite us in the ass and say, I told you so.
Okay. That's what it is. I think that, like, honestly, Sarah, I think that, like, people are going way out of their way to help you, and you shouldn't say, like, ask me if I care. I don't think that's right. I mean, like, you could say the same thing to her about me tomorrow.
That's your paranoia. That's your paranoia.
That's not.
I've done everything that I possibly can, and the thing is, though, at the same time, you don't have conversations with her on a daily basis. You don't work with her extracurricularly on these things that to try to avoid and alleviate things for you to ask for me to ask you to do. You're not there. You're not in the relationship between me and her. You don't understand.
Yeah, but I know
the fact. And everything's fine. And she's on a regular basis. She does go like this because she's 16 hours away and has a broken phone and a dying cat.
I know the facts, Sarah, and I know that you asked her to do all this work, and then she did it all, and then...
I didn't ask her. Remember that. We've already had this conversation.
Yeah, we did, and you did ask her. or you said she volunteered, but whatever. I mean, you talked to her about it, you had her doing it, and then you know, and I'm not mad about it. I mean, that's between you guys. I'm just saying, like.
Do you understand what the whole point of her doing that was?
No.
Or you don't, and you're talking.
I guess.
She wanted me to see my document as a whole.
I'm just talking. Go ahead.
She wanted to see my document as a whole. She wanted me to see my document as a whole, as opposed to all of these different sections in individual tablet messages. So she said that she thought it would be a good idea for my mental clarity and sanity to type it up as a whole, so I could see what my work likes as in a whole progress.
That's not true why she did that. She did it because she thought that you were going to use it and print it out. And that's why she wrote to me and said, Sarah had...
Right, and that's where the miscommunication came in after she and I have already discussed it on the phone and in the messages.
Okay, so you think that she spent her entire weekend writing like 6-page documents?
What is the point of this?
You're bringing it up.
Oh, man, I don't know.
I'm just trying to get us over the finish line here. So why don't we do?
Said that you can't do this?
No, you're not listening to me.
I don't get it.
I don't want.
I got up,
listen to,
was excited to talk to you about stuff, make sure you were okay and how everything was going yesterday, and then this? I don't get it.
Just listen to me, please. Please.
Like, do you want me to feel really bad about
No.
Because I feel really bad about and you're just mutating it.
I don't want you to feel bad. I just don't think that you should say...
About this whole situation.
Can I just finish what I'm going to say, please? I don't want you to feel bad. I just don't want you to say things like, ask me if I care, because this is someone that's spent a lot of time and loves you and is trying to help you. And for you to say that is...
I'm talking about this moment right now.
Okay, but you think that doesn't hurt any more? Like, if I heard you said that about me, I would be upset.
When I say, ask me if I care, I mean, do you want me to care about it after it's already been resolved? That's what I'm not understanding.
The answer is yes, you idiot. Yes, how can he communicate that clearer? I want you to care about one of us being upset because you hurt our feelings, take advantage of us, and don't care. When I say, ask me if I care, what I mean, no, you meant what you meant. That's why you followed up and say, turn the page.
Ask me if I care. Flip the next page.
Why don't you care? Why wouldn't you care about that?
Meaning she's so useless to me. If she's going to have an attitude with me, that pawn can stay over there. See, I think this conversation probably, well, I don't know. This is the only one he's released. Well, not the only one he's released, but of the ones he released and in the order he released them, I feel like this was the turning point for him where he's like, oh, this is what we are to you. Typewriters and mail carriers and assistants and loyal, devoted servants offering you love and support until the end of time. And all you do in return is bug the crap out of them. Because she likes to use that as her bargaining tool of, I'm showing you I care by harassing you. See, if you picked up, you would be able to accept all of my love bombing. I called you just to tell you how much I love you. But also, can you do a million other things for me? That's the reason why people don't answer you. If you're wondering why you call people 3, 4, 5, 6, 10, 11, 12 times and they don't answer, it's because every time they do, yo begging ass is asking for something for them to do.
Send me money, send me money, send me money.
It is never a pleasant, oh, this could be a check-in conversation where we have a good conversation, and then that's just it. I understand you're alone in jail. A lot of people reach out to people in jail because they understand that disconnection. Your family might not be around. Your past friends might not be around. But here, let me play pen pal. Let me help you out here and there when I can. No, she acts like she has employees. She says, my case is the most popular case in the world, and you should be privileged to help me.
I don't know. But anyway, can I just get back to what I was going to say? So this is what I was going to say. Sunday is gives me a little bit of breathing room. If you're not comfortable asking Nicole to kind of like copy and paste everything together and you think that's going to take too long.
I've been trying to get a hold of her for 2 days. I'm not sure what you're misunderstanding with that. And I've just sent her messages. I called her 5 times today.
Oh, right. Yep, you're right. Sorry, I got a lot going on, Sarah, man. I got like 5 million things.
So do I. I do too.
You really don't, though. You really don't. How do we know? Because you tell everyone everything you have to do, and it's, I'm working on this motion. I'm working on this statement. Okay, that's one thing. So what's the rest of your day? Well, I'm calling everyone else 6 million times. Why are you doing that? Because I'm forcing them to help me write this thing. So you don't need to do that. You have one thing that is, and that's how your mind works. She hyperfixates on one little thing and she makes it her entire existence, and then she makes it your entire existence. So obviously you're not getting it. Since you're saying that you have other things that you have to do in your life, you're not understanding how important this is. So I have to tell you, I have 10 million things. Okay, I know it's been like 25 seconds for this video, but between the last time I spoke and now, it has been weeks. She has just exhausted me. I also caught the flu. It has just been a lot. So my voice is going to sound a little weird. I might be repetitive, but we're going to power through this. I've tried to call her 2 times for the past 2 days. I sent her 5 messages. Just because you ruin your relationships and make it to where she doesn't want to respond to every single little message and listen to every single command that you order. But he's even giving in here. He gave into it, saying, okay, well, Sunday gives me time to do this. Then he says one other thing that you don't like. You don't even acknowledge that he says, fine, we're going to go on your timeline. It's what else aren't you understanding? Do I have to do everything for myself? Yeah, you could try.
Okay. All right.
I'm trying to get you to please understand, and I do totally understand with you, which is why I've been working with so closely, because I'm trying to alleviate things for you. But this whole typing, this cutting and pasting thing and mailing overnight, you and I know what to do and how to do it.
But the problem is time.
And you said that you were going to help me with case law because you're like, it's no problem and it's simple. So with that being said, I just, left some things open for case law to be added.
Sunday is our deadline. I'm going to do my very, very best to get all of this done. I'm not sure how I'm going to freaking do that, but I'm going to have to figure it out and die trying, I guess. But, because I'm your friend and I'm here to help you. And I know you know that. And even though we're spatting right now, it's not a big deal. But, I care about you and I want this to get done. So I'm going to really do my very, very best to get this done.
And I'm super grateful, which I already am. And I just don't want Sunday to roll around and you be like, well, you need to go mop some floors and make some beds.
Well, that's why I'm having this conversation with you, because, I think the miscommunication was the amount of copying and pasting and all this kind of stuff is a lot more than I was allotting time for. So now
I know, that's why I've been trying to make you aware every single day, verbally and in messages, so you understood. I wanted to make sure you knew.
That doesn't make it better. She's saying, well, because I harass you every day to tell you that I'm going to bombard you and make you waste even more of your time, then that should be, I did my job. No, he is saying you sending 5 million sections that he has to copy and paste every half hour when you finally finish another section. And what is the section? Just garbage, just pure trash of an argument. I left space for case law. You said it was easy. No, unfortunately, it's not that simple. Case law is literally just the sources you use to back up your arguments. It's saying I'm right because this happened in another case that says that I'm right. But that requires you actually going through the case, summarizing it accurately, applying it properly, and then making your claim. But when we saw the document, it was just copied and pasted in one little section of like the citations of the cases, not actually putting it in there, but whatever. And she just keeps doubling, tripling down. He says, I'm going to do everything I can to make this happen. And you say, well, okay, I'm eternally grateful. Like, why do I even have to say this? You already know that. But I don't want to have to wait and you tell me to go mop the floors and clean the bathrooms or whatever. See, everything is so hyperbolized and exaggerated and over the top and woe is me. And George told me he wanted me to see my bloated dead dogs.
For terrorizing and threatening my blind and deaf dogs by leaving the gate open I built to keep them safe. telling me he hoped I'd find their bloated dead body in the pond or scrape their remains off of the pavement, for kicking them off of the bed and throwing across the room because they were trying to protect me.
That's why none of that makes sense, right? She forces situations, imagined futures into plausible, unlikely outcomes, and then makes it seem like she's the victim of that. You are getting everything you want, and you still want him to apologize for, again, can we back this up to the very beginning? All of this started because he said, I miss my window of time. I have a lot of things that come up. Everyone has things that come up in their life. That is not crazy, absurd, or unreasonable. And now look where we are. And it just keeps going and going and going. So then I just imagine, how was she when she was the woman in the background video we're watching right now, where she's drunk out of her ass every single night, harassing George, going around again and again and again. And then at the end of the day, she comes back and says that he beat her. We know how she turns any affront, any insult, especially words, become physical altercations and physical damage. I can't.
Okay, well, I guess.
And again, you've seen the uniform order, so you know the different sections.
Yeah, I guess. Well, I don't have the time to sit there.
I mean, you were the one, I believe, who actually read it to me.
Sarah,
because I got it 17 days later.
Time to read through your parenting plan and making sure that, like, what you've written covers what section. I mean, this isn't like, I'm
not asking you to do it. I've already done that.
Well,
I think you're making a mountain out of a molehill. It's just cut and paste and add case law.
Then do it yourself. Oh, no. It's just copy and paste and add case law. Then why are you making a mountain out of a molehill? The deadline hasn't even passed. You haven't even finished writing the damn thing. And yet you're doing all this and talking over him again and again. Like,
With the page numbers at the top.
It's incredible. Like,
just trying to help you.
Mountain out of a molehill. Like, you don't know what's going on in my life. You don't know how busy I am. And
I'm talking about just this awful pretrial statement. That's all.
I know you're talking about that, but you're saying, like, I'm making a mountain out of a molehill and it's just copy and paste and blah, blah, blah. Listen, Dara, I'm not an idiot. Like, I know when I look at something, like, how long it's going to take me to get it done. And I could do a shitty job, but I don't do a shitty job. I make sure that everything.
You never do a shitty job.
Make sure that everything is ticked and tied and proper, which is.
I know, and that's why I love working with you, is because you know what to do and how to do it right this time.
But when I say to you, you know, like, I'm running up against a wall here, and we got to get this done, and we're on the same team. Remember that. We got to figure out a way to get this done. And you tell me I'm making a mountain out of a molehill. I don't know how else to explain to you that it's not a molehill. Like, I'm telling you, like, we're running up against it, and I want to make sure
it's not a molehill at all. I've been dealing with it for a month and a half.
I want to make sure that you get what you want committed, you know, to the judge and to the court.
Yes, please. I'm overdue.
You're overdue? Oh my gosh. Yes, please. No. You always do a good job. That's why I like working with you. She can't even love bomb anymore. She's just throwing out little things here and there to try to give you scraps, to gaslight you into feeling bad for her and being like, obviously I love and appreciate you. You're bringing this out of me. It's just this stupid pretrial. It's exactly what I said. It's just this stupid thing. I'll be different. I'll be better after this is done. But he's trying to stand up for himself a little bit, saying, I know how long it's going to take me exactly. And I don't do a shitty job. Unfortunately, I cannot co-sign that opinion, but it's way better than anything she could put together. And that's why you think you would be appreciative of the help of someone who is, at this point, begging you to accept his apology for trying to set any kind of boundary. And what do you do after getting everything you want and even an apology? Yes, please. I'm overdue. No. I'm going to let the rest of this call play out, and then we're going to wrap that up, because no.
That's why I've put my heart and soul into all of this, and just it is what it is, what it is, what it is. Just I got to do her.
Sarah, let's do this. let's regroup. We're going to work on this. We're going to get through it like we do with everything else. I really was not trying to give you a hard time. Maybe my language was a little, I don't know, coarse or whatever. It's just because I'm running at 1,000,000 miles a minute. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to wait for you to finish sending me everything that you need to send me. And then,
If you think that this is a shit storm already, it's going to be a shit hurricane by the time if I send all of these to you at one time. That's why I was trying and thought it was a good idea also for like the few little pages here and there that trickle in, that it might be something that you could sit down for 5 minutes, 10 minutes, cut and paste, add your case law, wait for the next one to come in.
theory, that's awesome, but it's just the way things are going right now. It's like
You'll spend a day doing this once you get everything, and I don't even know last minute if you're going to be getting everything. So as I send it to you, that's why I've just been waiting for verification.
All right. The point is this. Let's refocus. If you do get a hold in a call and she can start like organizing this and making this like exactly how you want it, that would be huge. If she can't, okay, we'll deal with it. And I'm just gonna keep moving forward. Okay.
I have segments that I can send to you. I'll just send them to you page by page by page.
Okay.
What do you want me to do now?
What do you mean, what do I want you to do? I want you to send me the stuff. Just keep sending it the way you've been sending it.
I'll continue to send pages, but I just want to make sure, that pages come in not in order because of their content amount. So just make sure, please, if you could, that the top left is the page number. They're perfectly in page numbers.
Okay.
Like, are you positive that you're okay? Because I'm kind of scarred from this phone call, and I just want to make sure that I'm not doing anything wrong or something that I can't correct.
Oh my gosh. I can't do it. I couldn't do it. I couldn't even let this play out. Are you kidding me? I'm scarred from this conversation. Wow. I feel like I come off as just such an angry person because all she pulls out of me is rage. What is your problem? I am scarred from a conversation, from the fact that you said I have a lot on my plate and I don't think I can get this done for you. I'm scarred. Are you okay? The gaslighting is to a new level. Oh my goodness. I put my heart and soul into this. If that's true, your heart is nasty. Your soul is gross, putrid, and petty. Your heart is greedy. Your soul is relentless. That's what this is. That's what these documents read as. Yes, she thinks she's justified for every single word. And there it was. He gave an official apology. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to give you a hard time. I'm sorry if my words were a little coarse. No, your words were just fine. You gave a very simple statement. I'm dealing with a lot. I can't do things on your timeline. She's taking that as a physical assault. I literally just said this. I'm scarred. Wow. And then, of course, she can't accept that apology. If you think this is bad, it's going to be a shitstorm. If I have to send you all of this at once, then you have all of this at once. I thought it was a good idea. Remember my plan, all of her ideas work so properly. I thought it was a good idea to send it in sections so you could just do a little bit here, do this, do a little bit there. She has no concept of how much of someone's day that takes. It is way easier to take 1 hour to file through a whole huge mess of things than to wait 9 hours to get every little section. Brian spoke the truth in his testimony. The lawyer asked, what do you think about her decisions? I don't think she makes good decisions. The strongest fact out there, not a single decision she has ever made since she left George in that suitcase has been a good decision. She hasn't made one. Someone tell me in the comments below. What is Sarah's best decision? What's the best thing that she's decided throughout any of the history that you've ever found out about her? Maybe I'm just missing it. Maybe I'm just jaded right now. And then she slipped in being like, I don't even know if you'll get everything. Saying like, if I send it at once, I don't think you're going to get everything. And then she even added that to her story of, even if I send it like this, I don't know if you're going to get everything. And what if he doesn't get everything? You will lose your mind. Focus on what you need to be doing, which is writing that trash, get the garbage on the page so he can print it out. So then she acts like she's submitting, like she's giving anything. She hasn't given anything away. This is all still going according to plan. Fine, I'll just send them page by page by page, which is exactly what you said you were going to do from the start. And then at the end of all that, she's saying, what do you want me to do? Go to hell. God damn. Because this is exactly how she flips it on you. After me berating you, me doing all of this, now what do you want me to do? After me complaining nonstop with every little thing I want. Make sure that you check the page number in the corner. They're all in order. That just means that it would be easier if you gave him all of it at once. Just matching up the page numbers one time is way easier than getting a batch of 6 at a time, matching up those page numbers, 12 at a time, matching up those pages, 13 at a time, matching up those pages. And in every one of these documents, 33 pages for this document. And she was shook. She was only allowed to do 5 for her closing arguments, which of course, because she's her and she's going to have it her way, she's going to write more than that. And even after the months that it has taken me to get through 4 measly phone calls, yes, it's my fault. Yes, I talk a lot. No, I'm not going to change. But even in all of that time, Judge Jackson has not submitted this. I wonder if I do have this timing of every time I release a video, like the next day, stuff pops off and I have to start another one. And then I go a little more insane. So part of me was waiting for this thing to drop so I could just maybe abandon this and go do that. And I don't know. She still hadn't dropped it. I can't wait to hear this order because it all needs to go away. All of it. All of this.
Why are you scared? Don't be scared. Come on.
I'm not scared. I said I'm scarred.
Sorry, scarred. Don't be scarred. It's fine. I'm just really, really busy and stressed, and I'm trying to explain to you that we're up against it, and like I said, I'm going to do my very, very best to get this done. So can't really say anything more than that. And I know that's unsettling and it's difficult, but that's the reality. And I'm going to do my very, very best.
Is there a but after that, or it's just period?
No, it's just period. Why?
Because as I've explained to you in my life, I've been disappointed in so many ways where I just don't know what to expect, and the shoe always falls. The other shoe always falls. And I just want to make sure with this and everything that I've invested in it that you are not going to be one of those disappointments. And I just...
Yeah, double homicide.
Bitch.
No, I'm sorry.
So I'm going to be a disappointment. Like if I cannot get this done, like, sorry, if I have the time and
That's why
the ability to do it,
like, is it an if thing?
like, and I understand it's like disappointing, but like if I physically am unable to get this done, I am personally going to be a disappointment to you.
I don't know how you read between the lines so incorrectly. I never said that. And I just want to make sure with this and everything that I've invested in it that you are not going to be one of those disappointments. One of those disappointments. Just I don't want you to be one because I love you guys so much that, again, it's like the whole beaten dog thing where I allow you to pet me. And then it's like, instead of a pet, it's a punch.
Right.
And I don't want it to be that way.
But you're saying it's like my fault. Like I'm going to be a
Where do you get that from?
Because you just said it.
Get it.
Where am I getting it? You just said it, Sarah. You just said, I don't want you to be a disappointment. You're like, I'm like a dog. I'm allowing you to pet me, and then you're going to like hit me. It's not me. It's the life circumstances that I'm in. And I'm, like I said, I'm going to do
I don't think you're okay, man. Like, I don't know what I did.
Wow. Oh, no, wait. There's only 20 seconds left.
Like,
You have 1 minute remaining.
All right.
Peter, like, I just want to make sure you're okay because you've never been like this before. I don't know what's wrong.
Yeah, okay. All right. So listen, just call me tomorrow and we'll pick up the pieces and we'll go from there. Okay. Take care.
Thank you.
Wow, that is insane. My gosh, you were saved by the bell on that one. Thank goodness there's a 30-minute time limit on these phone calls.
Do you know you have 30 minutes? Are you kidding me? 30, yes.
Wow. And he was literally again in the middle of saying, I told you I am going to do everything I can to get this done. And you go, man, I don't think there's something wrong with you. You've never been like this. You've never tried to stand up for yourself. You've never talked back to me. What is wrong with you? Are you sick? What did I do? What did I do to... You murdered someone, ma'am. That's what you did. You know, you wouldn't be in Peter's life if you didn't murder someone. You wouldn't be a burden to if you didn't murder someone. You wouldn't need if you didn't murder someone. Oh, wow. I just said his name a lot. I'm going to go back and hopefully bleep that out. I meant New York.
Where's this bitch? Where is she? She's scared.
Sarah.
If you out there and you hear me, girl, I'm waiting on you.
But it's just the never-ending gaslighting. I don't want you to be one of those disappointments. I'm going to be a disappointment if I can't do everything I can to get this done for you. Why are you putting words in my mouth? I didn't say that. It's exactly what you said. It is so exhausting, this never-ending merry-go-round of you can't believe the words she says, you have to believe the words she's saying. And since she's always saying words, you can only believe what she's saying in that moment. If you believe what she said 5 minutes ago, that was a lie. You're making this up. You're not understanding things. But just this playing victim. It's like I told you, the beaten dog, and I'm allowing you to pet me. And this is how it's always been. This is how she's treated people. She thinks she's a celebrity. She thinks, oh, these are my minions. My flying monkeys are coming to me. I'm giving them something by allowing them to talk to me, by allowing them to pet me. That is me paying you. I'm paying you attention, so why aren't you giving me more? You're my employee, and your compensation is my time, because I'm going to take every minute of your time I can. I don't know how many ways he can say, I'm sorry for being busy, I'm sorry for bringing it up. But also, good on him, he's not backing down and he's not trying to go along with the gaslighting. He's saying, okay, he's definitely dealt with people like this before in the past. Good for him. I hear what you're saying. I'm cutting to the root of what's happening. I'm not going on this merry-go-round. I'm not going to let you just call me a potential disappointment and let that slide. I'm going to call it out and say, did you hear yourself? I'm going to be a disappointment if I can't get this thing done for you. Can you disappoint other people? She never has those inverse standards for herself. She does nothing for them. Not a thing. But I guess because But I guess because New York...
I don't care. Okay. I really don't give a fuck.
The first nomination's Tiff.
Fuck this shit!
And the other person are working on this documentary, she thinks that she is paying him every single day. I'm giving you all this material and you're going to make so much money because I'm so popular and amazing and everyone's going to want to hear my side of the story. Just like this conversation, you've given 30 million different stories and none of them are believable. So of course she has to end the call deflated, but remember, she said, thank you. So then when she calls you tomorrow, oh my gosh, can you imagine? This is just one time. She's going to call him again tomorrow, and the day after that, and the day after that. Okay, well, that was this phone call. I did have phone call number 5 queued up. I don't know if I can do it, honestly. I don't know how much longer that would extend this video in terms of me getting it out there. But, oh, crap. I forgot to cover the whole breakup. New York Sarah breakup.
First nomination is for Tiffany.
Don't look at me.
I'm not looking at you.
Okay, well, just look that way then. Don't even fucking look at me.
I won't look at you then.
Good.
Wow. I said at the very beginning we were going to cover that shortly. Well, I mean, 7 hours is shortly to someone. But at least before we go, we have to recover that. I talked about it, or at least I played the video before in one of my prior videos, but I didn't really give commentary on it and like break down. So we're just gonna go through it again. And yeah, I think I actually got live footage of what New York had to say to Sarah.
What would you want to say?
Sarah?
Pretty much, I will let
Sarah?
know that she is a fat.
I was called a cunt and a bitch.
Okay.
And I'm not a mother to my son. Well, the whole time I was there saying nothing.
97, do you need
Nothing. I was called names.
Okay.
The whole time I'm being belittled.
Okay.
Pardon me for saying talk shit about.
And then?
I walked off barefoot. He's always talking about his kids. I'm, pardon me for saying, a cunt and a bitch. And not a mother.
And I think
Sarah?
she's just a disgrace. She's a disgrace to humanity, and she's a disgrace to women who are actually beautiful and classy, and she just doesn't have the vernacular that she thinks she possesses. Somebody lied to her several times and told her that she was fly, hot, and sexy and beautiful, and she's nothing like that. She's nothing of the sort.
You know what? And yeah, I completely agree. Wait, what? That wasn't the video? Oh, my bad. Here's the real one. Sent on September 18th, 2025. Sarah, this is my final message to you. We started this with the best intentions, to give you a voice and to make sure you weren't left without representation. From the beginning, we never believed your innocence, but we gave you the benefit of the doubt. That courtesy has run out. You are a murderer.
Guilty of murder in the second degree.
You planned this. You locked someone in a suitcase, listened to him beg for his life, and did nothing. Then you tried to cover it up with a childish lie. You threw him down a flight of stairs. You beat him with a baseball bat and mocked him as he pleaded for his life. And this was all a plan. You wrote to George's brother that, quote, hide and seek you shall.
Next text is, hide and seek I shall.
Well before this murder ever took place. The emails, the story, the timeline, it all exposes you. The world isn't stupid, Sarah. You are. If you need proof, just look at the simple fact that you could be out of jail by now if you took responsibility, showed remorse, and took a plea deal.
Understanding the state's offer, do you wish to accept or reject the state's offer to resolve this case?
Reject.
But the demon that is inside of you wouldn't allow it. You've shown no remorse, no apology, no regret. You are dangerous. You should never see freedom again. Your son is better off without you in his life. And if you cared about him, Sarah, you'd put him first instead of dragging him through the shadow of your crimes.
Yeah, double homicide.
Bitch.
No, I'm sorry.
I am ashamed I ever invested this much in you. I thought if I gave you trust, you might tell the truth. I hoped there was a human being worth saving underneath the narcissism, but there isn't. You had moments where I thought I saw something good. What a pathetic waste that turned out to be. Here's the reality. You are a monster, the kind people fear is hiding under the bed. There is no redemption for you in this life without brutal honesty. Tell the truth. Explain what you did and why. Admit it to the world and to yourself. Without that, you will die exactly as you lived, selfish, manipulative, and empty. You say you have found God, but know this. So long as you live with that lie in your heart, you are only praying to the devil. I don't expect you to surprise me. Monsters don't change. But for your son's sake, for whatever shred of decency you once had, I hope you prove me wrong. And that is the most beautiful dragging I have ever heard, and the fact that he was able to say that to her directly, knowing that it gets to her, because we say stuff like this all the time, and odds are it doesn't reach her, but she needed someone who, like she said in these calls so far, you're my comfort, I love you so much, this and that. That same person that she used, abused, mistreated, downplayed, undercut, said don't be a disappointment, said this and said that, finally had enough. And when you take the rose-colored glasses off and you see the monster that has always been in front of you, you have to acknowledge it. And of course, she had some tired response, so I'm going to speed through that because I don't really care her words anymore. But she was real butthurt about it. Thank you for your reply stamp to say how very sorry and saddened I am. You are obviously more miserable than I thought for you to say all in your message to me. I'm glad I kept my reservations about you with failed businesses and incarceration yourselves. Let's ask this. Who's really in prison, Peter?
Court sentences you to life in the Department of Corrections.
Stop whining and try to be your best self no matter where you are. I do, and smile with joy in my heart, blessed by God himself with strength to overcome unpleasant people such as you just displayed with your unkind words. What comes out of your mouth comes from your heart. Remember that so you don't get so upset from any of your other, quote, victims you're trying to manipulate and falling for your delirium and untrue experience, hoping they're not as smart as I am to see your now proven wolf eyes behind the sheep's mask. I will pray for them too. I hope somewhere in someone you're sending all your lures out to bites and makes you big, redeeming yourself in your failures and obvious dysfunctions. I'm just glad my prayers have been answered and I can permanently distance myself from you, your trouble and danger. If you play with dogs, you're going to catch fleas. Focus on God, not your failures. I am proud of myself to say I lived through George Torres, his family, the justice system, so much more, and now Peter, Julian, Delpine Creatives. Again, I am my own best advocate and will never conform, staying true to who I am. I really hope everything works out for you all. I'm better without Delphine Creative, or whoever you are. God's got me, and my son. Cheer up, smiley face. I hope your day gets better. Sarah Boone. Strength and honor are her clothing. She shall rejoice in time to come. Proverbs 35:25. People who know their God shall be strong and carry out great exploits. Daniel 11:32. Do not rejoice over me, my enemy. When I fall, I will arise. When I sit in darkness, the Lord will be a light to me. Micah 7:8.
She reads her Bible and then this and then that and then this and this is why she's here and all this other mess and everything while she reads her Bible. Bible.
All right. And that's why everyone makes fun of you, because of responses like this. Can't accept any responsibility, all deflections, you're still the victim. Insane. Before even getting through the whole thing, the thing that always sticks out to me the most is when she says, my prayers have been answered. I can permanently distance myself from you. What do you mean? You have done nothing but harass them. They have no ability to contact you aside through a letter or a tablet message. There's no distance needed. If you did not want to talk to them, you did not need to call them. Have them pay for those calls 6, 12, 8 million times a day. Like, obviously it's a reversal of, you can't break up with me, I break up with you. You can't fire me, I quit. No. You got your ass handed to you again, and now your tail's between your legs, and you trying to throw some kind of insult, and it just looks worse on you. Starting up top with, obviously you're more miserable than I thought to be able to say those things to me. No, he's finally standing up for himself and using the voice he should have been using from day one. Who's really in prison? She says that as though it's any kind of serve whatsoever. The answer is you, Sarah Boone Paulsen.
There's one cold, hard truth, which is that I am
going to jail. There's no other way to put it. Yeah. Have a good night, though.
better than you.
You're in prison.
Girl, prison, honey.
New York isn't. And even if he was incarcerated at some point in his life, he isn't now. He has freedom now. He can do things you will never be able to do because you will never leave those doors. That prison is your forever home. And then you want to tell him to stop whining? Him calling you what you really are, a monster, is not him whining. It's him telling you, hey, here's the things I haven't told you to your face, but that you've needed to hear this entire time. Which is, You are a monster. Even though people want to help you, no one actually believes you're innocent. Lana didn't believe she was innocent either. She, like, phrased things here and there. She believed that she was not, like, I guess, fully guilty in the sense of circumstances in her life led her to this. But even Lana thought you did it. Everyone just hoped that there was some kind of explainable reason why you would do something so evil. And there was never one. And that's why he said, you did all of this. You laughed at a dying man. You want to talk about whatever comes from your mouth comes from your heart. Again, do you not remember the reason why you are there?
For everything you've done to me. For everything you've done to me. Fuck you. Fuck you. Stupid. That's my name. Don't wear it out. Yeah, that's when you do when you choke me. That's on you. It's on you. Real ransom. I want to give you for it extra. Because I got this. Real ransom. Oh. That's what jingle me. Fuck you. Yeah. You should probably shut the fuck up. Shh.
You are truly, you are there solely because your words showed how truly depraved and evil you really are. If that video had no words into it, you probably could have gotten to a manslaughter charge. I was too drunk. I didn't know what happened. I thought it was a joke. I thought it was all a game. But no, your words confirmed. You did know what happened. You knew what was happening to whom. You know what state George was in because he told you. You confirmed you understood and said you didn't care. You said, this is for what you've done to me. You deserve this. What comes from your mouth comes from your rotted heart. And it's always the fake joy. I'm so happy because I have joy in my heart, blessed by God, who gives me the strength to overcome unpleasant people like yourself.
Everyone supposes that this is one of the worst experiences of my life, and it's actually been one of my greatest.
Apparently not, because all you find is enemies in your life. How come everyone in your life is an unpleasant person? Is there anyone in your life who is pleasant? Who's not solely doing everything that you ask? Because the moment they don't do what you ask and have an issue with you, it's, ask me if I care. Turn the page. I'll pray for the other victims you try to manipulate. See, she still to this day considers herself the victim of all of this. You came after me. You wanted to write a documentary or do a documentary on me, the victim of my murder, the true victim of the murder I committed. And I hope they are, as smart as I am to see the proven wolves behind the mask eyes or whatever. She is so addicted to these wolf metaphors. That's why I always say she's the wolf who cried wolf. She is a predator who calls everyone else a predator so that she can hunt them. All you do is prey on, not pray for, stalk, harass, use, and attack people. And the whole if you play with dogs, you're gonna catch fleas. Aren't you the one who keeps comparing yourself to a dog? I'm a beaten dog and I'm letting you pet me. Shouldn't you be happy? Look at me, I'm so No, you're a killer. You've murdered people, you've assaulted people, you've attacked every single partner you've been with. That is who you are. Not this helpless victim who has just survived George Torres, his family, the justice system, and now Del Pink Creative. And Julian's thrown in there too. I guess their relationship's done as well. I would love to see that message. But it just goes to show you, you're added to the list of people she quote-unquote survived, when the fact is you haven't harmed her or threatened her in any way even once. She has never been in fear from you. She has never been physically threatened by you or in risk of harm, yet she is saying she survived you. The person she convinced to be her durable power of attorney, if he signed those papers, y'all may not be able to separate that easy. Maybe that means that she would accept his written resignation, but if she doesn't, then they're still glued together. So when she puts them in the same line as George's family, who again, she was never in risk of losing her life from, and George Torres, who again, she was never in risk of losing her life from. But she survived them. Fun fact, George didn't survive you. Lana didn't survive you. And obviously, Lana had many disabilities, but we're not even going to pretend that the stress, harassment, and merry-go-round that Sarah put her through for the last years of her life had no impact on her health. Sarah had her up all day, every day, working round the clock for her, and then would say, "Oh, I wish I could do something for you. Anyway, now that I said that I wish I could do something for you, don't forget to do boom, 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 boom. Also, you're rotten. You're a traitor, conformist. You're rotten, Lana." From Julian. FYI, Lana died yesterday. Sarah's response. Morning. Everywhere online? It's just Lana. I know too, everyone has their real world lives. I do, which I'd like to one day have also, please. And I don't want to seem emotionless, but if you could please tell me what I need to do and worry about on top of everything else in quote preparation of everything meaningful in my life to be taken away from me in 2 weeks, please. No matter, I'm thankful for you. I pray everyone is hanging on and getting through it, whatever it may be. At least we have each other. Thank you. I am proud of myself to say I lived through George Torres, his family, the justice system, so much more, and now Peter, Julian, Delpine Creatives. Again, I am my own best advocate and will never conform, staying true to who I am. I really hope everything works out for you all. I'm better without Delphine Creative, or whoever you are. And I survived you. So no one is truly ever your friend unless they are able to provide for you endlessly and then say thank you for the opportunity. And then goes back to the I'm my own best advocate and will never conform. See, you're trying to make me surrender. I will never surrender. She said that so many times. She is a predator. She is a killer. She will not apologize for that. And she will only continue to advocate for herself and tack on her son at the end because she can use her son to advocate for herself. That's why she said, I'm my son's best advocate, ... for myself.
When I'm trying to speak to him solely in regards to my son, I'm doing everything that I possibly can for my son. I've been avidly striving to and will continue my pursuit to be even more meaningful to my son in my continued hard-fought efforts to see him in person while temporarily located at DOC and in the meantime of my appeal and my release and all other positive aspects that I have with my son on the horizon. One obscure enforcement incident does not define me as a person or my entire existence, and I'm trying to be my son's best advocate for myself.
I hope everything works out for you. Well, clearly by his message, he doesn't hope anything works out for you, you demon monster. I'm better without you or whoever you are. See, this is what happens. As soon as you do something that she doesn't like or that you are insulting her in any way, it's like she never knew you. All the money he spent on her, all the time, all the things that he did for her, I don't even know who you are. I'm glad I had my reservations, even though I'm here saying, you're my only comfort, you're my best friend. You have no idea how amazing it is that I have you in my life, and everyone is so mean to me, even though I have nothing but joy in my life. It sucks so much here.
Oh no, I had asked one of the mean girls, believe me, listen, this is me being humble. I asked one of the mean girls, I said, what is it that I'm doing wrong? And she goes, you're fresh meat. We're going to tear you apart, and then walked off.
She said what?
That I'm fresh meat, and that they're going to tear me apart, and then walked off. And then I get made fun of for being on my bed all the time. So it's just I'm damned if I do, and I'm damned if I don't. Just overcome the circumstances and believe in God. And that's what I'm doing. And I have friends like you. You don't understand. Just to hear your voice is a comfort. You don't understand.
I hear you, Sarah.
Take your own words and cheer up. I hope your day gets better. Except I don't. I hope you actually learn from any of these terrible days you experience. You would think after having enough terrible days, enough people leave your life, enough people call you a monster, a murderer, a burden, a bad person, that you would learn. But alas. Now, part of me really wants to get through this call number 5. Part of me has nothing left in me and doesn't want this video to take another month, but I don't know. Maybe we'll try it. And if it doesn't work, I'll just cut this out.
At a Florida Department of Corrections institution.
Me again.
What happened to hello? How are you? My name is. What happened to that?
I'm sorry. And so you called me before, and I don't know what happened, but I accidentally I tried to answer it, but I hung up, and I was hoping you were gonna call me back. But I'm so glad you did. How are you doing?
All right.
What's the matter?
Those days. In prison, man.
Girl, prison, honey.
It's like a beautiful, perfectly cloudless sky here, and just I'm in prison.
Prison! That way!
Yeah, I know.
I'd be walking the dog or doing something outside right now.
You sure could have. And you know who else could have been doing something outside right now? George. But because of your actions, now both of you can't do that. Oh, I love hearing that. And because it's Florida, there's more sunny days than not. You think after 5 years that would humble her in some way? Not even a little.
Yep, I know. How's work going?
It's going. Just, oh my gosh, I thought about you today, and I was like, I can't wait to call and tell Pete this. So, this is how strange my boss is, okay? He called me into his office today, and he said, no, stand over here. So I had to stand over farther to the corner of his office, and he's like, sniff. And I was like, what? He goes, smell. And I was like, for what? He goes, just smell. So I smelled, right? And I said, okay, it smells pleasant. What is that? He goes, you tell me. And I said, well, it smells like a new car smell or maybe coconut or something. He goes, no, it's not. It's autumn. It's fall leaves. And I said, it's not fall. It's springtime, and it smells like coconut. And he's like, okay, well, that was your reward for the day. You can go now. And that was it.
Ugh.
You don't think that's weird?
That is beyond weird.
Right? So I was like, okay.
And that's your reward? Yeah, that's just bizarre. And
yes. And it was weird, too. He called me in there and told me to sniff. And I'm like, for what?
And oddly sadistic.
Well, I think that he likes for women that are inmates in prison to feel like they are women, inmates in prison. I think that's what it is.
Is this a white guy, a black guy? What was?
He's white. He reminds me of some type of version of Brian, because he's don't get me wrong, he just has I think he has a very dry sense of humor, and just I think he likes me just in a weird way. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if interaction is a thing with him. I don't know, but I told you yesterday he thought it was weird that I kept thanking him for my job.
Yeah, because he knows it's not a sincere thank you, and it's weird for you to keep doing it after the first time. I mean, it's just like what she did in the video we're watching right now, where she kept going, thank you so much, can you give me a hug, let's fist bump it, can I shake your hand?
Can I get on? This one. I'm working. I didn't tell her that. Okay, have a good day. Okay, that's good enough. I know. Thank you. Okay.
I love it.
This one. Okay. Have a good day now.
And whatever the fuck he says,
Okay,
tell him
yes,
to
okay.
eat a dick. Hey.
I'll see you. Have a good night. Shake my hand. Thank you. Okay, have a good day.
Tell him to
It's just always excessive because she thinks those manipulation tactics work, and they don't. They make them look like exactly the woman in this video. A disaster. But yeah, that is weird of the officer, and officers do that. I'm not even going to try to defend anyone who works in the prison system because they are very manipulative and do go on power trips and do this and do that. I just don't care that it happens to her. Oh, I know that's wrong. But yeah, that's definitely a power trip. Invite you into the office, make you smell things, make you feel special. That's your reward for the day. I think he likes me. Yeah, these are grooming behaviors. So I don't really care how that turns out. But if a guard is making you feel special, it's not because you're special.
hold on, like everybody's coming in from rec right now. It's like, yeah, hold on, yeah, they're like, they're the whole freaking herd of the dorm is coming in from outside.
Let me know.
Just, I like my job and I like him and I have nothing really to complain about. I just thought that was very strange.
I can't even tell you how many freaking people I've called, but and what I'll give you a list at some point, but there is one potential attorney that we're talking to that might be a good fit. So I don't want to like waste our time like giving you the whole rundown, but
well, stretch yourself too thin. Like, if anything, you know, like, look, I'm going to be here for this appellate thing. And, like, I think I'm going to tell you, and I don't know if you received my message or not, but, like, I am not in a mental state to talk about my family and rehash, like I get a walnut in my throat just even thinking about it. And just, like, I talked about things yesterday, and, like, I don't know if I'm trying to utilize him as a weapon against me, and had told me that he was going to have to go into the judge's chambers with his attorney and how he was going to turn him against me. So, like, my whole storage unit thing, like, you can't not know that I don't think about that every single day. I think that's something, like, that was in my storage unit that I think the devil is really, like, really, 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 really trying to get one over on me, because, like, these seeds of terror are planted almost on a daily basis, and he makes me think of, like, my grandmother's jewelry, like my mother's emerald earrings, like my mother's Bible, my great-grandmother's cookbooks, my baby albums of me and my brother and my father, you know, and just, like, I think about it every day, Pete. Like, I think about it every single day, and just, like, it's just, you know, I have to be honest with you, and it's not you guys, so don't ever think that it's you guys, it's me. But it's like, I'm sick of talking about all of this same shit every day.
Imagine how tired we are. Imagine how tired we are of it.
Then why do you do it? Oh my goodness, at least you're self-aware enough to admit, but you've always known this. It's not you all, it's me. I'm sick of talking about the same shit every day. Then why do you do it? No one's forcing you to contact Brian hundreds of times to ask about the same useless, stupid junk. This whole my storage unit. From what we found out, you didn't have a storage unit before you murdered George. Brian had to get you one or take yours over if you did somehow have one, take all your shit and put it in there. You didn't do any of that, but you worry about it every single day as if you could ever lay your hands on any of those possessions ever again. That's why all of this is so aggravating, because you are the only one who refuses to accept the reality of your situation.
Fix basically all the chaos that occurred due to Miss Boone's voluntary criminal act. And also her ongoing defiance and unwillingness to acknowledge the reality of her situation and the reality of this family's situation.
Which is, you are not leaving. And for someone who is behind bars for life to make this whole big stink over all of this, saying you know you're going to be here for your appellate years. Appeals take years to get through, and yet you're still relentless every single day about it. Literally nothing about her makes sense. She knows she annoys everyone else. She knows she makes everyone else sick. She makes her own self sick. Can she stop doing what she's doing? No, because she's always justified, because she's the victim. And the whole, I'm not in a mental state to talk about my family, I feel sad every day. You act like they died yesterday. You talk about your family being dead for years. I've had close relatives who have died since you were incarcerated in 2020, and I don't even talk about them like that, because that's just, it's so hollow and fake, and you always having to bring it up is not actually honoring their memory, and it doesn't mean you actually care about them. It means that is your go-to crutch for, I need money. Send me money, send me money, send me money. I need love, I need support, feel sorry for me. You have to know, I think about this every single day. And I get that. You have nothing else to think about. So, of course, you're going to think about your outside life. But to assume that you have control over any of that is outrageous. If you were found not guilty and you were just waiting to be released and then you had all these questions, sure, you're about to get all your stuff back. You can be annoying. That will never happen. And the Brian wants to take my son into the judge's chambers to use him against me. He sure does, but not in the nefarious way you're saying. He wants to give your child the open freedom to tell the judge exactly how he feels. Quote, I'm going to have our son speak to the judge about you, taken into his chamber so you can't hear or know what's being said about you. What exactly would you have him say, or could he? Our son has told me he sees how mean you are to me. Call me names in front of him, doesn't buy food and hangs up on. Also tells me about your supply of cigarettes, often running to the store for, and drinks you have readily available. How then are you going to use our son against me? He knows and admits he treats me the way he sees you do, and you honestly would put him in a position of having to lie and pit against me even more than you already have and do? Do you realize what you do to him? You. And you are terrified of that. Because just like this whole case, you've always been terrified of the truth. Because the truth is, you treat people terribly, and you refuse to take responsibility or accept the consequences for it.
It's like the same shit every day where it's just like, I asked God today, I was like, please, please, please give me some type of breakthrough, you know, like with this family law thing. If I could just file this family law thing, I don't give a damn if it's a continuance or whatever it is. I just don't want to go in there and be like, just totally taken advantage of, spit on, and then pushed over the side of the rail. You know, I don't want that to happen, and I have a feeling that's what he's hoping for and is expecting. If he could just get that filed temporarily, then I can focus on this and jump, you know, like head first, perfect dive off of the high board, you know?
Yeah.
That's what I'm trying to do, but listen, I had to start fast forwarding through your questions because it started to make me think of things, and my heart got extremely heavy, and I get really sad, and I don't want to cry in front of.
Sarah, don't. The point is just like you take your time, okay? Like I'm going to tell you something.
And at this moment, New York actually reveals a very personal story and very heartbreaking story that I personally don't feel comfortable going into. It is, I mean, he put it out there, so he might be comfortable with that. The links will be in the description if you want to go see the call on your own. But just know it is a very personal and heartbreaking situation that he had been working through or has been working through. And truly, when I heard that, I definitely empathize more with them, and I understand. And that's normally how that works. People who have very hard backgrounds themselves open up their own empathy to others and try to understand those type of positions, which then get them to sometimes empathize with really bad people and help bad people be worse. But the origin of wanting that help also comes from a place of misunderstood pain, of if someone just understood me when I was in that situation or in that moment, maybe I could have been different. So I want to be that person for someone else. And I can respect that. It's just when you start doing the harassing and start doing all of the illegal stuff for her in terms of crossing boundaries of appropriateness and harassment. But yeah, so we're going to move on. And I listened ahead a little bit to hear Sarah's reaction. And of course, it's just nothing. He gives this very big personal disclosure. And this is how she acts.
And it took me a while before I could even talk. Forget about talking to anybody. I'm saying talk.
Yes, I go dark like that too.
Yes, I go dark like that too. Completely missing the point of all of this, right? No, oh my gosh, I'm so sorry you went through that, or wow, no empathy at all. Just him doing this major disclosure and saying, I have hard time even speaking to anyone. Yep, me too. That's now you understand a fraction of what I'm going through. No, they are not the same situation at all. And I don't know why I'm surprised that she can't empathize with other people, but of course it has to center back on her. Solely her.
The way I got out of all of that was by like writing and going back through everything. But it's got to be at your pace, right? Like when you're ready, God will tell you, your mind will tell you, and we'll pick it up at that point. But I understand like where you are right now. Like, so we're going to keep working and we're going to keep doing it and we're going to do it at your pace. And I'm here for you. And you know that.
Why? Just like, I still don't know how to utilize you because I've never had anybody like who in my life. I don't know what to do because I've never had practice or experience with it before, and I am afraid that I'm always stuck getting the damn short end of the stick on everything.
Sarah, how long have I been talking it with you?
It has to be over a year.
I'm not going anywhere.
Get used to disappointment.
And if you don't know that yet, you're out of your gourd. That prison's doing something to you.
Prison, honey.
It's life to me because anybody I've ever loved, you have to understand, they either leave me or they die.
No, that's bad. I'm not laughing at that, but what? She makes it sound like, again, the world happens to her. Woe is me.
George has done that in the past before, too, where it's just like he thinks that he's woe is me kind of thing, where it's like,
he's never been locked in a suitcase where he couldn't get out, so.
It's kind of, I thought it was the boy crying wolf kind of thing.
Anyone I love either leaves me, forget about me assaulting and abusing and using them, or they die, forget about me killing them. I always get the short end of the stick. I don't think so. I think you give yourself the short end of the stick. I think everyone around you tries to give you as much grace as possible, as many opportunities as possible. She said earlier, I'm just praying, God, please give me a break. He already gave you a lawyer. You bullied him away. He tried to give you mediation opportunities. You flat out said no. It's impossible. You squander your own blessings and then keep begging for more. But that is just insane. I don't know how to use you because I've never had anyone like this before. No one's ever, I've never had anyone who loves me. That's the same BS you told Lana. I really want to hug you. One day, I trust you with every fiber of my being. And if God didn't mean for you and me to be friends, he wouldn't have put us in each other's path, right? You are his disciple and diligent and honorable in innumerable ways. And clout is such a good word, smarty. Piss me off, push me, lift me up, hug me hard. Gonna love you lots always. Constructive criticism all day. You underestimate your worth to me. Thank you does not suffice. In the meantime, I will use you like God meant for me to. I will use you like God meant for me to. Same exact thing. I've never had this. You're my big sister. I've never really had one, so you have to know how special you are. It's the most classic manipulation tactic ever. And she's like, and then I get sad and I don't want to cry. We've never once seen or heard her cry, even one time. The most she gets is whining. And then just the theatrics. Again, I don't want to, can I submit a continuance? Sure cannot. You've already tried to continue this for 2 extra years, 2-3 years, and then want to blame Brian saying he's trying to continue it. Even though on these calls, you are saying you are the one who want the continuance. And in the closing arguments, you said, I was ready to go. Anyway, you're still not ready to go. And what do you say? Instead of being like, I'm unprepared and I don't want to go in there unprepared and make a fool out of myself, you say, no, I don't want to get taken advantage of, spit on, and pushed over the side of the rail. Because that's what's trying to happen. And what's this trial for? For her to not get free money and not have all the access and opportunities to harass their son. That's it. She's not actually giving up anything. She's just not getting what she wants. And because she's not getting what she wants, that is the same as physical abuse. You can't believe anything she says when it all sounds the same. Wolf who cried wolf every single time.
Woe is me kind of thing. I thought it was the boy crying wolf. That's what it is. It's the drinking. I thought it was like I thought he was okay. Like, I didn't, that, you
He's
all.
telling you he's not. He's telling you, Sarah, I can't breathe. He's saying your name, and you're like, that's my name, don't wear it out.
Guys, that's how we are with each other. Like, he has, nobody understands our relationship.
Think about it. My entire family, you know, and it's just like, or I'm treated really awful, and just like, it's never what I expect it to be. So you have to understand, and this is what I told Julian. You guys, I'm like a dog with my ears back, and I'm being totally submissive and like not trusting you to pet me or not. Like you're petting me, but it's just like at the same time though, I'm still snarling and showing my teeth.
Yeah.
Okay, and we're back to the dog thing. Why does she keep comparing herself to this beaten rescue animal that is just so scared, and I'm allowing you to pet me by allowing you to take on the burdens of my life? Woe is me. My entire family. She has lost a lot of people in her life, but I'm so over this. She has not lost her entire family. Both of her brothers are still alive. All of them. Apparently there's a half-sister that exists. Apparently there's other extended family that just do not like you. So every time you say my entire family, it is your immediate to slightly extended. Brian brought up a good point at trial because she kept saying again, are my grandparents dead? Most people your age's grandparents are dead. You can't use that as an excuse anymore. I know she was riding that for as long as she could. Parents' deaths, definitely hard. Grandparents' death, kind of expected. Aunts and uncles' death still can be sad, but also aunts and uncles. But that's it to our understanding. Families are more than just this, so you literally just ignoring the family that's alive doesn't make your situation sadder. I don't know, maybe I'm the one sounding heartless right now, but I just don't care. Especially having her brothers alive while talking with New York right now. No.
I would hope by now you know her for real, and then I'm here for you. And documentary gets done or not doesn't matter. I'm still always going to be here for you.
The lie detector determined that was a lie more than 5 women.
But let me ask you something. How are you doing on? Let's just do some like house cleaning. How are you doing on all that stuff?
First, didn't want to tell you guys. The reason why I'm so stressful about this 60 days, y'all need to do your applications for this visitation is because I have $11.25 in my account and I'm so hungry. I had to hold onto the railing the other day because my blood sugar got so low that I couldn't walk up the hill to go back to work.
She's not diagnosed with any kind of blood sugar.
She's not diagnosed with any kind of blood sugar.
But she says she gets, like today, she's feeling tired and lethargic, and so she feels like those items during a break, that she could have something like that to keep her energy.
You guys can't do anything until you're an approved visitor.
Okay, so we got to be approved for. Okay, so I know he's been calling every day and working on that. So once we get approved.
Look, and if you're asking me, look, I'm going to be honest with you. Like, I have the capability to download music and watch real movies, and haven't done that yet. And I really want to.
Oh my gosh, with this whiny voice, I haven't been able to watch movies or TV, and I really want to. And that's why you're begging Brian for all this money. Not all this, I need to do this just to survive, just to eat. You beg everyone for everything. He didn't ask, do you have every little thing you want? He said, how are you doing? Do you have everything you need? Oh, I'm so hungry. Oh, my blood sugar. I almost passed out. Which she might have something, but it's not major. She still isn't diagnosed with it. If it were an actual issue, she could meet with a health professional there and they could work something out. She's been there for 5 years and has gotten nothing. Meaning, she just wants some cookies. And that's fine, honestly. If you want a big back moment, just have a big back moment.
Bon appetit!
Just say it's a big back moment and not, I'm gonna die of diabetes. Sorry, I meant cancer. Has me call every week to ask for commissary funds so I can purchase necessities and sugar for my glucose concerns. Glucose? I thought you had cancer. Do I feel bad if she has both cancer and diabetes?
No.
Then says no. Refuses the occasional hot meal on a Sunday. I was made to cry over a cheeseburger when explaining to him the amount of weight I am continuously losing weekly due to being sick. And thought this would help me gain by eating. I was still told no. That's all just so annoying to me. She's done nothing but whine on this call. My family dead. Where my storage unit? I'm so hungry. Now I want to watch movies and TV. Since you're asking, I'm going to tell. She does that with anyone. If you open the door, she will use you as much as possible. She said this with messages to Philip. I don't know if I'm going to find them. But after she was extremely ungrateful for him because he put in $50 into her account, and she thought that he put 50 cents. And so she was completely ungrateful and said, how dare you? How am I supposed to do anything about anything? And then instead of backtracking and saying, oh, I'm sorry, you're right, I did see it, she somehow says, thank you for the $50, but also you're always asking me what it is I need. And that's the question. If you're going to ask, I'm going to tell you. Yeah, people ask as a courtesy, not as an opportunity. And she takes everything as an opportunity to get what she wants. She would have so much more in her life if she had any kind of restraint. But you guys can't do anything until you're approved for the process. So again, now it's your fault. You need to fix this or else I'm just going to whine in your ear. Woe is me, the killer can't watch movies.
Okay. Oh, well, let's get it working.
Well, it's like, I try to not ask for everything, where it's like, because I'm not used to having everything, where it's like, do you need blood sugar snacks, or do you want to watch a movie, or do you want to download music? So if I had to pick, I have to have blood sugar snacks.
She's not diagnosed with any kind of blood sugar. But she says she gets up today.
How'd things go with, how are you, have you made any friends there? Like, what, talk to me.
God. I mean, I have one friend, okay, me and he's been lying to me because I don't know why, and he couldn't answer me, but, like, I simply just want pictures. He has not sent me pictures of him since he's been 10 years old, and he keeps telling me he's going to. He keeps telling me he did. He doesn't respond to me on the tablet for 5 years, and they both keep lying to me and just called me names on the phone the other day, and I think he's just really angry at me. And then we ended up having a really good conversation, and I want you to know, too, like, I begged and tearfully pled to fill out the application for, and he said that he did it on February 7th. He should have been approved already, and they're not even on my list. The only people showing up, believe it or not, listen, is all the way in effing Australia, you, and the 2 people that took care of my 2 dead dogs.
Yeah, double homicide.
So it's just like, where is everybody? I don't understand why nobody's being approved. And I know Julian said that his was because he's probably been incarcerated before, but he's not even showing up on my list. I don't understand. Like, if you can call me and say, listen, I filled it out on this date. Why am I not approved yet? And then is very spastic about it also because she keeps sending me these screenshots that says that she is approved, but she can't even send me $25. So, like, I don't understand what they're doing, or if they just don't give two shits, or if it's because, like, one of my friends said that it's because I'm an, in quotes, high-profile case. I said, no, that has nothing to do with that. I'm just another inmate like everybody else. But and I think that I'm pissing this off because I send her an inmate request form every single week for updates of who is on my list and who is actually approved. Should have been here and should have already been scheduled to come see me. It's just wild. And then Julian told me that you and he are planning to come see me. I think my life will change. Our life will change together with the 3 of us going forward futuristically and everything if we were to see each other in person and hug each other.
Yeah.
No, I need that for a fact.
And it's fine to have those needs and all, but the way you demand it as though you're entitled to it is why no one is doing it. And so this is crazy. You're saying that Brian and your son are so evil, so mean. Brian's so mean that he's not doing this and you're not showing up. So you know he's not doing this. But then you're also saying everyone else who's trying to sign up with you has issues. So either it's this coordinated effort by everyone, or there's something with you. And you said that one person said it's because you're a high profile case. No, I'm just like the same one as everyone else. No, on both ends. It's not because you're a high profile case, it's because you're a high level threat. You are under closed management, meaning you have your freedoms heavily reduced. The things that could be so simple in county jail or whatever are no longer simple in prison. It takes longer for people to get approved and then say, and I think this lady's getting annoyed because I submit this form every week. Of course she's getting annoyed. But that's what you do. You know the behaviors that you do that are unacceptable and make other people uncomfortable or displace them in some way, make them do more for you, and you do it anyway. And then you get mad when they react the exact way that you predicted they would.
Yeah.
It's like a boost of energy, man, and I need that.
I know. And the thing is, every time you call, you talk to a different person, they give you a different answer. You send emails, they go and
Tell Julianne you're
yeah.
in contact with her. Oh, okay. So really quick before I forget. Please, if anything, may I have one hot meal? May I have a hot meal in between of all the visitations?
Yes, but we got to get on that list first to be able to do that.
You don't have to be an approved visitor, but you have to go and you have to order it.
Okay.
I just found out the other day from the girl because I was upset and she's like, "Are you okay?" And I was like, "No, I feel really bad." And then she's like, "You know, you can get a hot meal in between of everything." And then she explained it to me, but you have to go on and do it.
Okay.
And if I may, please.
Do Julian know how to do that?
I don't think so. It's icaregifts.com. Like just the letter I, C-A-R-E, gifts. .com.
Okay, so and then I go there and I look you up and I can just do it right over.
The beanie burgers. The burgers are usually uncooked and I don't like them. At least from county. I haven't had that one here yet.
Okay. No problem. No burgers. I wrote it down. I promise.
Please don't. The girl that I saw one time, she got the nachos and the chicken tenders, and it was freaking gigantic. So I can eat off of that for maybe like a day and a half. Like, save some of the chicken tenders in a Ziploc bag and eat off of it for a day or two.
Okay, so you want chicken tenders, nachos.
Yeah, it comes together. I don't have any other information. I don't know how much. I don't know anything about this.
Then why are you asking for it? Okay, you make your issues everyone's issues. You heard from this other girl that you could get a hot meal. Now you're making it his problem to figure it out. I need this thing. I don't even know if it actually exists. It's just word of mouth and I'm just going to trust her. But now you need to go to icaregifts.com. And because you're an idiot, I'm going to spell care. And don't give me the burgers. Now, how many times? Now, I wish if I had the time and I had the effort, I would go tally this. How many times in all of these text messages has she said, burger and wings, wings meal, hot meals ×2? Why didn't you order, Brian? They just came without calling my name. And because you will not give me confirmation numbers to ask the rep, I again have nothing for New Year's nor for Christmas. Even after asking over and over and over and over, starting December 6th, today is the 27th, and you couldn't find 5 minutes to order, but keep telling me you would and were going to? Are your holidays complete and even merrier knowing you did nothing so I could have nothing again? Why are you continuously lying to me about everything? Lying about everything. It's just a hot meal that you permit me to have only about 2 times a year, not even for Christmas, but kept telling me you would and were going to. How many more times did you want me to ask? Not even a hot meal for Christmas. Thank you, Brian. And Sarah, no hot meal again. Why do you keep lying? No hot meal again. Why do you keep lying? For months, blank, October. They have no order in my name. Why do you keep blank asking you and the vendor in front of everyone for the blank order? You are such a despicable, lying, sad person. No blank. Keep lying. Commissary, soap for son, hymnal, Keep It Kosher food pack, pizza and wings hot meal, Birds and Blooms magazine renewal. You stated to me to call back Monday for order info. A burger and wings. Now it's the burgers don't come cooked. Well, from all of these messages, you've never had a hot meal. You complain to Brian, say, no one has ever bought me food. I've never had a hot meal. Now it's, well, I don't like the burgers because they come raw. I want the chicken tenders and nachos because that's massive. Okay. Earlier, you said, well, I didn't want to bring this up, but since you're asking, and now you're saying, wait, before I forget, meaning you were always going to be begging for money.
Send me money, send me money, send me money.
All right, I'll take care. I'm gonna do it. Once we hang up, I'm gonna get online and play around and figure out some stuff to send you. But we are in the process of just starting this thing. I sent you that email. Look, like I said before, Sarah, you know, this is at your pace. Forget even about the fact that, like, for the film, like Human to Human, one of the most rewarding, best things I ever did in my life was sit down and write and just and think about.
The other thing I haven't wanted to tell you, I need pen and paper.
So we got to get you your pen and paper.
My work so I can have something to write with.
You need to be able to have every single day documented. I mean, this is, I know it's a drag, but it's important, Sarah. I mean, you're there for a reason.
For you, that's all you have to say.
I know my mom called me the other day and was like, why is every time I call you, your phone goes right to voicemail? I was like, I don't know. Sarah was telling me the same thing. And she was like, oh my God, tell Sarah I said hello. She's dying. She's going to send you. Is it okay if she sends you a letter? She wants to write you a letter.
Oh my gosh, yes.
Okay.
Listen, you guys listen. When words come out of your mouth, I trust you, what you say. I believe what you say, and I feel that I can use it to my life in whatever application in any way. So when you tell me that I can come live there, I'm coming to live there, and I'm taking care of all of the animals, especially after you guys sent me pictures. Some of the pictures are so ethereal. It looks like it's from a fantasy. It's just,
yeah.
I get to go through all of this shit because I know that I get to go there.
Girl, what? I'm going to come and live with you? Wow, the delusion. One, of course, in all of these filings, she still writes, I'm temporarily here and not being able to hug you, brush your hair aside, or kiss you. I don't be here anymore.
Court sentences you
and keep persevering to not be anymore.
to life in the Department of Corrections.
The same to stay strong, keep smiling, and keep going. Trust God always, working in the background and is with both of us at all times. Talk, that's hard to believe, but it's true. This is temporary.
Court sentences you to life in the Department of Corrections with credit time.
I've been avidly striving to and will continue my pursuit to be even more meaningful to my son in my continued hard-fought efforts to see him in person while temporarily located at DOC and in the meantime of my appeal and my release, and all other positive aspects that I have with my son on the horizon.
While I have all these positive things over the horizon, wow, you told her she can come live with you? Something tells me that's not how the conversation went and that she pushed herself on you again. And you probably said, yeah, if you need some help while you're getting back on your feet, you can come stay with us. Now she's saying, oh, you said I could live there and I'm going to take care of all the animals, because you know she's not going to get a job. She's going to say that's her job. I looked at the animals and they didn't die. So why aren't you giving me your money?
Send me money, send me money, send me money.
That's insane. She did the same thing with her brother, being like, I just need your, when she wanted the bond, I just need your address so that I can put that down for a bond, even though I'm not going to get the bond. But if I did get the bond, it has to be an address that I'm going to be at. So I would have to be there with you. So I'm not just asking for your address. I'm asking for your entire address, as in your home to be open to me. I'm serious about using my rights. Mom taught me that. My attorney said I need an address where I can tell the court I will be living, temporarily or permanent, so they know where I can be located if needed. As you know, I am homeless from losing my townhome. I have lost my car due to Brian lying and losing and will not answer me about it when I ask, even for the phone number to the neighbor so I can call myself. This is another full-blown struggle I am in the middle of at the same time as you know, and trying to save my son now and futuristically, while working on my, quote, murder case while in jail. Jesus, no home, no car that I know of, no money. I'm trying to win. My dogs died, and I have no family. Except you, Philip. Just you. As said previously, also, there is no binding contract or judicial responsibility that I know of. Attorney just said I need an address where I can go. What do you think? It's just your address. So if I do achieve a bond, I will need to be at the address. I'm a good roomie. That's even if I get the bond and can even pay. Doubtful. But don't worry, guys. She said, I'm a good roomie. Just like she says she's a good roomie now. Wow. The delusion is to another level. Still rings true. She refuses to accept the reality of her situation. You will never get out. Judge Cranick looked you in the eye and said, life in the Department of Corrections with credit time served.
With credit time served.
Which Madam Clerk will read to you now.
That Madam Clerk will provide to you momentarily.
That wasn't a joke. He was 100% serious. You will never live on New York's farm.
No, hold on.
No, wait a minute.
I never seen someone cry with their tears not coming out, so I just want to make sure you're okay.
Because it's an inner cry, bitch. Not
So now I'm sure she's probably talked with Nicole and saying, well, can I come live with you in Australia? Oh, I can't wait to live with you and your son, who I think her son also has her son's same name. Parasocial relationships are crazy. But she's going to have someone else in her life fulfill that fantasy. Maybe she'll call back Christina.
Christina!
Doubtful, because I think she dropped you too.
Christina's gone. The little tramp didn't leave any money to pay her, so she left. Just like a little slut.
All right, we only have a little chunk of this fifth call left, so I'm going to let the rest play out, and then we going to wrap this up.
We specialize in rescuing, so.
Well, I'm slowly but surely letting you guys pet me too, so it's perfect. So you'll have a leash on and I'll be walking and I'll just, tricks and everything. Thank you in advance.
Ew, nobody want to imagine you in a leash, girl.
All right, so.
Are you okay? Are you okay?
I'm doing really good. That whole thing that happened was a big knock, and it's gotten even worse, which I don't want to get into. But it's okay, my feet are still tapping, and I got friends and family, and I got you, and I got people in my life that care, and that's what's important. Yeah, that's it, man.
I hated that I could see everybody that I truly adore and love in my effing trial, and then I couldn't hug anybody.
Well, listen, so once I hang out with you, I'm going to call Julian, and I'm going to figure out where we are with that, and he's going to, I know he is 100% on top of it.
The officer is screaming at me to get off the phone.
Okay.
Call Ms. about the your visitation approval, and then did you ever find out if he is he trying to set up a phone call with me? Because he said that's all he was waiting for was Ms. to give him a date and a time.
I'll call Julian. Everything he says that he's doing, he is 100% doing.
God bless you. Jesus,
Okay.
I'm so effing hungry. You don't even know, and you don't even know. I sent him Kevin Beck's information also.
Oh, good.
To make sure he got that and confirm it later.
Definitely. Perfect.
And Shelby is Tony Henderson's secretary or assistant or whatever she is, and she can get a hold of James's ass, if not Tony or whoever else to get on him also. Shelby is an asset, and y'all just need to get a hold of her via email. I don't have her phone. You can probably look up the law firm where she works with Tony. But I got Kevin's, and I got Shelby on there too for you guys. Please,
Perfect.
Jesus Christ, all his archangels know how much I love you.
Okay. Take care, Sarah.
Yes, and I'll call you here in the next day or two, okay? But I'm going to call you because I still want to find out and make sure you're okay, and then just touch base from there, okay?
You call me whenever you want.
Famous last words. Call me whenever you want. All right, and that was the end of call number 5. It feels like the last 30 seconds is what this whole call should have been about. I need you to contact, here's Kevin Beck's, one of the 3 free lawyers that signed up for the clown show. Here's his contact info. Contact this person from Tony to get in conversation with James again. But I think this is after the trial still. So she's just bugging him to bug him. She's bugging all 3 of them to bug them. And she's shocked they're not returning her calls, even though she never paid for these lawyers and they have actual paying clients they have to get back to. You were found guilty. You were always going to be found guilty. And now you're still bugging them. And still got to get in there. I'm so hungry. See, this was the purpose of this whole thing. Let me tell you, I'm having such a sad time. My family's dead. I'm so starving. I'd rather choose my blood sugar cookies over everything else. I'm so starving. Hot meal. Can you do that? Can you get this? Can I get a movie and a DVD and TV show? But don't worry, at the last 10 seconds before the buzzard rings, I'm going to ask you, are you okay? And don't worry, I'm going to call you again, but solely to check up on you, because I want to know how you are doing. And let me guess, that phone call turned 100% back on her. And I've dealt with like similar people at times where they emotionally dump everything on you and you're exhausted by the end of the conversation. And then they're like, okay, so how are you? I'm exhausted. I got nothing for you. If I was feeling some kind of way, I don't want to talk about it now. But that still gives you an opportunity to feign concern as though I was actually genuinely checking in on you. No, he had a genuine admission, disclosure, heart-to-heart, an attempt at a heart-to-heart moment, and you still made it about you. You could have came together on that and shared in that shared grief and understand, hey, we could be in similar situations, and I can support you and you can support me. Nope, wah, me. Whew, all right, okay. I think this is the end of this entire video. We have made it. It has taken me months to do this. I don't know why. This is the longest video that's ever taken me to do ever. And it's not the longest video I've ever done, but this is just more of a sign that I need to put Sarah down. I mean, I need to put this topic down for a minute and detox with something. I think I just want to do something my channel hasn't done before. I want to do either a TV show review or a movie review or go to another case entirely. Okay, so it seems even Linda is ready to move on. If I was going to do a TV show, it'd probably be Heated Rivalry, because I love a bandwagon move, and I could talk about that show for a long time. I have no idea how I'd get it on YouTube, but who knows. If I was going to do a movie review, I'd either do Poor Things, because I hated that movie, or Saltburn, because I also hated that movie. Those movies are just blank check films with R-rated quotas, and I can't stand movies that like are actually well made in their totality, try to make a statement that it sails over completely. It misses its own point. Anyway, that's for the future. And if I go down into a new case, I think I'm just going to hop over to the Corey Richins case, because I've had my eye on it for a few years. She's insane. Her writings are insane. That whole case is insane. So definitely we'll be doing something with that. If y'all want to hear more about her, we can hear more about her. If you want to hear more about the Karen Reed trial, there's a whole bunch in that civil court case that is popping off right now that is absolutely insane. A lot of fun things happening. So I don't know which direction I'm going to go yet, but we're going to do something different, which is something Sarah can't say. She does the exact same thing every time, which is why I can't do another video where it's just the exact same thing. But alrighty, if you enjoyed this video, and I really hope you do, I don't say this often, but for this video, for the length of time that it took me to do it, please support this. Hit that like button, subscribe, follow, retweet, send it to your friends on Reddit, carrier pigeon, whoever. Okay, but I have to say the ending right or it's just not going to feel right. So if you enjoyed this video, remember to like, comment, subscribe, dislike if you're feeling it. Until next time.